Al, turn your camera off. All right. Welcome, kings and queens. Yes, yes, yes. We are here, honey. The palace is in the building. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Let me know if I'm coming through clear and crisp, and we will get this party started.
Sound good to me.
Okay, well, thank you, Kayla. Yeah. Mother J says, hey, girl, hey. Y'all, I am so excited to have such a beautiful and in-depth, fruitful conversation. I feel like it's long overdue. You know, I feel like people have been running amok in the palace, and sometimes you got to reel it in, right? By way of calling a thing a thing. And I think that's what we are going to do tonight. We're going to call a thing, and tackle the topic head on. Men who appear to dislike and or appear to hate women. All of this is alleged. We are utilizing this for teaching and educational purposes only. Shout out to my moderators in the chat. I absolutely appreciate each and every one of you for holding it down as you always do, not only on the live panels, but also on the premieres that we have. But listen, y'all, give it up for my panelists. Do they not look good tonight? So we have Red the Guru in the house tonight. Welcome, Red. We appreciate you being here. You want to check in and let them know where you're checking in from?
Hey, how's it going? I'm checking in from Houston. Entrepreneur, husband, family man, 3 boys and a daughter. So yeah, I'm coming in from Houston.
All right, thank you. We also have Ty in the building. She is a repeat panelist. Ty, what's up?
Hi, thanks for having me again. Happy to be here. Happy to have some good discourse with everybody.
Yeah, so let them know where you're checking in from.
I'm checking in from Carrollton, Texas, suburb outside of Dallas, Texas. And I'm just HR consultant extraordinaire, yoga teacher, and I just love to chat about all things relationships. So I'm excited.
All right. Tonight. Well, thank you, Queen. We appreciate it. And as you all know, we also have Miss Kayla Ward, Ready to Love, owns Finest. Kayla, welcome.
Hey, love. How are you? I'm calling in from the beautiful city of Miami. Big shout out to Miami. I am all things marketing. I'm also an author, a journalist, a YouTuber, and I'm here in these streets. Let's get into it.
Let's get into it. But hold on. And Al, you're good. I know you're driving and you're on the road. Let's do a mic check. 1, 2, 3. Big Al. We have Big Al in the house. How's your audio? He'll be back. I promise you. So he's joining us mobily, but that's okay. And then we have 2 more. We have 2 more panelists that are coming. So we have Big Lou from Love and Mirror Tuntsville, owns Finest. And we also have, who am I missing? Somebody else that's going to be showing up a little bit later. All right. So, y'all, very controversial topic, the manosphere. I'm going to start with you, Kayla, because I feel like you've had the most experience with the manosphere. When you hear the word manosphere, red pill rage, what comes to mind?
What comes to mind is a subset of men and possibly women that have a lot of trauma, have struggled in relationship, have struggled in romantic relationship, and have never had an outlet to discuss those issues. And so it just comes out and it turns into it turns into a different kind of energy that is not constructive all the time, in my opinion. So
I love the use of the word constructive. I think it's very positive and productive at the same time. I want to hear from Red. Red, when you think about the terminology, manosphere, red pill rage, what comes to mind for you?
I'm just thinking more of men hurt men, upset. Maybe they're fed up. Maybe they're a lot of these coming from they didn't have mom that support, that emotional support growing up. From what I'm seeing just via social media, I'm just seeing a lot of it stems from just the mannerism part of it, the way that they are going at the women. I see lack of support from mother growing up, so that's mainly what I'm seeing. Uh, I think they I think they're just I see they're upset, they're frustrated, and they don't know how to communicate properly with women. So
Yeah, Tanja, I think Tanja J agrees with you. She says, "My thought: for a grown man to hate women, I see that individual as scared, using hate to shirk responsibility of stepping up and being a man, afraid of failing at protecting the weaker sex." Woo. All right. So, Ty, Manosphere. What comes to mind for you? Red pill rage, Manosphere.
I definitely agree with everything that's been said thus far. But I also agree. I think it's just a lot of trauma, very low emotional intelligence. And it's men that kind of exist in this echo chamber of the exact same opinions being bounced back to them without any true conversation, any true other opinions outside of what we all see online a lot of the time. So yeah, but definitely trauma, definitely low emotional intelligence. And I have to agree with there's a lot of times there's a mother wound there for sure.
Oh, wow. Thank you. Thank you for a very thoughtful perspective on this. Big Al, you are a very controversial man, Big Al. I don't know if people know or understand how you roll on podcasts, but you are a guy that shoots from the hip. You speak your mind. So when you think about the manosphere ecosystem, he'll be back, and the red pill rage. So let me ask y'all this. How did it come to be? I understand the freedom of speech aspect, but how did we get here where men feel freely comfortable saying, I hate women. I hate you hoes. I hate you black masculine hoes. How do we get here? When we think about the black community and all
me
of the
pers-
strides we've made. Go ahead, Red.
me personally, I'm from my perspective, I feel that this is systematically done. It's always been systematically. If we go back to the 70s and the 80s to destroy the black family, this is just a new method, a new way of destroying the black family. If you go back to the 70s and the 80s, where they took away the factory jobs. If you go to the 80s with the crack epidemic. If you go to the 90s with they were locking up these fathers and destroying the household that way. And now you have social media and you have these ways of now another way of destroying the black community, of destroying the black family, where relationships aren't ideal anymore. Where you got the man screaming, "I hate women," and you have the women going back and saying, "Well, men aren't being men like they used to be." I think it's systematically done. I think that's how we got here. I think it's not by coincidence that it's only the black community that's going through this. Where what are we going to do if the black men are saying I hate black women and the black women are saying that I hate the black men, over going back and forth? How are we going to evolve as a black community, as family? Family is the unity of everything, and if it's always been to divide and conquer, they're doing exactly that. They're dividing and conquer as the whole play that it's always been. And I feel like, rather than this being something where we steady pounding on the problem, we need to be more so pounding on the solution of not let's keep dividing each other and going at each other, but let's figure out the solution on how we can bring this back together and how can we unite each other back together, because without the black family, we're heading nowhere. That's just my personal perspective on how we got here. Just I think it's systematically done.
Oh, wow. And I feel like the chat agrees with you. You had a lot of amens and preaches going on, like people waving flags and all of that. Melvin Elephant says, it turned into men screaming into the void of how bad women are while still trying to hook up with women. I want you sexually, but I don't want your being when it comes to your femininity and your voice and your emotions. And it turned into, he said, men screaming into the void of how bad women are. And I'm going to shift it really quick to Al. Al, my original question was, when it comes to the manosphere, and when you hear words like manosphere and red pill rage, what comes to mind for you?
I think he might be talking, but we can't hear him. He's
Hello,
listening
can
into.
y'all hear me?
Okay, yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, I'm getting a bad reception out on these roads. So, what was the question one more time?
You're muted, Queen.
Hello?
You're muted, Queen.
So, Al, when it comes to the terminology manosphere, and when you hear the words red pill rage, what comes to mind for you based on your experience and your observations?
Okay, you're gonna have to define those for me because I've never heard of those.
Okay, I'll give you a one name when it comes to manosphere, Kevin Samuels.
So, I mean, okay. Uh, are we defining what Kevin Samuel says, or are we defining Kevin Samuel as a person?
We're just
Because
talking
what he
about what
says,
comes
I
to
mean,
mind for you. We're just warming up, right? We're preheating
okay,
the
like,
oven.
well, I like Kevin Samuel
All right, go ahead.
because I mean, what he says, he has truth behind it. A lot of people don't like the truth. It hurts. Truth hurts. So, I mean, people will attack his character, but I mean, if we really look at it, it's just like people follow pastors. People attack like as soon as a pastor falls out of something that he's done wrong. But at the end of the day, still a man. Men are gonna make mistakes, but they don't listen to his truth. They won't listen to the truth that he's preaching, but they'll attack him for what he says. So I mean, I like him saying. I like a lot of things he says. Some things he says are controversy, but a lot of them hold true.
And that's what we do in the palace. We have mixed panels with different ideologies, different representations of thoughts, and we don't align ourselves with one viewpoint. So thank you so much, Al. Kayla, I am going to shift it to you. Same question that I gave to Red. How did we get here?
We got here, one of the first things being the echo chamber. Misery loves company. So people that are complaining about the same things find other people that are complaining about similar things, and they trauma bond. So we got here through trauma bonding. We also got here through financial gain, as you see Daryl has said. A lot of them do it for the money. A lot of them are outrageous because they know it's going to get views, clicks. They can get money from people that agree with their points and support whatever they're pushing and whatever. I heard today on a different panel, someone say they spent about $4,000 on super chats last year. Yeah. So they're definitely making money off of monetizing the rage, finding someone that may have a similar issue and monetizing and preying on that. So I think it's a combination of the two. And then I think the third is when we've added women into the conversation. I thought that men added women into the conversation to try to get a different perspective of what's really going on. What are women really thinking? But that's not the case. They don't really care what women are really thinking. They really just want women to say what they want them to say, or they want them to have an opposite view so that they can attack them for simply disagreeing based on their own personal experience and what they've observed. So I think that's how we got here. When it comes to the money tip and the validation that a lot of men in the manosphere never got because they were lame and they didn't get women, they weren't that guy. They didn't get that validation in high school and college, after college. They never got that validation, but they can get it here with other men, and that makes them feel good, like, ooh, So I don't think it's going anywhere anytime soon.
You know, my grandmother used to say, "What goes up must come down."
Mm.
So it's like a parking meter. Eventually, your time runs out.
The pendulum always swings the other way, is what my mom
Yes.
usually says.
And with that being said, Ty, take over. What are your thoughts?
I'm gonna second what Red said. I actually think it's rooted in slavery. I'm going all the way back to there.
Ooh, we're going back.
For sure. There's a lot of self-hatred that stems from it. It upholds a lot of white supremacy ideals. And not only that, kind of, I can't remember his name in the comment. I'm so sorry, but there's definitely money in it. There's a lot of social clout in bashing Black women. Let's just keep it. It just is what it is. There's a lot of social capital that comes with it. If you do it, you're gonna get the views. And so I think that fuels a lot of it as well. So it's really, really multifaceted, but those are two huge pieces of it, I believe.
Thank you. That was good. You know what? Y'all are so freaking intelligent. That's why I hand chose all of you, because I knew you all would bring a very powerful perspective. But of course, I like to keep it funky, honey. We got to keep it hot. We got to get this party started. We played nice long enough. Al, anything you want to add before I play this trailer? Because I understand the systemic and all of that and the historical context. But when I say, how do we get here? I really mean, how do we get here where we are now calling and referencing Black women as bitches and hoes, trash and garbage? My question is that on the white man or is that on us? What are your thoughts? I'm going to come to all of you. If you can just give me a 30-second snippet of what you think before I play the trailer. Al, you're on mute. Let's see. There you go.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So
keep it real.
That laugh sounds sinister. I'm sorry. Go on.
No, because there's so much to unpack in all this. So, how, as a African American man, are we supposed to give constructive criticism? Because this is where I think a lot of the communication is lost. Because a lot of times that when you try to talk to an African American woman, y'all don't take criticism well. It's not like I've been told a lot of things that I've done wrong in which I've tried to change. Because I know it's a bad habit. It's just a bad habit. Like a lot of times I'll talk to women and when we get angry, we'll say belittle things like, oh, if you graduated from this university, shit, I should have went to that university. Shit, they just handing out diplomas, shit of that nature. But my thing is, when do y'all look at each other? I mean, when do women look at say, okay, I have flaws too? Because I see a lot of pointing fingers at men. I thought, okay, I thought I was going to hear something about actually men doing something wrong. And the first thing came out was Kevin Samuel, and I'm like, okay, well, what has he really, really done wrong? Okay, we hear the words bitches and hoes, but African American women use that same terminology for endearment towards themselves. So now it's negative when a man uses it. So why not? Just like I don't like the word nigger. Same shit. I don't use it because I know it's derogatory. So towards my culture. So why now? Why are we picking and choosing what we dislike?
I think that's a great
question.
question.
That's kind of like hypocritical.
I think that's a great question.
To me, that's hypocritical.
And I think we're warming up to that. I think that's a great question. Kayla, what are your thoughts?
I'm just confused on how he's saying, how are we picking and choosing what we like? Because that's how I choose what I like. I pick what I like. I choose what I like. If you're talking to me disrespectful, I don't like that. So that's how I pick and choose what I like. So I just genuinely believe that men are the leaders. So if you want to have a productive conversation and you want me to actually learn something from you and take heed to it, but you come at me, you a bitch, you hoe, you ain't shit, where do you think this conversation is going to go? How productive do you think it's going to be? Like, I don't understand why men in the manosphere think that they can disrespect women and that's going to put them in their place, show them something, teach them something. No, it just shows me that a lot of Black men are disrespectful and don't know how to communicate. And the only way that they know how to communicate is to call women outside of their names and to say things negatively about women. Otherwise, than saying, listen, I have emotions and I want you to consider my emotions. Instead of saying something like that, they want to say, oh, all women are this or all women are that, and you women don't this and you women don't that. But ultimately, what you give is what you get. If you give me some bullshit, I promise you my bullshit gonna be on 10. If you give me some nice shit, I promise you my nice shit gonna be real nice.
Oh,
And that's
Kayla,
how most women work. So I don't understand this concept of we could just say it however we want, when we all know women are emotional. Women will always be emotional. We are not y'all. We never gonna be y'all. We are emotional beings. So the way that you deal with me, you need to take that into consideration. And I don't think a lot of men do. And that is my issue in the manosphere. Like, mainly.
Jordan Landry says, protect our queens at all costs. Kayla, I think he agrees with you hook, line, and sink, honey. And with that being said, Rather Guru, the mic belongs to you.
So I'm gonna speak from on both sides of what y'all said, as far as what my brother said, as far as how you pick and choose. I'm heavy in energy. I'm heavy in law of attraction. In the beginning, it was the word. You know, it's power in the tongue. Words carry vibrations. So if it depending on, yes, they may use the words when they speaking to each other, but the vibration that's carried when they using that to each other is in a lighthearted way. If I'm saying fuck that bitch or fuck that hoe in a derogatory manner, the vibration that's carried is a negative low vibration. So I'm conscious of the vibration in the words that I choose to use, because I want to operate at a high frequency. I want to operate at a high vibration. So the words that I choose to communicate with a woman or even a man, whoever I'm communicating with, is not just a woman that woman or man, whoever I'm communicating with, I'm choosing the words that I choose properly, because I know that a low vibration word can initiate an argument. It can initiate a whole bunch of bullshit. It can initiate words, exchange of something that I don't want to be a part of. From the woman's standpoint, I heard that you said that if a man, if he goes to the bullshit, you with the bullshit too. For me personally, I'm gonna say what I need to say, what needs to be said in a respectful manner. And if you decide that from a women's standpoint that likes to go back and forth and want to argue, I'm not gonna go back and forth and argue with you. I'm gonna say what needs to be said. I'm gonna speak my piece. If we can't communicate like that, I'm gonna just leave the situation all the way alone. I don't have to deal with you. I don't have to speak to anybody. I don't have to talk to anybody. So if it becomes an issue where we can't communicate in a high vibrational manner to come to a solution, then I don't need to have this conversation with you, because it's like talking to a brick wall. If I say fuck you, you automatically shut off and get in a defensive manner. If I call you out your name, you automatically shut off and go into a defensive manner. Everything after that is going to be a negative it's not going to get us nowhere. It's going to be a waste of my time. It's going to be a waste of your time. So any kind of communication that you have with somebody, if name calling, if I call my wife a bitch, if I call her anywhere out her name, if she shuts down, she's gonna retaliate from there, and so it's gonna be, we're not moving forward from there. So for me, I think it's all about, the vibration that you carry and the words that you choose to use. that's
Real manhood to me. That's
Y'all
how
are on
manhood
fire.
has always been to me. All the men in my life have always been a few words. I genuinely thought being catty, arguing, going back and forth, I thought that was what women do. I thought that was a
No,
feminine thing that women do. So when men start doing that, that's very odd to me, that you calling me masculine. This is what women do. We catty, we throw shade, we have little, like, that's a woman's thing. That's what women do. Daytime television has thrived on it for over 3 decades. But real, like, masculine men to me have always been a few words. They don't argue with women, calling women out of their names and being catty and throwing shade and name calling. That's very sassy.
oh, hold on.
Yeah,
Shots fired. God damn. Hold
It
on.
is.
Hi.
It is. I
Hi.
have never seen men get riled up unless it was Sports Center or something, like arguing back and forth with women. I don't know. That's just not masculine to me.
No, and that's fair. That's fair, because this is based on your perspective from your opinion. Ty, what you got?
I don't know what else is left to really say. I think for me, it's just, it all comes down to emotional intelligence and knowing how to communicate. And I'm not even going to say that this is just men. There are quite a few people out there who are not really in touch with themselves. They're not self-aware, and they have a lot of behaviors that they display that sometimes they're not even aware of. And so people like that, constructive criticism feels like an attack. So I don't know. I struggle with a lot of this because I don't attract that kind of energy, but I really feel like if you know who you are and you have the emotional intelligence, you don't deal with this. I don't know where I'm going with that, but yeah, I just
No, I feel you. And I think you and Red are kind of on the same wavelength when you talk about you are what you attract and recognizing the individual power that you have to choose your life and your interactions. I got a couple of people in the background. I see you, Grant. I know you're a real person. I appreciate you turning on your camera. Cheryl Howard, Lady D Keys. I need to know you're a real person tonight. Flash that camera. All right. Cheryl, you're good to go. You can turn it off if you want. Lady D, I need you to check in. All right. I see you. Now, let's get to this clip. All right. Now, Grant, you look like you got something to say because I can see you backstage. Mind your manners. Grant looks like he's ready to go. And I want you to be ready to go. But just remember those housekeeping items, okay? Grant. Nobody can see you but me. All right, you good. All right, so let's get to this trailer really quick because this is going to take us and evolve us a little bit deeper in the conversation. Are y'all ready? All right.
I'm sorry, who you? I'm sorry, you must not be familiar with who I am. I promise you, by the end of this live stream, when you wake up in the morning, you're gonna think about me. And it's always a fucking black woman that want to derail your point. Why, man? Why is it always a fucking American black woman? And it's, I hate you. I hate you hoes. I hate you masculine fucking hoes.
Self-love is a woman's license to be an idiot and be stupid.
Man, this is why black men don't want to marry. You did not get married because a man didn't want, because you chose to. You didn't get married because you ain't married.
When you have a child, the child don't even want nothing to do with the father at all. But it doesn't want to go near nobody but the mother. And you a mother.
Listen, the only reason you got titties is so that you can nurture and feed somebody else. Trash. You're garbage. You're nothing. You're a throwaway.
What?
And here we are.
Oh, Jesus.
Here we are. Hold on. Grant, welcome to the stage.
Thank you.
You're welcome. What are your thoughts?
I think there's clearly a subset of men that have, quite a bit of frustration, with women. I think there's a myriad of things. I think there is a process by which we struggle with overcoming, some of their arguments. Because at this moment, they're really moving the Overton window to some extent. And so the conversation seems to have swung to a place of absurdity, just to a place where our starting position is, oftentimes, why are Black women angry? But, if you wanted to ask a question, why aren't men and women communicating effectively would be a better place, because then you can begin to argue on either side of the the spectrum. And so I do think we have an Overton window problem. And so I think that is what sort of causes these things to collide. Do they hate women? I don't think so. I do think the notion of emotional intelligence is something I think, broadly speaking, for African Americans, I think we lack. I don't think all of us do. But I do think there's a point in which we have to sort of push each other forward in understanding how to communicate effectively. Oftentimes, our conversations are devolving into shouting matches. And if that is the way we're communicating, it's going to be very difficult for us to sort of bridge those gaps. And I'll use one example and why I think that's the case. And I'll use men and women on either side of the conversation. I think it'll be easier, not so I don't get called a simp in the chat. You know, women often say men are, they're losers, whatever, a certain segment. But yes, there are loser Black men. We can just look at the prison population as an example and say that's far too many Black men in the population for women to have. So you have to imagine a woman has a third of a likelihood, correct? A third of the men they're going to run into on any given day potentially are low income and or have had some level of, let's say, struggles in life. And that can ultimately frame the way they think about men. Ultimately, we know the other 2/3 of men don't meet that criteria, but ultimately that 1/3 can shape the way they think about things. And so their conversation may land only on that third for whatever reason. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just pointing out how things land there. And then you have Black men who then are complaining about Black women who have, too many kids. Now, I don't necessarily believe that as a statement. I think the math and the numbers are thrown out. They don't math correctly the way people sort of throw them out there. But as someone who enjoys demography, I tend to understand a little bit better than I think what people say. But there are a segment of Black men who are left out of the dating pool to some extent. And they don't necessarily feel they're able to sort of mate for whatever reason. And I think those frustrations come out. And I think these men who tend to have wives, who tend to have good lives, are really chumming the water of anger. And so for the men who feel disenfranchised and disinfected from that sort of dating pool, they really do feel like they have a voice. And so the question is, how do you get to the young men who actually are disenfranchised in this process and sort of explain to them how do you get through this process versus calling them hateful? The men who are engaging in this conversation, who are the sort of thought leaders, they're going to be who they are. The men who they're attracting to their platforms are the guys who really need to understand that, yes, you only need one woman to like you. Every other woman should be able to say no to you, and that's fine. And you need to battle through that and find a way to articulate your position and find a person that meets your standards versus forcing every woman to come within your standards. So those are my thoughts on that.
Let me ask you this, based on the video, right? Based on the video of what you've seen. Now, this man is a millionaire. He's a self-proclaimed millionaire and also a self-proclaimed psychopath. Those are words that have come out of his mouth. No, I do not put anything out there that's not fake and that cannot be proven. He said it. Hold on, Big Taylor. So just let's keep it here. When you say, how do we reach the younger generation? Where do we go? And this is just food for thought, a rhetorical question. Where do we go when we have your upper echelons that are financially stable? They have large platforms, visibility, and they take that and leverage it to browbeat Black women. I don't want you to answer that yet. I just want you to ponder on that, okay? And with that being said, I want to give the mic to Red because you are a self-made man, both you and your wife. Several businesses in and out of where you live, different cities all around Texas, right? If we can just start there, right? Let's just start there. What are your thoughts, Red? And then I'm going to come to the rest of the panelists and also my guests. I see you all in the back. Hang tight. I'm full. Hang tight. I'm going to bring you up. Grant, I want you to ponder on that. I'm going to drop you down, but I want you to come back, Grant. All right? All right. Red the Guru, what are your thoughts? I think
you muted.
Okay, can you hear me? I'm sorry. And what
Yeah,
was the
yeah, you
question
good
again?
now. You good, King. Yeah.
Okay, what was it that you was asking me again?
So I said, so it was basically off of Grant's argument. Grant gave a very good high level overview of what we should be doing and how we got here, and different ways that we could basically create a healing roadmap for African Americans and why men come to feel the way they feel as well as women. And where do we start and how do we heal the next generation? My question is, when you have men that are self-proclaimed millionaires, but also men that say, not only am I a millionaire, but I'm a psychopath.
Wait,
What are we handing down? Hold on, B. Taylor.
I
What
know,
are
but
we?
I just want to make a correction because I'm the one that asked him that. He didn't say he was a psychopath. He said he was a sociopath.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm
That's why I
sorry.
was gonna jump in.
I'm so sorry. Anton, correction. I stand corrected. I'm sorry. Wrong S word. Sociopath. Thank you, B. Taylor.
So
Sociopath.
I heard you keep saying about sociopath and a millionaire, or I know you said he's self-proclaimed
He
high
said he's
value
both.
man.
So when you have men that have these large platforms that other men look up to, panelists look up to, will not go against him. And if you do, you get kicked the fuck off. And you get called a black bitch or blah, blah, blah. How do we go ahead?
A lot of these men that I see with these large platforms that I hear speaking in these manners or speaking like this, my first question is, are you married? That's usually my first question. Like, are they married? To be taking advice from somebody who's not married is like, like you're not even married to be giving these men advice. My advice, with me with a platform, my advice to these men is follow your mission and follow your purpose in life. Move towards that. But rather than banging on what women are doing or what women aren't doing, my philosophy is always, if you are a high value man, men should be teaching the men what to do. The women should be teaching the women what to do. Women don't want to hear a man tell a woman how to be a woman, and a man don't want to hear a woman telling me how to be a man. But if I'm a high value man and I'm handling my business, I take care of my family, I take care of my household, I take care of my kids, I'm present in my family life. If I'm doing that, I use my social media platform to display that so that other men can see, hey, you can take care of your family, you can be there for your wife, you can be there for your kids, you can't. I'm using my platform to show what it is to be a high value man, not to tell women what they need to do. And on the opposite side of that, I think the women who are high value women or who are handling their business need to show women, if you see a woman making her man a plate, not be like, why are you making his plate? But empower her. That's, hey, show her that you can do that. Not saying that you have to be submissive or subservient or whatever that is, but to be a good woman. You can be a good woman to a man and not be like, oh, why you got to do it, and not bang upon her about that. A man, you can be a good man to your woman and not have to be a simp for being a good man to your woman. So I feel like they should be using their platform to not speak about women, but if you're a man, you need to be using your platform to teach men how to be men. Teach them how to be stand-up men, how to follow your mission, how to take care of your kids, how to protect for your family, how to provide for your family, how to be honorable, how to have characters, how to have morals, how to have principles. That's what we need to be teaching these other men. So now as you see me doing it in my movements and my actions, and you seeing the rewards that I'm getting, whether you're a millionaire, whatever it is that you're reaping from that, people gonna sit back and they're watching you and they're gonna be like, I like that. And we have so many unsolicited opinions that are going out. Everybody's offering opinions to people that didn't ask you for your opinion. But when you see me moving around and you see me doing what I'm doing and you seeing the rewards that I get, then I get people come in and be like, hey, I want to holler at you. How'd you do that? How'd you do this? And now I can guide you because you're asking for my opinion. So it don't sound like I'm bashing you when I'm giving it to another man. And even if it's a woman coming to me, I don't offer unsolicited opinion about women. That's why you never hear me speak on this topic until you have reached that, for the fact that I'm not going to tell a woman how to be a woman. I'm not going to even give my opinion on what a woman should be doing. I'm going to talk about what the men need to be doing for men. And if men have a question because they are men, come ask me and I can tell you how I'm going about things. But I don't ever want to say women should be doing this or women should do this. I feel like stand-up women like you all selves should be talking to the women and telling the women how to be stand-up women, because they're going to listen to y'all better than a man trying to tell y'all what to do. So that's,
y'all need to pass the offering plate for this man.
Yeah, collection plate.
Y'all better raise some type of building fund for this man.
Collection plate. Mm-hmm.
Listen, you have hit the nail on the head. You are what we need in this space. And I'm just going to leave that right there. Real quick, let me, before I go to my panelist, Cheryl, what are your thoughts?
Hi. Well, my opinion is when a relationship becomes narcissistic, and you feel you need to tear the next person down, because to me, bitch, hoe, dumb, to me, I consider that devaluing. That you're devaluing that person. And I don't feel that a relationship should be narcissistic. It should be both people listening to each other without name calling, without all the narcissistic nonsense. So, at the end of the day, the two people got to come together on a common ground. Nobody controls nobody. Everybody see eye to eye without the narcissistic behavior. And it goes for men and women. That's where the problem comes in relationships. People want to control each other. They want to overtalk each other. They don't want to listen to each other. When it becomes a narcissistic thing, then there's a problem. I mean, do you agree with that?
You're muted.
I'm muted?
No, Queen.
She's talking to me. You said no wrong.
Yeah, because a lot of times it's a lot of narcissistic behavior where people feel that they can control that person. They feel that tearing that person down to make themselves feel good is the way of life, and I don't feel it's right. And when you call somebody a hoe and a bitch, that's devaluing your woman.
I agree. Or the woman next to you,
or
even if it's not your woman, the woman next to you, be it the grocery store, the school district, the school where your kids go to school, a panel, period. So no, thank you so much, Cheryl, for your commentary. I really appreciate you finding the courage to come up here amongst these panelists. So thank you so much, Queen. I'm going to remove you from the stream so that I can bring up somebody else. Thank you. I appreciate you.
5 people.
All right. Bye-bye. B. Taylor, what do you got? Lady D Keys, you're up next. B. Taylor, what do you got?
I forgot what the question was because I was.
My question is, when should a man walk away before he goes there? When we talk about the Black community, high value, let's just stop at high value. When should a man walk away so that he doesn't become, like Red said, low vibrational?
Mm-hmm. I think he should walk away after he didn't check something with a woman. If you're talking about a situation with a relationship with a woman, he's checked something and he let her know what he will not be tolerating and what his standards and his boundaries are. And this woman keeps pushing his boundaries. It is time to walk away, because the more you stay and the more you tolerate it, the more she's going to lose respect for you.
All right. Thank you. Hang tight, B. Taylor. Lady D Keys, what's up? What's on your mind regarding this specific topic?
Hi, panel. Hi, Queen Sheba. I had a situation happen with me where a guy disrespected me. And it was about a trip that my brother went on and everything, but I'm not going into all that. And he said, ain't nobody going to invite no broken method no way. I said, hold up, wait a minute, who you talking to? I say, you got to understand, I'm not one of your homeboys on the corner or your homeboy that you talk to every day. I'm a female. You got to respect me. I ain't never disrespected him, but he disrespected me in a way to where I wanted to cuss him all the way out. But I held my composure and I said this to him. I said, well, you mess with me. So what does that make? Does that make you the same thing about me? Or does that make something else? And he couldn't even say anything. All he said was, I'm gonna get going. I'll talk to you later. I said, okay, go ahead. And then, he's trying to talk back to me, and I don't want him.
All right. Enough said. Thank you, Lady D Keys. We appreciate you coming up, honey. And I love the fact that you chose you. I gotta find peace of mind. Yes. Thank you, Lady D Keys.
Yes. You're welcome, man.
Thank you, Queen. I'm going to take you down so I can bring others up.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Al, what's your thoughts? When should a man walk away? You saw the trailer. You heard what we heard. Kevin Samuels fan or not. At what point is a man responsible for what comes out of his mouth? Relationship, no relationship, just as a man.
At all points, he's responsible. Me personally, I think I was misinterpreted when I said we talk about the word bitch. The word bitch, I feel, should be erased from the vocabulary. Period. Just like the word nigger. I feel that it hurts the culture. Period. I think we are basically targeting a certain.
You got it.
So,
Go ahead.
so I think we're targeting a certain genre of our culture. I spoke to my mom and we used to talk a lot about things. And my mom told me and gave me an understanding. She said, sometimes you think too highly of people. And what she meant by that is, I think a person should think like I do. Not everybody are raised like we're raised. Not everybody's going to be raised in the same standards that you are or in the person next to you. So we're targeting people that don't know any better a lot of times. So when we're saying, well, this person used bitch, that might be the only thing they've ever grown up knowing.
Ooh.
It's a lot, like a lot of my guys I work with, and I've told them, hey man, don't do this, don't do that, don't do this, don't do that. And for years, they'll do it. And then all of a sudden it'll click. But then it comes to me and I realize where they've been raised, where they've lived. So I have to look at them different versus other people that I've been around that are higher quality. I'm not going to use higher quality because people are people. That's the way I look at everybody. So we have to stop looking at them. How can I say it? We just have to start looking at the logic and the upbringing of people instead of just being judgmental. As soon as a man calls you a bitch or she calls you a bitch, a lot of times, like my better half, we've got into arguments and stuff, and I've learned to hold my tongue, not raise my voice, and talk with a softer manner to get an understanding. Because two angry people are not going to get anything solved. But if you have nobody that have taught individuals how to communicate with each other, how can you ask them to do something that's proper? How can you ask them to be respectful when they've never known how to be respectful? And then it's like, well, it looks like we're just targeting just a certain genre of people. That's just my take on it.
But at what point do we become, don't answer this yet, because I need to go to Hannah Grace. At what point do we become responsible as Black people? Pause on that, everybody. And then Hannah Grace, Ty, Kayla, and I'm coming back to you, Grant. All right. Hannah Grace, what's up? What's on your mind, Queen?
Hey, Queen Sheba, panel, and guests. Yes, this subject is one of the subjects that I never quite understood. And I've been searching for answers for a while when it comes to how Black men treat Black women and the excuses that they use. I know this guy, he's in his 70s now. And when he was probably in his 50s or something like that, he was dating all kinds of Black women. Every time you turn around, he had a different Black woman. And it was fine. Okay, recently, he's talking about he won't date a sister because they bring too much drama. I don't want the drama. But he's dating, an Asian woman. And I'm thinking to myself, why? I just don't understand what is your issue with Black women. So, and I've been pondering this question for years, and it all, to me, someone said it earlier that it's an attack to me from the enemy. When I say the enemy, I'm talking about from a spiritual point of view, the attack on the head of the household. Black men are supposed to be the head of the household. You get rid of the head, then the whole family falls. So that's my first theory. But then when you declare war, when Black men use all of these derogatory concepts against Black women, they really can't explain what it is. They can't explain anything. So I just have to conclude that it's all spiritual warfare against the Black family. And if we cannot get along, and that's why I just pull back. It used to burn me up. It used to aggravate me. But I said, no, I'm not going to allow that any man to, when I see Black men, especially younger Black men, and not, marrying the sisters or whatever, that is really disturbing, because now you got all these single Black households, single family Black households, and kids growing up in these communities without their father and all of this. So I just think we should just remember that this is a spiritual war. And then and the weapons that are used are against Black women. We just have to build ourselves up spiritually and pray. And that's just me now, because I've tried everything. Get mad and all kinds of stuff. There's no logical answer if you ask me, but I'm still listening to hear it. And I'm always, ready and stand in a position to hear what's going on, but no one has been able to explain it. And I don't think that no one will be able to. I just my opinion. But if I'm, like I said, I'm going to listen. But Black men have to take their position. If you ask me, they're going to have to stand and take their position. And stand up and stop blaming Black women for their issues and their problems. Look inside yourself and pull out these answers yourself. Stand, be the kings that you say you want to be, and you're supposed to be. That's just me. Thank you, Queen Sheba, and I'm listening. That's the only thing I've concluded. Like I said, I've been pondering this question for years, and that's the only thing I can come up with. That's the only conclusion that I came to. So I'm listening, though. Thank you.
You're muted, Queen.
That's all I have, but thank you.
Still muted. I don't think. Can y'all hear?
Queen Sheba's muted.
Oh, thank you for coming up, Hannah. I think the crowd loved what you had to say. Yes. So I'm going to take you down so that I can bring someone else up. Thank you so much, Queen. Ty, the mic belongs to you. And then we're going to go to Kayla. And then I got a different question for Red the Guru. And I'm coming to you, Grant. Go ahead. Ty.
I was only going to briefly, and you commented on it a bit, just kind of what Al was saying, just at some point, personal responsibility has to step in, right? Like, I absolutely agree that our upbringing affects us. I mean, our inner child, our childhood shapes who we are as adults, right? So I'm not saying that that's not valid, but at the end of the day, you have to take personal responsibility at some point. I guess a very, very quick example I can think of for myself that kind of goes with this is I was someone who grew up with a dad who did everything for me until I was like 25. I mean, paying my bills, my car note, everything. And when he stopped, I was just like, what? Like, what? I'm supposed to do this for myself? Like, I had to learn how to be responsible. I had to do that. Like, I had to go out there and, okay, God, I got to go buy a car for the first time. All these things. It's like, I made the choice. I had to do that. It wasn't like, oh, you did this my whole life. Why are you turning your back on me? That was not the stance I took. It was like, okay, you know what? It's time for me to grow up. I have to take this accountability, this responsibility for my life, for how I want my life to be. And I did that. So there's some validity to it. Absolutely. But at the end of the day, that personal responsibility falls on us. This is our life. It is up to us to live the life that we want to live at the end of the day.
I agree. Well said. And a shout out to JT Casanova. Thank you, King, for the super chat. Dang, I keep going back to what Red the Guru said. I don't offer unsolicited advice because the more I come at you, it feels like I am. What was the word you used when people are constantly trying to, it doesn't feel like I'm trying to belittle you or berate you. And I see this a lot on panels, Red. I think, man, I think you're missing. I think you are the it factor that's missing in these YouTube streets. I've said it before. Go ahead. Kayla said facts.
I just said facts. He conducts himself how a happily married man, I believe, should. Some of these people on these panels that say they have the answers because they're married however many years, but then they act out in a way that doesn't display that they're happily married. And then they try to give people advice on the dating pool that they haven't been in for 2 decades.
Mm.
You have no idea what's going on out in this dating pool. I would hope for your wife's sake, you don't.
Oh,
You know
that's
what
a
I'm
traffic
saying?
jam, Kayla.
You know what I'm saying? So instead of taking the knowledge that they have to say, hey, let me figure out how to correct the mistakes of our fathers. Because if we really look at it, that's what we're looking at. Whatever issues that you have, that these men that hate women and that have issues with women and disrespect women and mommy issues or whatever, a lot of well, not mommy issues, but a lot of the issues that they have with women stem from that woman's experience with a man, i.e., her father, lack thereof, or some other man that she had in her youth because of the absentee father.
All right.
And so instead of, let's say, saying, let's go and fix the sins of our fathers by helping these men to become better men than our fathers were, than our grandfathers were, so we can change the trajectory of how we deal with women, let's just shame the women and put it all on them, even though we are supposed to be the leaders. Let's put all the responsibility for fixing the shit in the community on the women. And then let me turn around and say that I got the final say so of how this shit gonna go. Like, it's so many contradictions that don't really add up to me. Because I do think that if the change is made with men, and if men conducted themselves the way that Red Guru does, women will fall in line to that. But you disrespecting women, shaming women, calling women out of their name, that's not going to fix it. That's going to make it worse. And so I think that that is what's missing in the manosphere, because these men really think that they're doing something by, name calling and doing all this stuff. They think that they're making an impact. But really what they're doing is they're making women that dislike men dislike them more.
Yeah. And S. McNeil says, get therapy, please. I can only fix my own dysfunction. And I think that's fair. If one of my moderators can go to Instagram and plug Red the Guru's Instagram page so that the men and the women can both follow him to see how he's a real life example of what he's talking about, I would really appreciate that. Grant, I want to come back to you for 60 seconds or less. Follow-up question. What do you have for us?
I think we're all responsible for our actions. I mean, at the end of the day, whatever you say, how you communicate, how you engage is your responsibility. If you're incapable of acting like an adult, unfortunately, the world is going to treat you like a child. And it's an unfortunate place that we're in, that I think we're consistently trying to sort of listen to these individuals. And I'm not saying them in particular, I'm saying broadly. So people who are immature, I do think one of the things we have to call out as something I think just is necessary is that we have such a our conversations are at the rock bottom, that sometimes even crawling just slightly up, we're just barely getting to terra firma, correct? We're not even getting to a place where you can sort of level up. And so I would say for myself, going through the watching some of these panels, I think women should stay away from, in particular, engaging in the language. Don't agree to the notion that 304s is a thing. No other race of people talk like that. No one goes around talking in any manner like that. And yet we're claiming we want to be like these other groups. At the first step is first figuring out how not to be in the gutter. And if women are then jumping in, and I'm not blaming, I'm just pointing out that the moment you're like, yeah, there are
Hold on, Grant. Fix your face, Al, because I see you throwing Grant some shade. Hold on, Grant.
Sorry.
Fix your face, Al. We're going to come to you, Al, but hold on. You're on mute. We're going to let Grant finish. I think he wants to push back, Grant, so be ready.
Yeah, so I was making that point about adults, people who are claiming to be about something. If I'm having a conversation with Red, I think is the gentleman's name, at no point am I going to talk to him disrespectfully if I'm trying to get him on my side of the ledger. And there's no possible way for me to engage in a meaningful conversation by constantly name calling. And I do think that is problematic. And so if someone is calling me names, I'm not going to then start using that language. I'm going to quickly level myself up further and keep pushing the conversation further up because the longer you stay in the gutter, the longer they have control of the conversation. And I think when I was talking about that Overton window, we've been dragged into the cellar. We have to find a way to drag ourselves out of it to even have a meaningful conversation.
Yeah. Somebody says, I don't know, sir. It's spilling off the internet onto the radios and everyday life, which is a real situation. But B. Taylor, what are your thoughts? Grant said a lot. B. Taylor, my direct question to you is, when should women walk away? The question earlier I asked, when should men walk away and de-escalate? For the women that sit on these panels, right? And I know sometimes it's not directly directed at them, but when we talk about sisterhood, preserving the Black community, healing, hope, evolving, at what point do women become responsible, even when they sit in silence?
Yeah, so this has been like a challenge for me because I'm learning how to kind of know when to do that. Like I was on a panel where a woman body was being talked about, and the he was talking about her stretch marks and you know talking about her body and that she's disgusting and all this other stuff. And at that moment I'm like, hey, I'm cringing at this. I need to turn camera off. But then as I sat on it, I'm like, I wish I would have stood in solidarity and just like hopped off, but it was just like that battle of like, do I stay and fight and defend? Do I leave? Like, I don't know this woman. I really tried to kind of like, hey, you giving too much of your business to these people and they about to tear you apart. And I had to learn that the hard way. But when you don't want to take that advice as a woman, and you're like, no, I got this, it's just like, okay, you got to I'm going to jump in when I can. But when it became too far, I hopped off camera because I'm like, for one, I don't want my face attached to this, what's being said. I don't want my face up there. I don't want to be laughing and giggling about it. Nothing about that is funny. So when I do see other women like laughing and giggling when another woman is being degraded, it kind of says a lot about that woman as well. Cause like what pleasure are you getting out of a woman being humiliated, in her body, body shaming her. But I'm still battling with that now because I just don't know when to exit. I don't know when do I stay and fight or do I leave? So I'm still with that now when I find myself in these spaces.
That's a good question. I've had to literally just remove myself completely because it was becoming toxic to my spirit to hear certain things so often. I believe that words are powerful. And so there are certain environments I've just had to remove myself from because there are certain people that don't even deserve to interact with me if they're going to be, have vitriol and disrespect that I don't know where it's coming from, but they haven't done their healing. And, some people want that clout, even other women that will attack other women on behalf of the men to feel validation from those men by supporting their narrative. So that's a whole other thing. And then when I say I'm not going to support the narrative of bashing women or speaking negatively on women, now I'm in some type of sisterhood that I'm happy to be in.
Let me ask you this.
It's not my fault that you're not in the sisterhood and nobody wanted, like, you're not,
Let me ask you this. In corporate America, when there's racism and or personal attacks, everybody in the room gets fired, whether you said something or not. The fact that you did not blow the whistle, you become guilty by association, period. That's how corporate America works. So when we think about these YouTube spaces and men feeling the right to annihilate women verbally because they can. Let me tell you something about how these panels work. One thing he said is, I cannot stand, and I had to clip it, when these masculine Black hoes come on these panels and think they can check me. First of all, they can't come on these panels without being invited. So you know who's coming on. Let's start there. They don't know what they're walking into. They invite these women.
Yep.
and they research these women and they stalk these women like a lion would, and they invite them into these conversations and they set them up to knock them down. And the women begin to flail verbally because they have no idea what the fuck did I just walk into. So they begin to become combative and go back and forth because now you're in fight or flight and you're on display for the entire world. Let's really talk about how this shit works in YouTube.
Yeah.
Right? That's how they bait these women in. And then you get mad and you say, these hoes come on my panel. Do you not know who I am? You invited her. Let's start. Ponder on that. Al, you wanted to push back or address what Grant had to say.
No, I was agreeing with him. A lot of things he was saying, I was agreeing with. But it's crazy when he said it, the way I said it, it was taken in a derogatory manner. So he's basically saying the exact same thing I said, that we need to eliminate the verbiage that we use.
That's not how language works, though. Language has diction, language has tone for a reason. I could say, oh, that shirt's really funny. Or I could say, that shirt looks really funny. Like, the way you deliver it matters. Tonality is a part of the language. And I don't understand why that's so hard for people when this is the only fucking language that you know. You don't even know any other ones. So I don't understand why it's so hard to master this one. You don't even know. Like, most Black people really don't know any other ones.
That's true, Kayla, because if a gay man was to call a woman like, okay, bitch, like, you like, okay, and it's like an endearment when they say it to each other, but ain't no straight man gonna be like, okay, no, they're saying it in a derogatory way. Just like, and when y'all were talking about the bitch word, I was thinking about the N-word. What Black man would be okay with the white man saying, what's up, N-word? Like, and I'm talking about with the hard ER. Like, your homie can say that, but as soon as a man of a different race say it to you, as in they talk to you and they little boying you, you can have a problem with it. So you and your homeboys say it to each other out of endearment, even if you don't.
Homeboys don't say it to each other out of endearment.
Okay, so maybe not even the N word. We can use the word like dog. That's my dog.
Or they don't like when
if a white man came to you and called you a dog, that's not gonna go over well. Versus men say, "Oh, that's my dog."
Or
hold your point. Hold your point. Red, what do you think? I got to get him in here. Red the Guru, what do you think? Hold your point. Are you frozen?
He's muted. He's muted. Oh wait, yeah, he's muted.
Let's see.
Can you hear me? I'm sorry, my service was going in and out and kept buffering. I'm sorry.
You good? You good?
Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Okay, yeah. I'm sorry. And what was the question? I'm sorry, my service was trying to reload.
So what are your thoughts with just everything we've said?
Again?
It doesn't have to be anything in particular.
One thing I do want to say, for me personally, I try to on having these conversations. We're not trying to search for a solution. That's my main thing. It's like, do they stuff that the shade that's pushing a lot of negativity?
Turn off your camera, really Red, for a second, because your internet's going on. Turn off your camera.
And as far as with these debates and these,
and then try it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
What about now?
Yes, better.
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So I don't follow a lot of the panels, and my main thing is, why are we having these panels if we aren't searching for solutions? If we're just creating these panels to come together to beat each other up, like, we're not moving forward. So it kind of defeats the purpose unless you're going after money, or if that's the case. But for me personally, I'm looking at it as, we want to get to figure out how can we help the common understanding. I know we was talking about as far as walking away and how do you walk away. For me personally, and it kind of with everybody, you know, when you feel like your peace is being disturbed, when you're no longer at peace. But the moment that I say I'm not, you disturb my peace, then I walk away. And I think that should be, you know, your determining factor. If it's no longer bringing peace to you, if it's no longer calm, you're emotionally disturbed, you're becoming aggressive, you're feeling your blood pressure start up. There's nothing positive can happen out of this conversation. That's that for that. And another point that I want to make, and this is for the people that are actually dating. I see a lot of times the women say, you know, these men acting child, like I'm not his mother, or the you know, I'm not gonna be his mother. That's his mom's job. Take sex out of the equation. I always say, man, if men treated women like they would treat their daughters, and women treated men as if they would treat their sons, relationships will work. And it sounds crazy, but if you think about it, men are still little boys in their heart. Women are still little girls at their heart. I heard one of the panels, I can't remember your name, speak about how your dad took care of you till you was 25. You're still a little girl at your heart. You still want to be protected. You still want to be provided for. You still want to be cared for. I wouldn't call my daughter a bitch. I wouldn't call my little daughter a hoe. I wouldn't call my little daughter. At the end of the day, all of these women are somebody's little daughter at their heart. If you took care of the woman as if that was your daughter, and the women, y'all turn around and treat us men as if we were your sons. We make mistakes. We hard-headed. We boneheaded. We go out and we do stupid things. That's what we do. We're men. We're boys. At heart, we're still little. So my mom, is nothing that I could do that mom wouldn't forgive me for, or wouldn't look out for me, because I'm still her son at heart. And if y'all would treat men as if when we get sick, we want to be baby, we want to be cared for. That's just who we are at heart. No matter how old you get, we're still that little boy at heart. Women treat men as if they were their sons. Men treat women as if they was their daughters. Relationship will work. We wouldn't be calling y'all, well, I'm not gonna say we, but men wouldn't be calling women out of their names, and women wouldn't be bashing the men. We would understand each other more. You know, so that's what I would like to leave everybody with.
Yeah. Damn,
Good
that
stuff.
registered. That registered. Hold on. What Martin say, lock it in. Y'all remember how Martin said lock it in? That was beautiful. And I these are the type of conversations that people walk away evolved and pondering. Food for thought. Ty, what are your thoughts? I'm gonna play another trailer, y'all. I got another one for you. I got another one. But Ty, what are your thoughts?
What am I?
And then Anonymous. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Just anything you want to add. Anything you want to add before we wrap this up and go to the next clip.
I don't think. Look, I'm just like echoing everything Red is saying, because he is just preaching. Like that's a good man. That's the kind of man I was raised by. Like that is it. I don't know what else to say.
Check this out. A little fact about Red. Red has 3 boys, right? They've been, I don't want to speak for you. I'm going to assume that somewhere amongst the 3, you and your wife are hoping for a little girl. And they finally
had a girl.
They just had her. Like literally, like I'm going to say March 3rd.
March of this month? March 3rd?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, congratulations.
He finally got a girl.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Glad you're raising sons. That makes me very happy.
She got 3 older brothers. She gonna be good.
Yeah. And Al has a little girl. Al is also a girl dad. And Al has been on panels before where his daughter was giving the mother a hard time during bed or feeding time. And Al had to go get his daughter and hold her while he was on the panel. And the baby just kind of melted into his arm like a candle. So, Kayla, I think it was you that says when men exemplify love and what they're pouring into their families, it's extremely visible through these platforms. You can't come on these platforms calling women bitches and hoes and telling us that you're happily married. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Also, it shows me that you don't really have respect for your wife, because you represent me, you represent our family and our household and me. And so how would I look if my husband was out here in the streets calling strangers, because people don't know these people, calling strange women that are strangers rather, bitches and hoes, and telling them that they're garbage, that they're not marriageable. Like, I would just be like, and then you come trying to lay down with me. I just would feel disrespected, even though this was like, just because you're my husband and that's the energy that you're putting out into the universe. Like, that's wild to me.
S. McNeil, what are your thoughts on this entire topic? Give it to us in 60
Child, I
seconds.
guess I'm not anonymous today. Hey, how y'all doing, panel?
Hello.
I'm able to take a little break here. I had a question for you guys.
Who specifically? Go with your first. Who comes to mind? Who you want to answer?
Anyone who wants to answer this.
Okay, go ahead.
There was an article that I spoke on another content creators. We were dealing with the Oedipus complex and the Elantra complex, and analyzing a show, Love and Marriage Huntsville. It kind of came to us that we were thinking that was part of the issue. There's an article talking about the unresolved issues dealing with the Oedipus complex for men, where either their mother or father abandoned them during childhood, and they weren't able to deal with how to properly control their emotions. So when they meet their partner in adulthood, they kind of take out their issues in childhood on that new partner. And I was curious how many of you on the panel know about that issue or think that that might be part of the reason why there's such a misogyny or hatred of men to women.
Let's go with one woman answering and one man. Whoever wants to answer, ladies, go first.
I mean, I do agree with that. I do think that could be a systemic issue from. I think it could be generational as well, like your mom and the mom before that and all of that. But I do think that that's also why I advocate for people to be married later, because when you're younger, you're just not as emotionally stable. When you're like under 25, you're not emotionally stable at all, in my opinion. You're really just trying to figure it out. You're trying to deal with your trauma. You're trying to figure out your life on your own. You're trying to do all of this. And yet people are pushing, people need to get married at 23, blah, 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 blah. And then we say, oh, the divorce rate. You know, I do think that taking the time in your young adulthood to deal with those issues could prevent what we're seeing now. Because I agree with you. I do think that they're a big part of the issue.
Men, anybody want to take a stab at it?
I can.
Sure.
So I don't necessarily subscribe to the notion of the Oedipal complex. I think there's a significant amount of other material out there that's sort of discounted. But I do think you're landing on something which I think is possible, and I think it's somewhere near there. It's potentially you're having young men who are growing up who are not developing early enough. They're not getting the skills. That is probably the biggest thing that's causing it. Now, the Oedipal complex is really sort of having this sort of, desire for, this relationship between your mother and your father, or your mom in particular. But if you're not being nurtured as a general concept, whether or not you have some underlying sort of sexual frustration, which is something where Freud was kind of going with that, you still are not being nurtured in a way that's important, that will allow you to be a good partner. And so I do think there are clear disruptions, especially in young African American boys and young girls too, but we're specifically about boys, that I think they're growing into manhood without the necessary tools. And I think there's a conversation about who and what and where and what's causing it, or like whether it's to not having a father or not having a mother or not being married. But yeah, I do think there's a lot to be said about what's missing in the nurturing component of it that is causing young men to be hyper aggressive, I guess you can say, or lack that sort of emotional intelligence to communicate that turns into hateful language. I don't think they are necessarily want to be hateful. I actually don't think they have the language skills and the tools in order to deal with whatever they're dealing with internally. And it comes out in the very limited language that they have. And so it's not as if they're going to come out and articulate something important. They're going to articulate only the words that they know. And usually it's rage language. And so that's just a manifestation of it. So that would be what I would think is the issue.
I have a quick question for you, Jordan. Do you have any kids? I mean, not Jordan, Grant.
I do not.
Okay. Do you have any nieces?
I have
Sisters?
2 nephews. I help, I was my mother is a single mother. And so
If your
I,
mother
yeah,
came home and said, this man I ran into start calling me all kind of bitches and hoes at the grocery store because he thought I was skipping him in line, would you use the same talk track that you just used regarding, oh, mom, he just didn't have the right language to express himself? Or would you say something differently?
I mean, I would. I actually think that there are better ways to communicate. Raging out doesn't solve anything. And I think what I tend to sort of say about these things is, if raging or being frustrated or being your supposed alpha is the thing that makes you better, then why does African Americans have so many bad outcomes? I mean, we're
But what about the
raging,
women
and the women
that receive this? What do you say to them? He just doesn't know any better. Take it. You're a bitch and you're a hoe because he doesn't know any better. And boys hit girls because he really loves you.
No,
he really loves you. He likes you. That's why what do you really say, Grant?
But every interaction is different. I mean, if someone who didn't know my mother, correct, and I'm in a situation, the idea is you extricate yourself from a bad situation. You remove yourself from this bad situation. Oftentimes the question comes up, like, what if you have to protect your woman from getting shot in the hood? Well, I don't go to the hood, correct? I don't go to places where I'm more likely to get shot. It really is about thinking through how you sort of engage with life. And so if I'm having this conversation with my sisters, my partner, the idea of saying, well, I don't want you to be in that situation. Let's not have you in that situation. But if I wanted to do something, am I going to go violently beat someone up?
No, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about, how do you protect the women in your life against men like that? That's it. I just want you to ponder on that, because most men, when their wives, their mothers come home, I'll give you a perfect example. I was in a grocery store today. I felt like I was being tailed by 2 men. My husband always teaches me what to look for. I said, hey, listen, I think there's 2 men in the store. It looks like, with everything you've told me, I think they're following me. He said, okay. Are they in the checkout line with you? I looked around. I didn't think they were, but I didn't know one was 2 aisles over. I said, no. He said, okay, call me back. If they are, do not walk out the store. I packed up my groceries, my 1 bag. I was about to walk out the store. Lo and behold, I see the guy. I was like, oh shit, it was 2 of them. I go to the floral department. I called my husband back. I was like, he's here. He said, don't go out the store. I talked to the floral girl. I said, listen, I'm very scared. I was shaking. I said, my husband has walked me through what to do. I'm about to pull out my weapon and I'm about to get it ready. I pulled out. She said, you're okay. I pulled out my weapon. I'm telling you what a man did to his scared woman, right? And those men didn't say one word to me. It was about how they made me feel. I felt like they were following me. And he did not say, oh, they don't. That's all I'm saying. So I got my weapon ready. I put it underneath my bag. And I walked out the store and I told the girl, I'm getting my weapon ready. I'm taking the safety out. I just want to let you know what's going on just in case they follow me to my car. She walked out behind me. I guess I must have hung up on my husband. As I'm 2 miles down the road, I see my husband passing me by. And what he said is, you must have hung up the phone out of being nervous. I kept calling you back. You didn't respond, so I headed to the store. My question to you again, Grant, don't answer this right now. What would you really say outside of being politically correct? Hold that thought. Al, Big Al wants to answer.
So when all this was going on, why not confront them and make a scene? And I'm not talking about be belligerent or just, how about, gentlemen, is there a problem? Is there something? Do you know me or something? Why not bring that situation to everybody's attention?
You want me to answer that?
Yes.
My husband told me, even though we got a little echo. So my husband told me, even though a woman has a gun, everybody mute up real quick. My husband has always prepared me for dangerous situations, down to let me just start with small, always back into our garage First of all, don't ever pull in with your car first. Always back into it. If somebody ever approaches you, run them over. If they come in our garage, period, they shouldn't be coming in. So why did I not make a scene? Because my husband has always taught me, I don't care what a woman has, if she has a gun or not, she needs a man in front of her, because men will overpower you in an instance. But not only was he talking about the physicality of a man, but also I think about the mindset of a man, the mentality of a man. He said a woman always needs a man in front of her to protect her. So that's why I didn't make a scene. I trusted his leadership in that moment. I trusted everything he's taught me behind closed doors, and I called him for further guidance in the moment. Go ahead, Al.
But criminals, so I have a lot of friends that are attorneys. So criminals will always act in silence. People that snatch people that do harmful things to other people, when people don't bring attention to the situation, what I'm telling you is I feel that you should have brought more attention to the situation. So therefore it deters them from doing whatever acts that you believe that they were going to do. When you don't,
are you sure about that?
99.9% of the time. If you were about to be
because
snatched,
I'm an attorney and
people do not
Hold
want to
on,
be
hold
seen.
on. Only one at a time. One at a time. Go ahead.
People do not want to be seen when they're doing acts of that nature. So I don't know. So she's saying she's an attorney. So enlighten me. What would you have done in that situation? Why not bring it on the forefront and let everybody see what's going on?
Well, I just think Queen Sheba was right because of the situation. She had, from what she's saying, she had two people that were following her. So what she did was, instead of going alone where she could possibly be ganged up on, she went to a public place where there is a receptionist or someone that could call for help and was talking on the phone. I think it's different with a woman who's looked at as a weaker vessel than, let's say, a man trying that. It's a little different. So, I mean, from what Queen Sheba was just describing, I thought that was the right thing to do.
Well, I
was the right
trusted my
thing to do at the
husband's
time.
leadership. I'm gonna go with my husband, right? Who's very calm, the one that bought me the firearm and walked me through exactly what to do, because women are emotional. My hands started shaking. I knew they were following me, and they did a really good job, right? Al froze. We're gonna have to work on that internet, Al. Oh, your hand was up. I'm sorry. But I don't want to get stuck on this. But go ahead.
So okay, well, so maybe I thought communication was about listening. I thought you were in a public place. You were grocery shopping.
I was.
When it first. Okay, that's all I want to know. Because I mean, maybe because somebody said, and she's an attorney. She said you went to a public place. But my understanding, you were already in a public place. This is why I said you should have caused a scene in a public place. Bring more enlightenment to what was going on.
Hold on. I need my moderators. Everybody mute up real quick. Go ahead and block Walla 773. Mute up, please. Go ahead and block him from my page forever. Indefinitely. Take him out. He said all you hoes are delusional. And you are too. So we finna handle that. You ain't never gotta face another delusional hoe in your life. I'm not in the palace, you don't.
It's done.
All right. Thank you. I need one of my moderators to handle that for me. All right. So let's go ahead. B. Taylor, you look like you got something you want to say, and then we're gonna go to this trailer.
Girl, I had to step away for a second. Sorry. Now y'all go ahead. Play the trailer. That's fine.
All right. So S. McNeil, I'm gonna drop you down. I'm gonna bring up Journey.
It's been a pleasure, everyone.
Absolutely.
I thank you for your input on that. I thought you did great, everybody.
Yeah. Thank you, Queen. All right. Are y'all ready for the next one? All right, here we go. And then we're going to wrap it up after this. I know people have families.
Hello.
All right, Jasmine, hold up 1 second. So when we think about the space and we're talking about that, perceived hate, the appearance of hate, the appearance of dislike. I want to play an audio clip. Don't mind the angle of the video. I also want you to think about this from the men that are seated to other men on these panels that do not interject to say, hey, bro, you're going a little bit too far. My daughter's black. My mama is black. What the hell are you doing? Let's take a look.
Hey, Aaron, can you hear me? Hey, wait, Aaron, can you hear me?
Nah, I can't hear you.
I got a question. How many niggas on the panel right now have a DDT the bitch?
DDP?
Yeah.
What's that mean?
See, no, hold on.
No, wait. Aaron, I want.
I'm a wrestling fan. I know what DDT is. I'm a wrestling fan.
I want to know how many men on this panel ever DDT the bitch.
I wanted to.
What does that mean,
Yeah.
I sure said I wanted to.
I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth.
It's 2023. Respect all women.
Can y'all say what that means,
Is
please?
it double
It's a wrestling move.
penetration?
It's a wrestling move.
Hold on, guys.
Wait.
One second, Mr. Logic. Hold on. I want to respond.
Whoa. His question to the panel of men was, hold up. I want to know how many of you on this panel of men have actually DDT'd a bitch, which is a wrestling move that we see in WWE. Some of the men said, I'm not going on record, which to me implies, yeah, I put my hands on women. Some of them have said, I'm not going to say that. There was only one man, and I wish his name was highlighted. He said, not in 2023. And had they had his name highlighted, I would love to give him a shout out for saying we're not doing that in 2023. My question to the men is, when you are seated next to men, why do you not call these men out on their promotion of violence, perceived hate, perceived dislike, and aggression against women? Because if that were a room of white men talking about black men and or black women, there will be an outrage and an outcry for justice. Why is it okay for a panel of black men and women to sit there and talk about who's hurt black women physically? And they want you to go on record. Who want to take this? Daryl on. Go ahead.
Thank you, Queen, for coming to me. I'll be as quickly and as non-messy as possible, right? And good evening to everybody. So, Queen, do I have permission to speak? Clearly, but obviously.
You're in the palace. I've summoned you.
Good. So, when I first came to YouTube and I found this space of the men and whatever, I did come across a piece. And I did come across those behaviors that you are referencing now. Specifically, and I'm not going to put a video up, but I do have it if you ever wish to see it. I did a clip called Surviving Lapeef. And throughout, that 1 hour documentary, I highlighted some stuff. This is before Kaylee even got there. I highlighted some stuff that I had saw. There was a young woman by the name of the KA Show. Brilliant, African-American school teacher. Mr. Daniels had told her that it was okay to kick her in the titties and stomp on her and all this rest of this shit. So I'm saying it's crazy because, JR is there, the lead attorney is there, all of these leaders. Nobody say anything. So, I say, well, and we had other issues as well, me and him, at the time, at least. But I say, what, let me take this opportunity to point out all of these different things. We used to call him the dirty pastor back in the day. Like you're one of them dirty pastors. You're the ones that, claim Christianity, but then you flirt with women in front of your wife, right? Which is not a good look. This is the truth. I'm going to be plain about it. The average black man in this country makes about, let's say, $60,000 if we want to go on the upwards. Meanwhile, men like Brother Anton is making $50,000 per month on these different channels, shitting on black women. So, where I come from in Detroit, this is like the dope game. I said that earlier in the chat. Black women are just like, in a drought, black women are kilos. It's just that simple. That's how my head registered. I'm sorry, guys. I'm from the ghetto. I'm really like from Detroit. Brother Anton, that was another problem I got. Don't claim my city if you're from the suburbs, right? But oftentimes, Queen, to the other men who don't challenge it, they're cowards. It's really just that simple. They don't want to speak out. They don't want the backlash from not just him, because it won't be just him. It'll be everybody that fuck with him. And they don't want to have to deal with all of that backlash alone. So, in order to have acceptance and to feel like they are part of the crew, they go along with it. And me having two daughters, I couldn't do that. And that was really my main issue with him, outside of speaking about the black community. And really he not qualified or educated enough, in my opinion, to speak about it. Right. But that's just my opinion about that. Why men don't do it, because they cowards. They're just cowards, to be honest.
All right. And Ray Alexander says some emotionally wounded, narcissistic men, even after they achieve success, will still harbor resentment towards the women that they could not attract. Wow. That's food for thought. Jasmine, Journey to Jasmine. What are your thoughts, Queen? Red Guru, you're up next.
Thank you so much for having me, Queen. Good evening, everyone. My thoughts on this. It's really disheartening. As I stated on the panel about colorism the other day, by trade, I guess you can say my first degree is in history. So, and I've always been well steeped in history. My parents really kept us in a book and all of that. So, seeing the devolvement of the Black community in a very open forum, such as the internet, is, I don't have another word but disheartening. Is extremely sad to see. From and if so I talked about eugenics the other day too. If I was a eugenicist and I was a part of a long-standing eugenic society that's probably at least 150 years old, and me and my fellow members have long-term plans, 150-year plans, 500-year plans that does not include people that we deem undesirable, this would be in my master plan. Pit the men against the women and pay them handsomely to do it, because just like Neely Fuller said, we'll do anything for that dollar. We'll wear Zapsters because it's the cool thing to do. So the cool thing to do now is to talk crap about Black women, to the point where I'm seeing Black women do it to each other. Like I said in a comment earlier, at least 2 Black women I follow, one for business purposes and the other for I just like her aesthetic. And I like some of the pro-Black things she says, but alignment is everything. And both of these women have been affiliated with this man. And I've come across some things that he said, but I did not know that this is how vile he is as a human. And whether or not he truly feels like this in real life, because apparently he has a Black wife. I don't know this man like that. I have called to his channel one time to disagree. And this guy from college called me about it, but that's a whole nother. It's just amazing that anyone who has a Black child could talk about any Black person like this and really feel comfortable to do it, to lead all these people to slaughter. Like, it's literally like watching, like I said, The Matrix. All these people are turning to Agent Smith before my eyes, and it's baffling. I'm ready to wake up from this nightmare. And to do that, I just log off the internet, because in real life, like I said, it's not like this. My brothers aren't like this. My dad isn't like this.
Yeah.
My uncles, brothers, cousins, none of the men in my life are like this. I feel like this is just on the internet. And it's weird. I wish it was not like this, because it does tend to permeate into real life spaces. But for the most part, I don't experience this in my real life. I don't vibrate towards these type of men. I think your name is Grant on the panel with the blue on and whatnot, and the glasses. I believe you said something about it's basically not even in your sphere to run across these type of people. And that's how I feel. The people who think so low like this, they're not even in my sphere, to be honest. And
Wow.
yeah, it's just sad that this type of rhetoric does exist and people are paid to do it, because that the incentivization of monetization has just blown this just way out the water. I don't know. That's all I got to say on it, because it really is that triggering. I was considering not watching this panel tonight for that very reason. But anyway, I appreciate you for having this conversation.
Absolutely. And I know you said that's all you have to say, but sometimes all you have to say is just enough to tilt the scales in the right direction. And we don't have enough. That's why I told Red the Guru, maybe you are the piece of the puzzle that's missing. We don't have that one brave soul that's willing to say, F it all. I'm going to challenge you. And I'm not going to challenge you as a person like you do these women. I am going to attack and challenge and peel back the layers of your talking point. Make it make sense to me and how the Black community benefits from it. So thank you so much, Jasmine, for joining us. I am going to remove you from the stream, Queen. As always, I appreciate you. Y'all, can I tell you how me and Jasmine met? Can I tell them, Jasmine?
Go right ahead.
We went toe to toe, honey. we were, baby, look, toe to toe. Neither one of us backed down. She kind of like, she felt triggered by some things that I covered regarding colorism, and she made her point known. And what we do in the palace is I appreciate various thoughts, right? Challenge me. I'm not going to back down, and neither did she. But I told her, I said, I tell you what, I'm going to host a conversation tonight. I'll see you then. She said, bet. And she pulled up. Oh, a woman of her word. And guess what I did? I brought her up. And it was a meeting of the minds. And it was a beautiful conversation where we both agreed to disagree, right? But it was still the beauty and the evolution of the Black community without attacking each other. That's it. Thank you, Jasmine.
Peace, Queen. And thank you so much.
All right. Red the Guru, you're up. And B. Taylor, moderate for me for 90 seconds. 90 seconds. Red, you're up. What are your thoughts?
Me personally, I feel like when men sit next to other men and they hear this kind of speaking, I feel like you're a man. You speak on how you feel, and if you feel like they're being disrespectful, you say how you feel. I feel like a lot of these men are clout chasing, a lot of these men are kissing ass, a lot of these men, because you got this amount of money or you got this amount of followers. Social media didn't make me. Social media can't break me. So I don't care about whether I think the brother Daryl was saying about they don't want to deal with the backlash because these people got all these followers. Man, I log off this internet and I go be with my family at the end of the day. So people could be on this internet, this virtual world, all they want to, talking all they got to say. In real life, I know what I stand on. I know what I stand for, and I know what I'm about. So for me, I'm gonna voice my opinion on how I feel about it. And if they don't like it, they don't want me around. That's cool. That's fine. I go back to the real world. So I don't, I address what I feel. If you're being disrespectful towards, and I feel like I'm being disrespected, I feel, you disrespecting women, and I don't like it. I'm gonna voice how I feel about it, and whatever come with that, come with that. I'm with it however they want to go. At the end of the day, and if it's via virtual world, that really don't mean nothing to me. So that's how I stand on it.
That's because you're a real one.
Real man go voice how you feel. You're not gonna bite your tongue because you feel, oh, he got followers, oh, he got this amount of money. You're a man at the end of the day. So stand on how you feel and voice your opinion on it. If you feel disrespected, you feel what they saying, unless you agree with what they saying. But if you don't agree with it, voice it and let it be known. So that's how I come at it.
What's funny, Red, is it makes me think about when I was on a panel with these men and we were talking about single mothers and their children. Anton basically said, F those kids, F those kids, F those kids. But what was crazy and contradicting was right before he said that, the men on the panel were basically like getting on to me because they were like, it's about the kids. It's about their mental health. These kids out here, they're the ones that we need to reach and change. But then when it's like, they're beating me down about it. But then when like who has more following, more money or whatever, or influence says F those kids, and no one said anything. And I even called it out and I said, hey, y'all are contradicting yourselves because y'all just sat up here and this man had said F those kids and y'all didn't say nothing. And they're like, well, he didn't mean it like that. And Anton, as bold as he is, he was like, yes, I did. I said F those kids and I still feel that way. Silence.
But you have to remember, people that are committed. Oh,
I'm sorry, what did you say?
No, go ahead. I just like, why are we entertaining people like with nonsense, with the bullshit? Like, why do we even give them that much energy, that much attention? Where energy goes, energy flows. Why do we spend so much time addressing people who talking about the bullshit that you don't like, you don't entertain? If you don't like this person, why even give them the platform, give them the energy, even speak about them? They don't even deserve to be in the conversation. Let's talk about some positive things that speak on positive.
You better tell them, Red. You better tell them.
The negativity.
You better tell them. And that's what I did. I was so happy that day. I took my piece back and I said, you know what? I don't need this. I don't need this. I don't want to do this. I'm not doing this. No matter how many invites I get back, I'm not coming back. I don't want to do this.
I think with me, it's like when I see some of these panels, I'm like, you know what? It needs a voice, because for every craziness that's in the chat, there's a woman that is genuinely looking for help. There's a woman that genuinely needs to hear some advice. So I feel like I'm going to stand with I'm not going to make their voices that loud, where if I'm invited to these panels, I'm going to speak my truth, because y'all not about to sit here and be an echo chamber. I'm not going to be scared to speak and go against the grain. Like Kayla knows, like they call me the Kayla 2.0, because I like to say, I don't like to, I guess they have a word for it being called a chameleon. Like, I don't need to fake my femininity. I'm naturally feminine. Even when I'm being masculine, I naturally talk this.
And let me just say this, B. Taylor, in support of what you're saying. I don't believe in that masculine. A man is masculine, a simp, a woman is. I think you are who you are. I think God gave us each our own blueprint, our own dynamic. It's personalities. I don't buy into this is the blueprint for a woman. This is the blueprint for a man. Anything outside of bearing children, barefoot in the kitchen, you don't measure up. I think it's all BS.
But you have to remember, it also doesn't fundamentally make sense for them to call you Matt, for them to call you, me, anybody. It doesn't fundamentally make sense. We are women. So when a situation goes on and we get emotional and we start spewing out our emotions, that is what women do.
But what's crazy, Kayla, is that the same women who want to be pleased, they're like, oh, you're so emotional. And I'm like, you're using that as if it's
a negative thing, when it's a part of femininity.
When it's a part, and you as a woman who's not, and you're sitting there trying to be a man, you're in your masculine energy.
You are.
Anyway.
It reminds me of you allowing men to speak to you and to direct to you a certain way, and you don't feel anything. You don't react. You don't have any type of feeling over how people address you. That's not feminine. That's what men do. They look the other way because they don't want conflict, because when it comes to conflict for men, that can turn into violence. When it comes to conflict for women, who's throwing the most shade? You know what I mean? You know, it just turns into a little catty argument, which is what women do. So if anything, those men that are arguing back and forth and throwing shade and calling you names, they're acting feminine. They're acting sassy as fuck, really, in reality. And that is really the problem. It's really not the women. And I think that also, I think that overall, and I'm not trying to offend anyone in what I'm saying or anything like that, but I genuinely think that the way that certain men act in these spaces shows us why they are whining, complaining in the manosphere. Yeah. Their inability to effectively communicate with women over a panel with people that are all across the country shows me that you can't effectively communicate with women that are already in your city, which is why you're single and angry and mad and like it really shows. You know what I mean? We can even see right here the men that how they communicate with us, Because in order to have a relationship with a woman, the number one thing you need, and this is what my dad always told me, the number one thing you need is patience. And if you don't have that, the relationship will never work. So if you don't even
hold
have
on, let me say one thing.
Yeah.
A good woman doesn't necessarily want to exercise his patience.
Right.
So when you think about exercising his patience, think about how you feel after a workout. You're tired. You're sore. You don't know if you want to go back again, depending on how much of a beating you took. So as a woman, your job is also to exercise his patience to the extreme, just by way of being a woman. That's the only thing I want to say. I agree with you, but I want to put that out when we talk solutions as women and holding women accountable. You don't get a get out of jail free card because we have a vagina. Does that make sense?
No, I totally
right.
agree with that. I agree with that.
Al.
But I'm not responsible for how I act if you come at me wrong. I don't know what
Yes,
to
you
tell
are.
you.
Red told you were.
I don't
And
know
so did
what
Ty.
to
So did Ty.
tell
Yes, you
you.
are. Hold
If
on.
you-
Think about that, Kayla. Kayla,
If
go
you
ahead,
come at
Al.
me, if you come at me nasty, if you
I'm
come
with
at me
Kayla on
nasty, I'm coming at you the same way you coming at me, or I'm leaving. I'm leaving. It's
We
one or
want you
the
to
other.
leave.
There's no me staying here and not addressing your disrespect. Either
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave and not be in this space, or I'm gonna give you what you give me. But this
Exactly.
whole notion that being feminine means allowing people to disrespect you and railroad you, and you just sit there and not do anything about it. That's not. That's not.
I want you to
Hold your point. Hold on, ladies. Because Al's been waiting patiently. Hold on.
Oh Lord.
Kayla, we're gonna come back to you.
Oh Lord.
Hold on. Because we gotta let these guys get in. Because you know how
I
we
want
can
to
go,
hear
ladies.
Al.
Ladies, y'all know how we do when we
Yes.
together. We gonna over talk each other. We gonna da, and that's just how we do. But to men, that feels a little bit of a challenge. So Al, go ahead.
No, I'm used to it. It's I love strong black women. I love the vibrant, the attitudes. I love it. But can we get away from putting words in front of other words to make them make sense? You cannot. There is no such thing as feminine masculinity. Masculinity is just that, masculine. Just like you can't turn masculine femininity. Femininity is what describes a woman, period. There's nothing a man can do to be feminine. If he is, he's gay. Point blank. Whether you like it or not. We need to stop trying to belittle each other. And like the brother said at first, find problem. Everybody's talking about what this is done and how, but we're not seeking answers. I dislike that we're attacking each other and we're not looking for no solutions. It's like I said, first of all, we have to understand where people come from to even try to find a solution to anything. And we're not even looking at that. We're just focused on the negativity of everything. And to speak on what the other brother said that I agree with, why do we give so much energy to bullshit? A lot of stuff. If you don't like something, don't play into it. It's that simple. When you play into it, you're actually, the people that follow you and the people that follow them are actually seeing what you watch and then they're watching. So in essence, you're pushing that same person that you don't even like or that you disagree with. Why not even play into it? Like the young lady said, she's not going to even give it time. That's how most of us should be. It's a lot of things I see I don't comment to, and I disagree with it. It's a lot of racial things. Anybody that goes on my page and follows me or whatever, there's a lot of things. Now I talk to people or I'll have a conversation with people that I know most of the time. Like if I really don't know you, you're not going to get me riled up. I'm not going to waste that type of energy. Why? What does it benefit me? So if I speak my opinion, you speak your opinion, at the end of the day, we're going to go our separate ways. We didn't change anything.
That's true.
But I still think it's important
Go ahead, B. Taylor.
Oh, I was saying now, like I still think it's important. Like you don't,
Somebody had to
and don't
mute up
fully
real quick, please.
I'm sorry. Oh,
It was an echo. You good now?
okay. I was saying that Al, responding back, like I think it is important to hear your voice, because when I first got into the manosphere, it was just like it made me feel like all men think this way, all Black men feel this way. Like until there were Black men who reached out to me when I had a controversy and like went viral about that. It was Black men that reached out to me and I was like, hey, I'm with you. And it seems like there's such a small minority, and I don't really see those men. And I'm thinking like, this is how a lot of Black men think when it's not. And that's given a wrong impression to a lot of Black women who are like, you know what? If this is how Black men think, I don't want to deal with them. Like now you have a whole area, group of women, Black women who are like, you know what? I am going to go divest. I'm going to go divest into a different race of men. If this is what Black men are teaching the young Black men to act like and believe, then that's going to, you know, if that's where y'all headed, I don't want to deal with y'all at all. So I think it is important for Tony Gaskins and RC Blakes and, you know, like Red to speak up and speak out against these men. You're not doing it for you and validation for yourself. You're doing it to let these women know this is not all of us. So that's why I'm saying your voice is important. The back and forth and all of that and trying to prove yourself, that's one thing. But saying something, standing on it, letting women know. Oh, I do hear it. Am I echoing? Oh, okay. And then for earlier, what I was gonna say, I forgot. I was gonna say something earlier. Look, Sheba, if I have something, you know how I am, I'm gonna forget it.
Well, listen, y'all know I like to talk money, and I know Red the Guru preaches financial freedom. He's a living witness, he and his wife. So I'm gonna just say this to Al and Red.
It's still echoing.
Everybody mute up real quick, and then the mic belongs to Ty, and then we're gonna go down to Grant and Red. All right. So when we talk financial freedom, I'm not just talking about people that are berating, belittling, waving what they got in front of people. I'm talking about real life examples and people that really care. Big Al, Red the Guru, y'all need to find your space and your voices on YouTube, because a lot of these people are generating profits. I'm talking to the sum of $50K per month, talking shit. Now imagine if you brought facts. That's all I'm saying. And I know what I make doing what I do. And I'm you know what I'm saying? But it's not about money. But if you can take what you have by way of skill set and transfer it into the marketplace to help people evolve and change their lives in real time, voila. And that's what we're supposed to be showing up for, other than berating each other and then closing off the dollar sign to just a small select group of antagonists that have built their platforms on attacking women. And then imagine a backlash, because we were having this conversation today and a lot of people were asking the question, why? No, why not? You have been berating and antagonizing women for God knows how long. And we're having one conversation of men and women to attack the point and not the person. Make it make sense. And if you were on my hit list, it's because I was on yours. Let's start there. So you didn't make my hit list by accident. It's because you clipped me up or you clipped another woman up and you annihilated them. And when they approached you to say, what's the problem? You may have blocked them, leading to no resolution, no solution, in the name of building and healing the Black community. Ty. Now, why y'all let me talk like that on mute for 3 minutes?
You weren't on mute.
I wasn't?
No. We heard you.
I was like, okay, they
I heard
high.
everything you said.
They real high.
Nah, I heard everything you said.
And y'all were like, my thing sent me. I was like, oh, they real high. But go ahead, Ty. I'm sorry.
We heard you. No, I'm definitely agreeing with you. We definitely need those positive spaces. And I will say, though, there are definitely plenty of positive Black men out there. even the younger generation. My daughter's a college senior. I go visit her all the time, and even the young boys that she's around, they have some sense. So it's not all of them. Like, it is not all of them, but I do think that we absolutely need those spaces on the internet. Now, we know the world, negativity tends to get a lot more attention. Look at all, I'm not going to, anyway, but we know negativity tends to get a lot more attention, but that doesn't mean that we don't put those positive spaces out there. So I think that's vital, but I don't want us to forget that there are a lot of really wonderful, great Black men out there. And even the younger generation, it's all is not lost. It's not.
Thank you. I so appreciate your thought leadership. All right. Red the Guru, what are your thoughts? Grant, you're up next.
Like again, I always say I'm an energy person. You know, where energy goes, energy flows. You know, let's give more attention to the positive space. And like Ty said, that you know, negativity does sell. That is what most people are pushing because more people are attracted to that. But you know, I'm searching for the peace. I'm searching for the solution rather than the problem. You know, and I'm always open to having discussion, not necessarily give attention to the people who are degrading women, but to the people that are building women up, to the women that are building men up, not just to say about the men that are getting beat up, but the women that are getting beat up, but the men that are getting beat up as well. I try not to give too much energy to either or. Like I want to hear people that's speaking positivity, that's uplifting, that's speaking encouraging words, that's self-development, that's talking about peace, that's talking about growth, that's talking about things that when I log off the internet or I log off this, I can take to me and I can apply it to my personal life. You know, and that's the kind of avenue that I wanna move towards and give attention to. So, you know, just let's you know, that's the only way that we can find a solution is by empowering one another and giving ideas and giving thought processes for when we all log off of here and we go back into our real life. How can I take something that one of you all may said and apply it to my life, you know, to make my life better? So the people that's around me in the real world, that they can benefit from it as well. So, you know, give attention to the positivity, and let's leave the negativity to the wayside.
We love it. We're picking up what you putting down, King. We love it. You have dropped nothing but gems tonight. Grant, you're up next. What you got for us?
No, a lot of good stuff. I wanted to point out, I put it in the back chat, but I think it's something that tends to be said often is that women are more emotional. It's just not scientifically true. It's something we have to get out of. Women express themselves, which you actually want. Being communicative is a good skill for every human. Raging out because you lack the capabilities to express your emotions, and you often see it with young men who are raging out. And I think that also speaks to why there is a segment of the men who are so angry because there's no one listening to them. They have no outlet for their emotions. And so we know that those emotions exist because they come out of rage. And so rage is not a non-emotion. It truly is an emotion. And it does sort of manifest out of that. And I would just say I would like to give the sort of the women who are on the panel who are in the space, don't accept that as a reason why you're frustrated. In a conversation, I can be frustrated too. And ultimately, it's how I engage is going to be the difference. I also want to point out, and I think it's important, the younger kids are way better at this, correct? They're actually smarter. They're less maladjusted. And that's a good thing. I mean, we are raising a generation of kids who are more likely to have larger groups of friends. They're running into other social structures, other cultures. They're not necessarily having these similar battles. I think we're really stuck in a pocket of individuals who are highly frustrated. But I would say if there are any young guys who are sort of trying to walk through this sort of world of trying to figure out life right now in this sweet pocket of being in your late 20s or 30s or whatever, you know, these sort of platforms that are just spewing hate aren't good for anyone. I mean, if you're just being fed a daily diet of hate, you're going to respond to women in that way. And ultimately, spewing hate is the least sexy thing you can do with a woman. At least I've heard that rumor time to time. So given that dynamic, that kind of engagement is highly unsuccessful, it's important, even if you are looking to those places for some information, you know, I think Mr. Red. I only know you by Red. It's been marvelous. I think there's been a lot of good information, and I'm assuming there's other men in the space who are able to articulate something to give them a little bit different perspective. Seek those gentlemen out. I do think they can at least give you a different perspective, which would be awesome.
Thank you, Grant. D-Long, Daryl Long, you're up next. But real quick, let me make sure, because I know you're going to take it to a different level, and I want you to have the floor uninterrupted. Big Al, anything you want to add before I give it to Daryl, because he's going to focus on a mental health perspective on how all of this impacts us. And then, ladies, you're going to follow next.
No, I mean everybody's covering everything pretty much. I just believe that somewhere, somehow, unity among us all has to come to fruition. Somewhere we're gonna have to start looking at each other as equals and working together. All the other cultures are doing it. We're the only ones that are not doing it.
That's fair. And Daryl, the floor belongs to you.
Thank you, Queen.
And I see you lighting up in the back, boy.
I actually just put it out for this. This is more important.
That's cool. You good?
I'll respark it afterwards. So I'm glad you said that, Al. I'm glad that you believe that we should all work together. You know what I believe? I believe that black men make too many damn excuses. I believe that black men blame black women. For example, like B. Taylor said, like herself, she's known in these spaces. Type her name up, it comes up. You'll find the videos. But you know what they don't do? They say black women mess up our communities, but they don't run for governor. They don't run for lieutenant governor, secretary of state, sheriff, a general, attorney general, right? Any seat at the state Supreme Court, right? So we can make sure that black men are not being thrown in jail more than white men with the same priors, the same crime, right? How about treasurer, to make sure that the money is actually that comes into our community is distributed the right way? How about state senators, right? Those people affect so much that happens, and state legislators. But no. Instead of us talking about that, we talk about black women. Let me circle back where I actually want to start it. Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels spent 3 years on YouTube, didn't make a dime. He was talking to black men about how to be better, about how to better your image. And God rest his soul. And shout out to the brothers of Kappa Alpha Psi. Nevertheless, the moment he rose to popularity was in 2020 when he dropped a video with a young lady who called up saying that she wanted a certain type of man that she felt she deserved. And he ended up replying and saying, "You're going to die alone." That video alone set a precedent for two things: how to speak to black women, and this is going to make money. From that day forward, he specifically focused on going at black women, and everybody else who followed that model made money, including Anton, who was close friends with Kevin Samuels, who was at his funeral. The only YouTuber who I know was at his funeral. Next point. The manosphere is dangerous. I think that you were saying that, they just be saying anything. Well, one of the things that they just say is mental health is not serious, which is crazy because most of those guys, as Anton would say, are C students like himself, never graduated college. If you actually spoke to a doctor or anybody in the healthcare profession, they would talk to you about something called adverse childhood experiences, right? Things that impact black young men specifically a lot, considering that 80% of all self-deletions in the black community are black men. So we don't know how to deal with our emotions. A lot of us are just exiting life. That's a fact. And I'm not going to go too much into adverse childhood experiences here. Just Google it. Google is your friend. Use it. Okay. Next thing I want to point out is the medical disparities against black women. That was my main problem with Anton. Having no sons, a daughter, and only a wife. I thought that it was extremely inappropriate to get online and tell people that depression isn't real, considering that 1 in 8 women of all races experience postpartum depression, but according to doctors, it's 1.6 times higher with Black women than everybody else. Why is that? Because Black women have generational trauma, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know, my last point is this, fellas. I just get so tired of I can really go off. This is me being nice, right? I can really go off, but I get so sick and tired of men blaming women. And then again, I think that might have been you too, Al, that was saying, "Well, I don't ever go in the hood." Well, I'm not in the hood, Al. I'm in East Lansing, Michigan. And guess what happened about 2 weeks ago? A young Black girl who just went to prom just last year, she was gunned down at Michigan State University, about 2 miles south where I'm at now. How many men have spoken about it? How many men has said that, oh yeah, it was a 43-year-old man that when they went back and went through his phone, guess what he was watching? Manosphere content. 43-year-old Black man. Nobody talking about it, but we talk about, I don't know, who Lori Harvey is fucking. Right? We're not talking about Lauren Smith Fields, died in Bridgeport, Connecticut last year. We're not talking about Brenda Ross, died the same day in Bridgeport, Connecticut as Lauren Fitzmills, both Black women. You probably don't even know their names. Right? We're not talking about how the Black man in Kentucky, they pressure the governor. No, he's not the governor. Attorney General Daniel Cameron. That's who he is. And they got the Breonna Taylor no-knock warrant passed, so no more Black women are being murdered when the police don't do their job right? Because the boyfriend wasn't even there. The person they was looking for wasn't even there. My whole point is this, my brother, and to all you guys, we need to focus on the real power. Real power. And let me say it again for you guys who don't know. Governor, Lieutenant Governor, Secretary of State, Sheriff, Attorney General, State Supreme Court Justices, Treasurers, State Senators, and State Legislators, not to mention City Councilmen. That will help too. Not to mention Education Board leaders. That will help too. So we can control the curriculum, right? Not to mention police officers, so we can police who's actually in our fucking community. Listen, Black women don't control shit. Every problem that's in our community fall at the feet of us. Either y'all want to get it together or you want to blame them. But the way, like I said it, man, the manosphere is full of cowards. That's a fact. I spent a whole year going to Anton, and at the end of that's over now. But when he speak about mental health, you got to remember we're talking to somebody who's a C student. Now, if you bring a doctor on there and a healthcare professional, which they would never do, they would tell you the truth.
Yes.
You speak to a modern Renaissance man, he's a doctor. He would tell you that depression is real. And I believe that the deletion rate among Black men speaks volumes to that.
That does.
Speaks high volumes.
You are preaching. Because when you said like all these women are in high positions, they get so mad that Black women are taking these positions, but are y'all applying for them? Are y'all trying to get these positions?
B. Taylor, Michigan is ran by women. Our governor is a woman, Gretchen Whitmer. Our attorney general is a woman.
But are we taking these jobs for them, or are they not applying?
They're not applying.
They're not applying. So how can you get mad that Black women are superseding you in certain areas if you're not going out? Like they said, I think I heard one of them say, "Oh, Black women control the vote." Like they're the. Why are y'all not going out and voting? Why are y'all not going out and voting? We vote more than y'all. Y'all not trying to make a change. And that's crazy because I said the same thing, Daryl, about the Kevin Samuels thing, is that I one day tuned into Kevin Samuels and he was actually trying to change it up and talk to the men one day. And it was a man that came in and he told Kevin Samuels, and he thought Kevin Samuels was going to agree with him. He says, Black women are the enemy. He literally said, Black women are the enemy. And Kevin Samuels say, well, hold on now. Why are you saying they the enemy? He's like, okay, so what do you do? I'm an aspiring musician. He's like, well, what do you do for money? He's like, well, I Uber. And he was like, Black women ain't the enemy. Your pockets are. Your pockets are your enemy. And you could tell he was getting so frustrated because the men were calling in. And it was like all these men who were so focused on women approaching them, women using them, they didn't even got their own stuff together in-house. And he stopped doing that and started focusing back on the women because that is what brought him money. But when he was talking to the men are like, no, we like to be held accountable. He wasn't having all these followers. He wasn't having all these views.
They said that. I remember that.
Yeah.
They said Kevin Samuel's initial roadmap and initial approach was what Red said. Red, the group, man, you said so much stuff that we've been saying on YouTube, but it's been coming from women. So sometimes in these spaces, Red, when it comes from women, it falls on deaf ears. Number one, why are you even worried about women's business as a man? You know what I'm saying? How come men are not establishing platforms to hold men accountable?
Mm-hmm.
There is one platform that I know, and it's called King Talk. I think it's Lapeef Network on Tuesday nights that get the men together. But outside of that, and if I'm mistaken, my apologies. I'm not above reproach. I do know the Lapeef Network hosts a conversation called King Talk, period. Other than that, these men are digging in women's pocketbooks. They're in our makeup bags. They're in the cosmetic mirrors, and they're all about our business. And I remember being on panels, and I'm like, you have no business trying to tell a woman what she should be doing. What you should be doing is preaching to the men and allowing us as women to flock amongst each other. But you villainize us, and you call us a sisterhood, when really you got a brotherhood. Because when a man can sit on a panel and say, I hate you black hoes, is that not a brotherhood? An alumni? Is that not some type of fraternity? Some type of silent commitment to masculinity or whatever you want to call it, manhood? So, Red, you have dropped so many gems. B. Taylor, Daryl, everybody on this panel. When it comes to what men should be assigned to, when we talk about the natural order, right, of gender roles. Everybody out of order. Let me pause. Red, you're up next. Big Al, you're up second. Kayla, I don't know what you're doing, Kayla, but I know you probably eating or something.
I was eating, but I was eating, but I'm ready now.
But I'm gonna put Ty up because Ty be waiting patiently, and Grant wait. Let me put my silent assassins up because I know my big heavy hitters are gonna come. But Red, what you got?
Just real quick, I do see a lot sometime on social media in this space where I do see some men that get the quoting a lot of stuff just to attract the women and saying what the women do want to hear, and I don't like that. It's like, oh, well, men should be doing this and men should be doing. They're saying everything that the woman wants to hear, that they know that because that's what's going to fly. And then women be like, you need to preach, you need to. And it's not more so just get on here and try to woo the woman's ears just so that I could develop a following and have all these women come. Yeah, y'all need to listen to what he said. It's more so like, are you genuinely trying to help people? Are you genuinely trying to help people? Is it genuine or is it a hidden agenda? And so that's the main thing, you know, like I don't want to come and say, oh, I'm just taking woman's side or I'm just taking the men's side. I'm taking the side of how can we help each other? How can we build together? And so when you speak about it, like as far as going to this space, for me, it's not taking one side or the other. It's not just let me say things that the woman wants to hear, because I do see a lot of men prey on the women by, if I say, oh, I'm gonna pay all her bills and I'm gonna do all this for her, and then the women be like, yeah, we need more men. Like, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we need to work together, you know, and build together. That's, you know, where I stand on my space coming from. And so that's just the main thing, you know, the space of, you know, let's work together. You know, the man we're the leader, we're supposed to lead, we're the head, the woman is the heart, y'all intuition, y'all move out of love, we move out of logic. More men need to move out of logic, not be so emotional. And let's come together, you know, the head and the tail, we work together. It's not one above the other. So,
oh Lord,
I don't know what Alton is doing.
That's all.
He over there doing. What are you saying? Something.
Says Derek Jackson.
Oh Lordy, but we're gonna let Ty go. Hold on, Big Al, you're next. We're gonna let Ty go because Ty got responsibilities in the morning. So does the other panelists. But Big Al, you're up next. Ty, what you got before you have to log off?
Yeah, I'm just kind of echoing what everybody says, and we really just have to let go of the power struggle between us and just see how it's hurting us. It's a detriment to the community, to our children, our children's children. So yeah, it's forget the power struggle. Let's come together. I mean, that's the only way we're going to move forward. Like, this world is so crazy right now. There's so much going on. Why are we adding to the crazy? Like, if there's never a time in history that we really need community, well, that's a little broad to say that, but that we really need the community, we really need to come together, it is now, because each year I feel like it's crazier than the next. And so we've got to come together. We've got to focus on the positivity, stop giving attention to the negativity, give up the power struggles. Let's work together. That's all I have to add. I think we've said so many wonderful things here that have touched on all of this, but at the end of the day, that's we have to do that to move forward.
You know what I want to come back to? Whichever one you choose to share.
Mm-hmm.
Your Instagram went viral when you said women don't have to marry if they don't want to.
Oh my God, people flip.
You want to talk about that? Go ahead.
Well, I didn't say, I said, I can't even remember, but I think it was coming from women don't have to stay in marriages that are no longer serving them. And I got a lot of, oh, you got to make it work and you got married for, and I get that. But it's 2023. I think it was 2022 when that happened. You know, this is not back in the day where we couldn't go on our own. You know, I had my grandmother who had 5 kids and a husband in the South. She couldn't just leave. And so I think for me, it's really, especially an independent woman like myself, a successful independent woman like myself. I've been married before. I'm divorced now, but I just feel like if it's not enhancing and adding value to my life, I'm fine. Like, I'm obviously doing incredibly well.
Hold on, Ty, and I don't want to put you on a spot, and feel free to put up that pass card. Do you want to give any insight into who you were married to, or pass? Not character, but just demographic. Hold on, pause. And if you want to pass, because Black men say that Black women are the problem. Nobody wants us. I'm here to prove otherwise. And so are you. Who were you? If you want to answer, who were you married to?
Yes, I was married to a Korean man. Not that, but yes.
She's a passport babe. That's all I got to say.
I spent my childhood in Europe. But no,
a passport babe. So y'all ain't the only ones getting it. But with that being said, because I know there's a lot of passport bros that feel like, yes, Black women are not the shiznick. But we just moving inside.
No, I don't believe they even feel that way. They're just tired of being left out of the dating pool. And so they just want to be able to get some attention from someone. And as an American, regardless that the dollar is suffering right now, America is still the strongest, best country on the planet, and it's respected other places. Like, if you're American, you it's like you're a celebrity in that way of like how badly people want to come to the country. You know what I'm saying? So I don't I really don't think that those men don't like Black women. They're just not having success because they don't know how to speak with women. They don't know how to communicate with women. They don't know how to be emotionally available, emotionally intelligent. They want something easy where there isn't much of that. Because, you know, if you have a language barrier, I mean, how much are y'all really talking about? That person.
And then if we really talk about
that person's probably pretty cooperative, right? Because they don't know what you're saying, and they're not really able to relate to you. They don't hug you the same. They don't listen to that music that you listen to. Like, it's not the same, but it's easier instead of saying, hey, let me change my approach. You know what I'm saying? So that I can actually be a likable person.
I just don't understand the hate that I get personally when I say Black women date out, and I encourage passport bros to go and do their own thing.
Pause. Does everybody know what passport bro is on the panel?
Yeah, everyone knows, I think. It's become, because this stuff is coming off of YouTube and it's spilling into the streets. Okay. And that is the biggest problem that I'm having.
I think that's what Journey to Jasmine said. Go
yeah,
ahead.
it's really spilling into the streets. I have guys that will talk to or whatever that will DM me like clips from a podcast and be like, and I'm just like, what is this? Like,
but at the end of the day, if you're that same, let me stop.
Okay, no, I'll stick to the point.
If you're the same trash bag bandit, here you're gonna be the same trash bag bandit over there. That's I would like to say that it's so crazy how these men are saying, "Oh yeah, do whatever you gotta do to find love, bro. Be safe." Da 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 da. But as soon as I say other races of men do like Black women, they I get, you're this, you're that, you're that. I'm like, well, why can't we say the same thing? Because honestly, in my experiences, I've been approached by Indian, white, Hispanic, and I've dated them all. I've dated them all. I've never had a problem dating outside my race, ever. Anything when I go out, I am approached by men of different races. You know, you just have to look more. They're actually more scared to approach you because they know Black women don't really date out. So they don't even try. And white guys, Indian, everything they have told me, I like Black women. I'm just scared to approach them because I know that they probably are not going to like me or be into me. So they don't even bother because they think that we're going to reject them.
Right.
So please, if you do want to date out, just look more friendlier, just look more approachable. You're gonna get approached.
Yeah.
It's always been in my experience, and there's nothing wrong with that. Because if y'all gonna encourage Black men to date out, there's nothing wrong with saying Black women, you do have a chance. Because if you're telling us 1 in 4 Black women get married, all of us to Black men, we don't got the numbers are not on our side. Okay, there's more Black women than Black men, and then you got to think about the men who don't even like women. You got to think about the men that who are dating out. So
And the men, you have to don't forget the men that are incarcerated.
Incarcerated, the ones who have a preference, only like their light-skinned queens. Okay, so it's just like you got to deal with all these different groups of Black men. And where does that leave some of the Black women who want to get married? So I'm advocating for the women who want, Black women who want to get married, and you're too educated, you're too this, you're too that, you're too this.
And everything's your fault.
And who cares if it's our fault? Date out and go where you're wanted.
And anyone that has anything to say against it, like specifically Black men, they to me, you're telling me you want Black women to be alone. Because in sheer numbers, even if every Black man that was eligible to get married went and found them a Black woman and married her, there's still not enough. There's still not enough. When you take out the gay guys and the guy, just taking out gay males and males in jail, there's still not enough Black men for each woman. But then it's like, oh, we're not doing everything right. We need to do this to please a man. We need to do this to get a man to commit to us. When that likely, even if you did everything right for some women, that likely just won't happen with a Black man because they're just not there.
Yeah.
That point. Hold that point. Hold on. Grant, I want to hear what you have to say. You've been waiting patiently. Go ahead.
Yeah, date who you want. I mean, I think that's a great idea. I don't get the sense. I mean, sure, we can all be mad and call each other, call people names, and women or Black women are this. I think there's always that hatred. It's easy to sort of, we're just bombarded with images that Black is bad. It's whether it's subconscious, and I think we all sort of land there in some way, and it expresses itself in numerous ways. And I think that it's easy to sort of get into these kind of back and forth debates. If for Black guys, or if you don't like Black women, it's okay. It's fine. There's no need to hate on them. And I would have to say any Black guy who's married right now has either been rejected by another Black woman, because you have to have been rejected by someone, or not gone on, or you could not have finished that relationship, or you would not be in the new relationship. Not every person you meet is going to like you. And that's a good thing, because you cannot pair off if everyone's being agreeable. That just means you have a bunch of people who are in multiple relationships. And so you have to systematically think through whether or not the insane idea that every woman has to like you is a good idea, and it's not. Only one person has to like you. And once you find that one person, you could be the worst person in baseball at this point. You can hit 1 out of 1,000, and yet you still hit a home run when you find that one mate. And so if you think about it in that mathematical way, you'll become less angry that or frustrated that Black women don't like you. By the way, Black women don't like you. That one Black woman does. And you have to keep that in perspective. Just like every Asian woman doesn't like you when you go to an Asian country, that one Asian woman likes you. Because I can tell you, I've been to Japan. They do not like dark babies. But there is one that may, and you may get lucky. But I guarantee you, 99% of that country don't like you. And there's nothing wrong with that. But you have to keep those things in mind, because ultimately you cannot become frustrated with this process. And I just think that if you really do hate Black women, do you hate your sisters, your mothers? I think Red brought this out earlier. You have to think about all those different things. And you just need to be cognizant of that fact that you would never want someone to call your sister or your mother that, or your daughter. And if you think that is the way to engage, I feel sorry for your daughters. I feel sorry for the women in your life, because if that is the kind of energy you're putting out there and you're sharing that with other men, they're going to run into a guy just like you. I encourage Black women to get out there and do what you need to do. There's not enough of us. And I think it's okay. Be beautiful. Everyone should. If you're a good person, correct, I can only work on myself. And if people are rejecting me, I need to figure out what I'm doing wrong, because someone doesn't like me for who I am. And I can't attract someone. That means I'm doing something completely wrong. And so you need to reflect inward if the whole world doesn't like you, because obviously there's a problem with you, not with the rest of the world.
Hey, listen, Jordan, they're ready to hand you, not Jordan. Why I keep, damn, Jordan. I keep calling Grant Jordan. Grant, they are ready to hand you the keys to the city. And here's the thing about pulling up from the chat and not being afraid to speak your piece respectfully. That's what we do over here. You know, that ghetto slipped you over here. Y'all heard it come through that over here.
That's what we do over here.
Oops. Let me tuck it back in. But anywho, beautifully, beautifully stated. I really appreciate you coming up from the chat and conducting yourself as a professional panelist. You are always welcome on this panel. And even though I don't know your personal information, if you see I got something going on, reach out to me and be like, hey, Queen, keep me on your short list. And I got you, because you have conducted yourself and you did not necessarily align yourself with what my train of thought was. You came based on your ideology and what you believe. Much respect. So thank you so much, Grant.
Thanks, Grant.
Beautiful job. Red the Guru, what do you want to leave us with? Because I know you got family and responsibilities and money to be made.
Yes. My main thing is find happiness within yourself. This is basically what I do want to leave everybody with. Find happiness within yourself. Stop searching around. Do it for other people for your happiness. You know, I think with me and my wife, that the best thing that we did is quit depending on each other to make each other happy. She found out what made her happy. I did what made me happy. And I was listening to what Grant was saying. You know, if you're doing everything wrong, you're rejecting people. It's not about other people. It's about you. If I'm doing everything and nobody likes what I'm doing, but what I'm doing makes me happy, keep doing what makes you happy. You're eventually going to attract the person that you want. You know, you attract what you put out, you know, so just continue doing what makes you happy, find peace within your happiness, and the person that's meant for you is going to align with you and you're going to gravitate towards that. So find happiness within self, quit looking for other people to do certain things to make you happy or fulfill that void for yourself, you know, and allow people that same space to do what makes them happy. And if you enjoy being with them and what they're doing to make them happy, then that's the person for you. But don't try to change anybody to fit what you feel is right for you. You know, allow them to be them and you be you. And, you know, I think if everybody search for their own happiness within and not without, you know, you'll find your peace, you'll find your person. That's what I want to leave everyone with.
All right, Ratatouille, you cooking tonight? Red, you are cooking tonight, Big Al. You're up. Y'all, I have this. I don't have kids, so when people say, "Oh, she's on a panel talking like that, and she has kids," no, bro, I can say what I want. I don't have kids, so I can be as reckless as I want to be. You cannot hold me to a mother standard because I'm coming in, but I normally come in respectfully. You draw blood, then I draw blood. but I never draw blood first. But the point I'm trying to make is I have a standing tradition with my stepson and my niece. Every time they come here, you know, kids, the first thing they want to do is turn on the television. They have to watch Ratatouille first. Oh man, Ratatouille, even at 15 years old. Turn it on. That's the family tradition. So that's why I said that you cook in red. And that's why I wanted to share just a small story of how we can implement just small traditions and fun things for kids and family, even when it's annoying. All right, Big Al, you're up next.
No, I was agreeing with Red when he was talking about that men will get on the platform and just talk about things that women want to hear. At the same time, Samuel Jack, what's his name?
Derek.
Say again.
Derek Jackson.
Yeah. Same time Derek Jackson was hot. The other guy, y'all don't like. They're like night and day.
We love Tony Gaskins.
No, I can't think of his name right now. But Derek Jackson, everybody was preaching like he was the prophet, the next coming, and the whole time I was like, "Hey, he's a man. Hey, he's subject to failure." And everybody tried to chew my head off for it. And then you come and find out he cheated on his wife and all this, and then you want to turn on it. We put too much faith in people. Put faith in yourself. It's that simple.
So I
hold on. Let that marinate. Who is that, Kayla? Who's talking?
No, I just wanted to speak. Is there an echo?
That's
just
a
wanted to-
remix.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to speak to exactly what he said there at the end, because I just truly don't believe that. I believe that sometimes God can send a message through anybody, through a child, through a man. I don't think that the person saying it always negates what they're saying, because you can go back and see some of the stuff that Derek Jackson has said. And yeah, he's full of shit, but that doesn't mean that what he said was wrong. And he may very well know that. And that's why he's telling you. So I don't understand why people are like, "Oh, Derek Jackson." No, he's telling you, this is what I do. This is avoid this. So
we didn't know that, Kayla.
I get that. I get that. And that's why I say he's full of it. But you know.
So what speaks louder? His words or his actions?
So since you want to say that, someone's echoing. Earlier when we were speaking about Kevin Samuels, Al said, "I like Kevin Samuels," and blah 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 blah. But Kevin is no different than Derek. Kevin died alone in his apartment with an estranged relationship with his daughter and no spouse, no wife, no woman, nothing. So how is he any different than Derek? He wasn't living what he was talking about, Mr. High Value Man, and all blah, blah, blah. He couldn't even get a consistent relationship. He's divorced twice. So help me understand how he's different than Derek.
Go ahead, Al.
He was preaching marriage. What did Kevin Samuels? Correct me if I'm wrong. When did he preach marriage?
Kevin Samuels preached that as a high value man.
Hold on. Before
He
you go,
had
somebody mute up,
access to.
please.
I'm sorry.
Somebody mute up, please, so we can actually.
As a high value man, he is the one that has access. He's the one that gets to say who's valuable and who's not amongst the women. He is the one that gets to decide who gets to be in his chambers and who doesn't. He is the one that gets to go outside. That's what he preached. And that women, you have a kid, you're this way, you don't qualify for this type of man. You don't qualify for a man like me, a high value man who sits in his suits in his house, like, to choose you. And yet, no consistent relationship. I don't care what no man says, especially a man that's 50 plus, that's telling me you're seriously out here playing the field. I don't care what y'all say. It ain't true. You can't get a woman to stay with you. That's why you're divorced twice. Nobody would stay.
That's your opinion. That's your opinion.
My opinion. Because if
Hold on, mute up, Kayla. Kayla, you got to let me talk, Kayla.
That is your opinion of him. I say you don't know him. You don't know what he wanted. Maybe he wanted to be alone. Maybe he wanted to be a womanizer. But he's never preached marriage like Derek did. Derek told, holy roly, I am dying and all this. So you say, what is the difference? The difference is they're preaching. Obviously, somebody's listening, somebody's not.
You're wrong, AL or Al. You're wrong. You're
Okay,
wrong, actually.
enlighten me.
I will, probably. So when I first, somebody got to mute.
Al is echoing, so I guess in between.
I think that is Al. I'll wait till you mute Al. We good? Good. So when I nah, you still haven't muted.
Hold on. 'Cause I know. Hold on. Oh shit.
Yeah, I
That's
use a
the
Blue Yeti.
airport,
I can mute right here from my microphone.
Everybody mute up real quick.
I'm trying to mute, it's not muting.
Take your time. I got you. You good.
Thank you.
All right. Let's let Ty go. Real quick. 'Cause she gotta go. Ty, what are your thoughts? And then I want everybody to pick up on this fight. Red, welcome to YouTube. They played nice for you for 2 hours. Red, they yes, you know how your kids are on their best behavior. All right. Y'all need to mute up.
I think.
Ty.
Oh,
go ahead.
Is there still an echo? No, maybe not.
You good.
Okay. This is getting a little fiery, but all I can say. All I'm gonna say is yes, words absolutely mean things. And yes, we can look at people's actions, but that doesn't take away if they're actually saying something that is a valid point. But I feel like if you look at their character, okay, he's not an example of withholding this, but that doesn't take away if he's saying something that is actually legit, that is something that is actually that can be applied to other people. So I kind of hear why you guys are, there's a little bit of confliction there, but I do think that someone can say something and it doesn't lose the validity of it. I think if they do go against whatever they're preaching, that's a reflection on their character, but it doesn't take away from what they're preaching or saying or stating. So yeah, but guys, I have to go. I'm so sorry.
Well, we have a question. No, you did good. We have a question from Jasmine Wagner. She wants to know how many of these women actually have a man.
Wow.
Not that it matters, but yes, I do.
That's all right, Kayla. We working on it. You ain't got to say nothing because you look good. You look good.
Always.
I look fly.
Ever since Ready to Love, I do not share my relationship information anymore.
And there you go, Jasmine. We've answered that. So I think we're hitting 80 for 20 on the panel. So I think everybody's qualified to speak on what they need to speak on. Red, you want to wrap up? Who was going? Y'all were going at it. Ty, thank you so much. I love you. You can hang out. I don't want to keep you if you need to go, but if you want to hang out, I'm gonna keep pushing you up. Who was arguing?
Daryl was about to say something.
I was about to inform.
Okay, go
Red
ahead,
how he
Daryl.
was
I think it was
vehemently
Daryl
wrong
and
about
Al
Kevin
and Big
Samuels.
Al.
Yes,
Yeah.
right.
So you know it's funny. Al is when I first got in touch with Kevin Samuels. He would speak about this exact quote, and I always remembered it. He said, "We can get 20% of black men, black women to get married. It will impact the community because obviously, Al, you know that children that come from marriage households, listen, there's a direct correlation from teen parents to crime and single parents, right? It goes right back. So that's not even arguable." Kevin Samuels, I found these videos, right? I found the video where he was telling a woman, "You're not a wife." A wife would demand it. In that entire video, he was telling her, "You should have been married, but you had a child by somebody who didn't marry you. You're not a wife." And the entire, let's say, dialogue was to tell women to get married and tell men what kind of women to avoid. So I just want to make sure that you understand that Kevin spoke about marriage all the time. As a matter of fact, if you had watched some of the videos about men, he was telling them to get married. It wasn't until he coined the term high value man that he started talking about exercising options, because obviously that's not something that poor men do in the Kevin Samuels realm, even though we know in real life it happens every day. So I just want to make sure that you understood that you was incorrect about that. And also, if you need proof of that, I used to work with a content creator. Her name is Allie. Her channel is named Real Fem Sapien. She went viral recently, maybe about a year ago, with a content creator by the name of Just Pearly, who B. Taylor destroyed on Lapeep channel. They were in a car, went viral because she said Kevin Samuels and his message about marriage got her married. So I just think that it's interesting that you would say that he pushed no marriage propaganda at all, but yet we have women like her saying that due to his message about marriage, she is now married.
B.
That's all.
Taylor, hold on. Mute up before everybody go. Listen. Al, I think that's your mic. All right.
You know you can mute him. He can't. He said he was having trouble today.
All right. So B. Taylor, I want you to go before Big Al jumps in. I'm just trying to do a good mix of the men and the women. What are your thoughts? 30 seconds or less. Big Al and Daryl Long are going back and forth. What are your thoughts?
I mean, it's just like people could say because I'm not married and I had kids out of wedlock that I'm not qualified. But I think that God calls on the unqualified to relate to people who are not who have walked a similar journey as you. Like somebody who's cookie cutter, who did everything the right way and everything. Like I'm not gonna relate to them. I'll look up to them and okay for the girls who are, pursuing that, but my path is different. My path don't look like yours, so I can't relate and you can't relate to my journey. But for the girls over here with a little bit of a little bit of tribulations and experience in this world, that's the ones that I'm going to look towards and say, you inspire me and I can be an inspiration to somebody else. So it's just like, it's funny how I'm so this, I'm so that, but Kevin Samuels was not, he was twice divorced. He had an estranged relationship with his child, apparently, reportedly, allegedly.
And he died with no life insurance and the apartment. These are facts. And the apartment was not in his name.
Alone. Like, I don't really think none of it matters when you get to that day and you're alone. Like, none of that stuff you talking matters. Not even that piece of paper matters. It only matters is like who is there and who you've built a life with. And people need to spend more time trying to find that person versus bashing. But the one thing that's consistent in these spaces, when you ask the men in these spaces what they like, they immediately start listing what they don't like. It's happened time and time and time again. They'll say, what do you want in a woman? I want a woman that's not loud. I want a woman that's not masculine. Like, what do you want? Like, they can't really explain it.
They say the same thing.
Hey, ladies, real quick. I want Red to say goodbye. He got to go. Okay. Red, you want to send us off, and I want you ladies to pick up. I know Red has to go. He has a newborn.
Yes, he does. That's right.
Yeah, I do. Thank you, and I appreciate y'all for having me on this great conversation. And anytime, I always would like to come back and speak with you all. It was a great conversation. Everybody was peaceful. Everybody was able to, have manners and was able to let everybody talk. So I appreciate you all for having me. And good night. Thank you, Queen.
Thank you for coming. We will definitely have you back. The audience demands to have you back. So if you're willing to come back until you build up your YouTube platform, I will be more than willing to. What is it called? Collaborate with you.
Just let me know.
Yeah, absolutely. I got you. Thank you, Red. Cool. God bless you.
All right. Thank you. Good night, everyone.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. B. Taylor and Kayla, y'all go ahead. Is everybody else good on time?
Yeah, I got a little bit left in me.
All right, Big Al, you good on time? Let's go. I want to go 10 more minutes, and then we got to go.
Hello?
what's
Ooh,
dangerous.
y'all gotta get off this Cricket Wireless internet.
I think that was what's dangerous. His
Hold
rhetorical.
on, B. Taylor. I want to make sure. Is everybody good on the
Yeah.
panel for 10 more minutes? Thumbs up. Yes or no? If anybody has to go, I want to make sure I prioritize your goodbye message. Big Al, you good? 10 more minutes or you need to go?
I'm
here.
Oh, there he is. Ooh.
Big Al.
Unmute.
She has me mute.
We can hear you. Are you good for 10 more minutes or do you need to go? I don't want to hold any. What I'm saying is I want everybody to give a good goodbye. So if anybody needs to drop, I want you to be able to drop, but I don't want you to leave without saying something positive. Al.
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, Al, listen to me, Big Al. The question. Oh boy, you giving us a clippable. Listen, listen, Big Al. What I was asking you is, friend, is are you good to stay on the panel for 10 more minutes? And I said, anybody that's not good, I want y'all to be able to say goodbye and leave the panel with a positive note. Are you good to stay or you need to go? And if you need to go, I'm going to prioritize you in this moment. Come on now.
It's been 10 minutes. We've been doing this for 10 minutes. Talking about 10 more minutes left in the show. We was doing that for 10 minutes.
Feet don't fail me now.
Oh,
Dave
Big
Brown,
Al.
you know, like,
Oh.
all right. I'm gonna let B Taylor and Kayla go back at it. That was good. Go ahead, Queens.
I just wanted to say, like, I think that some of that message was dangerous for a lot of women, especially mothers. After talking to my therapist, like, she was even saying that she had to really help a lot of women who are single mothers. Can I be real here? Like, because we're going to talk about mental health. There's a lot of single mothers who hear men say, you are not of value. You are worthless. You're a failure. You're failing your kids are bastards, they're this, they're that. Like, you're useless. You're nothing. You're just something. A lot of men will say you're a cum dumpster. When you tell a woman who is in an emotionally vulnerable state, who is alone, who is just trying to do her best and be a mother, when you program and put those vile words out there, that leads to some people thinking they need to get rid of themselves, if you know what I mean. If we want to talk real, there's a lot of women who hear stuff like that and they're like, you know what? You're probably right. I probably don't deserve this. I probably need to just off myself because my kids would be better off without me. My family would be better off. I done messed up so many times. There are women out there that have so much low self-esteem because of the hate that a lot of these men have taken and ran with. And a lot of these men all sound the same. You ask them what they want. They say, I want somebody fit, feminine, and friendly. It's like all these YouTube talking points and this Black demographics they like to bring up. But statistics can be manipulated depending on what and how you're using it. So there's a lot of these people like to use these numbers, okay, for their benefit of their talking point. And it's like, okay, you think you want a talking point, but is this helping the community? No, it's not. Are you putting down someone, telling them that they're less valuable, that they're not worthy of love? It's not helping the community either. Like, and judging and shaming and degrading.
B Taylor, I want to say something. You are like when you're talking right now, I feel like I'm in a conference call regarding what I do on a day-to-day basis. I need you to show up like this every day on panels and on your page. Okay? I just want to give you that. I need you to show up like this because I don't think you have really shown up as your authentic self. And part of that is also, I get it, because when you trample into these spaces, if you say the wrong thing, you will be annihilated verbally, kicked off the panel, called all kind of B and H's and single mothers, and you ain't this and you ain't that. I need you to show up in spite of.
I feel like
And hold on. And you said, well, how do I know when to get off? In spite of me being great. And Red the guru said, when it disrupts your spirit, whether it's directly or indirectly, whether they're talking to you or another woman, call a timeout. Because when you show up as your authentic self and as your professional self, I think people have you pegged as this lowly single mother, and you are anything but that.
Yeah.
You are a badass, kick-ass boss, but you don't show up. Sometimes I think you walk into spaces and you're like, you wipe your feet at the door. You're like, oh, this isn't my space. I want to be kind. I want to be nice. Don't be kind. Don't be nice. Walk in, read the room, and do what you got to do. And when it feels uncomfortable, walk out.
Yeah.
Because women need to hear what you have to say. And when you show up in the way that you're showing up today, it's all right. It's all right. It's all right. I'm a little buzzing. I'm feeling good. But that's what we do in the palace, y'all. We take tough and difficult conversations and we make it all right. And we don't assassinate, but we attack your talking points like Daryl did. And he talked about, what are you doing? When you talk community, what are you really doing from a political standpoint? And Kayla said, what are you really doing? Right. And Big Al say, well, I disagree with all of y'all. and that's what we do. But nobody attacked anybody personally. So B. Taylor, my charge to you is to show up as your professional self. Stop letting these mofos push you into a single mother spectrum. Because you are a woman first, a mother second, a daughter, all of that. That's all I got for you.
You had to make me cry on this.
Yeah. Baby, you is, like my grandma said, you as sharp as a tack. Depending on the environment you're in. Go ahead, Kayla. And then I want Big Al to come in. Go ahead.
I love all of that. And I definitely think we've had a similar talk, to that, Queen, in regards to, me. And I think overall, like the space, and I think like when I was actually over on Concur Network, when I was in Atlanta over on his wife's show, Yet Here We Are podcast. And I had said then, similar to now, like when you get in this space where you no longer come from a place where you feel like you need to defend, it just gets so freeing. You know what I mean? Because once you really know who you are, it's like you really just kind of see things for for what it is. This talking space, the YouTube, the social, all of it is a construct. And it really doesn't speak to the magnitude of who you are, of what you represent, of what you have going on. And I internalize that instead of internalizing people who don't know me and their words. Sorry, I left the balcony door open for some reason, and somebody, whatever. But I do think overall, like topic wise, I think that this whole part of men pushing accountability on women, I think is disingenuous to a certain extent. If you watch the clip that was on my channel recently, my dad said it when he came to talk about Ready to Love. And I think this is about the guys that I was dating on there. And this is something that I think most men struggle with. My dad was just like, okay, here we go with that communication thing. But if you communicate, and even though we communicate, if you don't follow through, then you taking accountability means nothing, because you really didn't. You just said you did in the moment, but you didn't change your behavior. So I don't know why the Manosphere is filled with all these people, of all these men that swear that they're doing things right, but then the next minute will come out and say how they manipulate women for sex, how they manipulate situations, and then we see them call them names and all these different things. Like, make it make sense, and once you realize that it doesn't, and like you are actually at the circus, then I think that, like, I don't know. For me, it's gotten a lot better. Also, me removing myself from spaces. I don't care what people have to say about why I'm not there any longer. It was my choice not to be there anymore, and that's all.
Well, then hold on, pause. Vanessa said most of the men do not have a great close relationship with their mothers. Ask the guy, does he get along with his mother?
That, or they have a toxic attachment style to their mother. And their mother depends on them like their mother is their girlfriend or something. And that's the thing. That's the thing. It's a toxic thing that some women do in making their sons man of the house when that boy was 8.
Ooh, I think look at Al. He's squirming in his seat like a bag of gummy worms. Come on, Al, gummy worms. B. Taylor, I need you to moderate.
What you got, Al? What's
Come
up?
on, Al.
So let me go to the Kevin Samuel first before I go back to that. So in that gentleman's word, he said, I was wrong. And this is where we have a problem in communication. We're quick to point out another person's not wrong, but vision. I started listening to Kevin Samuel later on. So I never heard him say anything about marriage. So therefore I was not wrong. What I don't understand is the hypocrisy that everybody has been given, because when Derek Jackson speaks, it's not about what he does, it's about what he says. But when Kevin Samuel speaks, it's about what he does and not what he says. So this is tickling me. Now, to touch back to the mother thing. So I love my mother dearly. There's been times where I know where, as a man, that my better half has to come before my mother. But I know also, if it wasn't for her, then a lot of things and a lot of who I am would not exist. So therefore, when she asks me to do something, I'm not going to say I do it all the time, but I try to go out my way to make her happy when it's suitable. I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna use that word, suitable, because you can't jeopardize your relationship with your woman due to the fact that. And I've even talked to my mom. Mom, look, and she'll say, "Yeah, I know, son. I'm being a bugaboo. I understand." So that's where men come. Men say things and deal with things that's uncomfortable. Whether women like it, whether people, that's the stature of a real man. You're going to have to stand on grounds by yourself sometimes, and the whole community is going to come crashing down on you. So what? A lot of times, like I tell everybody, who gives up about what other people think? Long as you're taking care of your household and your family, like your community, like my mom, long as my better half is happy, my kids are happy, things of that nature, nothing else matters.
Yeah.
I can care less. If you're not putting money in my account, why should I care?
Ow.
That's exactly how I feel about these
Kayla.
men. These men's opinions that don't pay no bills. Okay.
She said, what?
Al is not drunk. No one knows Al drunk. No, that's just Al Alling. Go ahead, Kayla.
No, I was just gonna say. What was I gonna say? What did I just say? I don't remember. Sorry, I forgot. I forgot what I just said.
I wanted to respond to Al about the Derek Jackson. Let me tell you something. The difference is with that. The difference is that Derek Jackson presented himself. First of all, we didn't even know he was married. Okay, he didn't say he was married. He came off like he was single. Some people knew. Some people knew. Some people didn't. We didn't
I mean, he was on his way to being single. So I mean,
well, we didn't know about his relationship status. We just knew that he was a very handsome man, giving game to a lot of women. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I did listen to Kevin Samuels. I mean, not Kevin Samuels. I listened to Derek Jackson a little bit, and some of his advice I applied, and it worked. Like where it gave me the courage to walk away from bullshit. Like, and it helped me out to kind of like cipher through. But I did have the discernment later on that, hey, you know what? I feel like he's kind of pandering. That was my own discernment. But to discredit everything that he's done up to this point, now he helped a lot of women. But when all the stuff blew up and we found out about his affairs and how he was doing his wife, it discredited him because he lost a lot of money. He lost a lot of followers. He lost a lot of credits on all platforms. People do not take Derek Jackson seriously. Now, there's some people who's gonna be like, hey, I want to still listen to this man, and that's them. But he went from 1 million subscribers down to I don't even know how many he's at now, or maybe he had 100,000, but he lost a lot of subscribers. The difference is Kevin Samuels, we knew his dirt up front, and he was trying to throw shade at people who also had dirt. And we're like, you got a little dirt too. How you gonna say I'm low value and I'm no one and I'm pathetic or I'm the lowest of the lowest pole when I'm looking straight at your dirt? So that's the difference between that is Derek Jackson built his platform before we found out what kind of trash bag he was.
That's true. That is true. But I do think that both of those men have valid points in the different things that they were promoting. I think that Derek Jackson said some valid things regardless. I think that Kevin Samuels said some valid things regardless. I do think that also the difference between the Derek Jackson and the Kevin Samuels is the delivery. The way that that I believe that Derek delivered his message versus the way that, because they're both speaking to women, but they delivered the message differently. Derek delivered it in a more like, hey, sis, you can win, sis kind of way. And Kevin delivered it in a, you gonna die alone. You overweight, sis. Be realistic, sis, that you ain't gonna have nobody.
Hold on, y'all. We got reality television people pulling up.
Hey, Winter.
We got Winter. We got Simply Winter in the building. Winter, you want to pull up? Winter is from Love and Marriage DC. Listen, I told y'all, we hit hard and heavy over here. She said, I literally think Kevin Samuels was a narc, and I think Derek is a covert. Winter, come on up on the panel, girl.
I think they both narcs in reality. They just move different. They both were in their own
never
right.
Know what you're gonna
but that is why they thought that they could tell women how to be women. And just like,
but hold on.
Was said earlier.
We got Kayla. Y'all got to remember, Kayla is also a reality star. But we've become so accustomed to having access to her that we feel like, oh, I'm just Kayla. But both Kayla and Winter are from the same network. So Winter's going to come up. I told y'all, in the palace, we run deep. We diversify our panelists. We don't just pick from the same vine or the same. Winter said, hey, queen. So we put it in the chat. Winter, if you want to come up, you can. But listen, I want to hear what Daryl has to say. Because hold on. Al, they going at you in the chat. They said, Al, I was laughing so hard. Al, they say you on your last straw.
What did Al do? He was just ignorant because he didn't know Kevin before.
Hold on, Al.
He didn't know Kevin before,
No,
so
but that's how that's what we were trying to tell him.
Well, that's what ignorant is, thinking that you know and then you didn't. And Daryl
that's what we were trying to tell you, Al.
Ignorant is the lack of knowledge of, not thinking that I know.
Yeah, you did. You did lack the knowledge, and he provided it for you. I'm confused on what we're arguing about.
No, because he said I was wrong. If I've just seen the first part of the conversation. No, not if I've just seen the first part, because that's what he said. He said he deterred and started to talk about
because you didn't have the knowledge though, but you thought that you did, and you were operating in a manner as in which that you did have the knowledge.
Now you're trying to put words in my mouth.
Hold on, y'all.
I didn't say anything.
Let's
And
call
now
a
she's trying to
timeout.
put
We got We Unlock Nation in the building. Thank you, King.
Hey, We
for the
Unlock,
super
what
chat.
up?
Yes. And we got Winter Williams pulling up in the building, like from
Hey,
her television show. Both her and Kayla are in the same network. Winter, I told y'all, we never know who's going to pop up in the palace. That's why we call it the palace. And I love a diversified viewpoint. But everybody that pops up in the palace is qualified to speak on what they're qualified to speak on. Winter, you have the floor.
So I literally was popping in to show love. So hi, Queen. Good to see you. Hi to everyone on the panel. But the whole Kevin Samuels thing, God rest his soul. Dude was a narc and his delivery was off. Yes, I don't disagree with everything that he had to say, but by the same token, delivery is everything. And some of the ways that I feel, just outright bullied some of the women that he quote unquote gave advice to or belittled, it was unacceptable. And I think it's also fueled toxic masculinity is probably the best way that I can say it, because I won't name him, but there's a clown trending on TikTok that has taken up the Kevin Samuels mantle. And it's like, we don't need any more discussions on high value men. And I think I get annoyed hearing the conversation from men that I personally would not consider high value. And high value and low value is in the eyes of the beholder. What may be high value to me may not be high value to another person. So there's that conversation. Derek, I believe, was very intentional in the way that he spoke to women because he knew that it would help grow his audience. In fact, I believe a lot of men viewed him as a pick-me because of his advocacy for Black women. That said, we know now that he has moved dirty behind closed doors, which I always suspected that he did. Just if you watch him, you can kind of pick that up. But I think he's a covert narcissist. I really, really do. I think they both are narcs, but covert, they tend to be more subtle in their approach. And I think Derek Jackson is a perfect example of that. When the whole shenanigan came out with he and his wife, and we saw her with the helmet of salvation shenanigan, I was like, this is
foolish. Oh my God, it was crazy.
He got her out there to look like that on purpose because he was showing the world, look why I cheated. Look at her. Wouldn't you cheat too? And people
he did that. I can't believe she let him do him. It was clear that he did that.
No, but you're under a narcissist, so for so long you don't know.
Yeah, you don't know. You think that what they're saying, and I've been in this situation, and you really start to internalize, and you'd be like, well, maybe it is me. Maybe I really need to work on myself, and maybe so like when you're really in the depth of it with the narcissist, there is for sure he told her to look crazy like that so that he can make his exit, because it was just ridiculous.
I have to believe that there is some serious mental health at play for any self-respecting woman to get on a national platform with a bonnet on like that and display the disposition that she did. And I'm not coming for the bonnets, ladies. God bless a good bonnet. We need
Yes. Yes,
but
I will have one on tonight.
Right. But with the PR fiasco that they were in the middle of, she should have showed up in her Sunday's best. Like it just legit didn't make sense. And I'm like, somebody check on her. Like something is really, really wrong. And the fact that he sat next to her okay with it all, the whole thing was so bizarre. But it's quite interesting to me. And I'm just going to point this out before I honestly hop, because I got to be on set in the morning for real, really early. But last point I will say is that I feel like there is an unfortunate trend, especially in the faith-based relationship community, where the Derek Jacksons of the world are running rampant, but their relationships are falling apart. I feel like this is transpired with unfortunately, like Willie Moore Jr. and his wife, unfortunately, going their separate ways after so long. There's another one that escapes me, but it's all very similar situations, and the men are filing for divorce. I think that's another thing that's kind of alarming and shocking to me. It's not the women, it's the men. So I just hope that we get wiser as women, because a lot of these men prey on, especially African American women's desire to find love. And we are the biggest buyers. I used to be in the relationship community. So a lot of these men I know personally, they don't live most of what they preach at us. They really, really don't. But because we're so desperate, and a lot of us view them as our, saviors in the relationship space, we keep them in business, we employ them, we fund them, and we enable this toxic behavior. At some point, we've got to wise up and learn to discern who deserves our money and who doesn't. That's just my thought process on it. But
Well, you got Al in the back
Thank
playing
you.
the tambourine, so let's pause there.
Thank
I mean,
you.
he's shaking it. Winter, first of all, thank you for pulling up like Kayla does. And both of you could politely decline, but you never do. Winter pulled up, Kayla pulled up. And each of these women hold a space in their own right. So does B. Taylor. First of all, B. Taylor is a sensation in her own right. Over 47,000 subscribers on YouTube. Who does that? So all of you have pulled up. Does that make sense? When it comes to a specific cause to the Black community. So let's pause there and consider who we have in the room when we talk about reading the room. And unqualified, and women are only supposed to open their legs, give babies, and shut their mouths. No, that's not how that works on this side of YouTube. And when Winter says, I gotta go because I have a camera call in the morning, but yet I saw a cause specific to the Black community. And that's what I'm passionate about outside of my day-to-day activities. And B. Taylor says, and Kayla says, outside of what I have going on, right? Outside of my children, my journalistic duties, my man, my family, whatever I got, I'm here. Thank you to all of you. Now, Al, I know you're waving your hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care. What you got to say? Al. But I've been knowing Al ever since I was a teenager. I can do this. Al, go ahead.
So I agree with almost everything she said, really everything. So my thing is, like I tell people, why give, like Kevin Samuel, who was most of his followers? I don't know. Y'all tell me. Women?
Men.
It's an echo.
Men.
Men? Do we know this, or where are we getting these stats from? Because like every time I watch his show, I see him arguing with women, not men. And I see women chiming in. So I can only go off of what I see, not what I'm told, because a lot of what you're told are lies.
Who's commenting and sending super chats and money and endorsing and clipping? It's mostly men, but the women, I'm not gonna lie, there are women who did call in and gave him content, because these women, if you notice a pattern, these women are women without fathers, and they're probably in a place in their life where they're like, I'm single, I'm lonely, I want to know what's wrong. I'm looking for genuine help because it seems like I can't get married. And so maybe I should come to him for advice. And all the advice he kept giving was not for regular people. It was like, oh, you want a 6-figure man? Some things didn't make sense. It's like he would ask women, okay, you want a man to make over 6 figures? And when the woman didn't give into that whole narrative of, no, he don't have to make that much, I can make more money than him, then he'll go into, are you okay with your children not having this? Are you okay with not being able to take care of the kids and having to go out and work? And it was just like, well, I mean, okay, well, I guess he would need to make more money. It's like, okay, well, if you don't want to suffer, then you need a man with over 6 figures. You don't qualify for that man. It was like, well, damn, like, what solution did you give this woman? That's where I was confused about, because even when I did was like, well, let me come and listen to him with open ears. Yes, some of the stuff he said was correct. Some women are delusional. I do agree with that. But he was not giving a solution. He kept going off of the same rhetoric of, you want a high value, high earning man. And then tell you at the end of it, you don't deserve that man. But then when the woman says, I don't need that type of man, he's like, well, who's going to be taking care of kids? Who's going to be raising the kids? And then as a woman, you telling a woman somebody else going to raise your kids? You're not going to take care of your kids? Okay, you got to add in daycare. So you're going to work and not see your kids all day? Who's taking care of the kids? So as a woman, you're thinking like, well, damn, maybe I should stay at home. But it's like, at the same time, you tell me I don't qualify. So it didn't make sense to me. It didn't make sense.
Okay, well.
Hold on, Al. Hold on, because you asked a question. Daryl, do you want to add in before Al goes on? Because Al said what he said.
I do got to run, though. I just want to let you all know that I love you very, very much. And this has been such a productive, progressive conversation. And I am very, very happy. I feel very spiritually lifted. So just sending love and light to you all and high vibrations. And I will
Thank
see
you,
y'all
Kayla.
soon.
And by the way, we're about to wrap this up in 5 minutes. So thank you, Kayla. We love you. We appreciate both you and Winter for coming through at a moment's notice. Thank you. And B. Taylor, because I know you have a short list as well. Real quick, Daryl Long. Big Al posed a very good statement. Anything that you want to add before Al finishes up?
About Kevin Samuels Harley, I think you guys are all big content creators here, and I know my way around YouTube Studio enough to know that I just wonder if we had got a glimpse into his analytics, what would it say? Because then we would get a direct understanding of who actually watched him. But I still think it's irrelevant because most of the people that watch him, they don't have any results based on watching him. Let's just be honest. And if they do, then they can raise their hands. But most of the time, when I say that, they just really spewing information because they have some kind of, let's say, past trauma or experience with women that they haven't healed past. But yeah, I have nothing to say about Kevin. I just want to talk about Omega Sci-Fi before I get out of here.
Go ahead, real quick. Give me 10 seconds or less.
Yeah, sure. No, Omega Sci-Fi has a program called Brother You're on My Mind, where they specifically deal with Black men and mental health. And on their website, they have a whole bunch of links to resources, free resources for Black men. So I think the conversation is more about us getting healed so we can heal the community and stop blaming Black women. And then once we actually start getting stuff done, then maybe they would respect us enough to submit to us instead of us begging for them to, as B. Taylor would say, accept struggle love, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Come back with more next time. That's a very good introduction.
Thank you. I will.
Yeah,
I will. You guys have a good night.
Al, y'all don't leave yet because I'm going to let y'all in on a better note. Al, what you got to say? Because you arguing. What you got to say, Al?
So I'm simply saying that Kevin Samuel, all of them, it's just entertainment. That's all it is. At the end of the day, it's entertainment. So like what do y'all call the guys that go overseas to get women?
Passport bros?
Yeah, passport bros. Who cares? Like if that's what they choose, I don't get why people put this much energy.
Don't care, Al. They're making a platform out of it. So this is where
Who cares?
No. This is where they come in. Okay.
Like me, I see African American women date white guys, marry white guys. I've had family members marry out their culture. For me, I don't think no one would understand me more than an African American woman. That's just my choice. But if they find happiness somewhere else, who cares? When I see guys walking with a white woman, or I see Black women walking with the white guy, they're happy. Who cares? That's all that matters. He treats her like a woman. Who cares? And that's the thing. It's like we care about shit we shouldn't care about. It's all entertainment. Why are we caring?
When it becomes reality. That's why you care. When women start to say, hey, listen, no. When women start to say, hey, listen, this shit has gone from entertainment to real life, that's when you start caring.
But in that same aspect, the people
No. What do you do then? It's not but in that same aspect. When a woman, your sister, women around you say, hey, listen, Al, I took your advice. I took your leadership. And I took the notion of who cares. And I didn't care. Now this nigga's parading me and following me in my home, on my page, in my neighborhood, in my grocery store. What do you say then?
Well, if a nigga's coming to a house, that's when I step forward.
But
I'm the protector. That's
okay,
what.
grocery store. Let's not get that personal.
No. What I'm talking about is you're talking about an action. You're talking about somebody.
You
now
said
coming after
who
you.
cares? Women care before it becomes a physical threat. That's called a center. That's called intuition. And that's the difference that people have been asking you to respect, the difference between a man and a woman. Women perceive a threat before it becomes a threat. And I want to wrap this up really quickly. So what do you say to women in your life that doesn't necessarily have to have the inevitable happen to them before you give them reasonable advice beyond who cares?
You asking me this question?
Mm-hmm.
As a men, there are certain things we deal with. And if it becomes physical, that's when we intervene.
Why does it have to become physical? That's a bit too late.
Because everybody goes back to the first thing I said. Everybody wasn't raised right. A lot of people don't have the understanding or the knowledge or the education on how to act. Period. That's life. You're going to run across people that are not mentally there. That is life. What I'm saying is, okay, prime example. I got into a debate with some women and they were telling me how men should act. And I asked them all, what is the definition of a woman? None of them answered that question. And this is the big debate that we have right now.
What were you hoping to hear?
Somebody define simple logic. What a woman is.
Hold on. What were you hoping to hear? When you ask a woman, what is a woman? You have an idea in your head. What were you hoping to hear that they failed to give you?
Not a man. Ovaries, body structure, DNA. I mean, anything. But they didn't say any of that. Period. They kept trying to define what a man should be.
Well, let me ask you this. Hold on. And you next. Okay. Sous chef. Because I want you to cook too, B. Taylor. What is a woman to you? Al.
We'll be here. You don't have enough time for this.
Go ahead. No, we got time.
Seriously, both of us don't have enough time for this.
We got it. Go ahead.
I can tell you, no, because I'm running out of time. But no, because I'm supposed to have been tending to the house 30 minutes ago. But
just sum it up real quick. To you, a woman is blank.
I mean, it's everything. It's everything that I'm not. It's the softness. It's the knowledge behind it. It's a lot. I can't just sum it up in one thing. There's a lot of things about being a woman.
You wanted the women to sum it up in one thing, and they failed.
I didn't want them to sum it up in one thing. I just wanted them to say one thing. One thing. They didn't say even one thing.
You couldn't. You said it's everything.
But
you said it was everything.
Thing to say about men, but they didn't say one thing.
And neither did you.
One thing. One thing.
And neither did you. You said it's everything.
No, I just gave you a couple.
No, you did.
And I'm not a woman.
You said I can't sum it up. Al, listen, one thing I like about you, me and you can go. But you said it's everything. I can't sum it up. But pause on that. Think about it. B. Taylor.
I just wanted to say, when you said a woman is a ovaries and this, is a woman not a woman if she's infertile?
No, I didn't say that. But you still have ovaries, right?
Some, I don't know. Some women, I don't know. I can't.
Oh my God! Now we're eliminating human biology.
No, I'm just saying some women are their ovaries. Maybe they had to. I don't know. They were born with. I don't know. I can't think of the scientific word for it. But I'm just saying.
I'm not gonna use your word as ignorant. I'm not gonna use that word. I don't believe, because you called me ignorant earlier because lack of knowledge.
Who called you ignorant?
That was not me. That was Kayla.
I apologize. I apologize. There was a young lady in the panel called me ignorant.
But listen, you can handle it.
Yeah. That's why. So even
said,
if something doesn't
move, if you're having medical issues and you can get your ovaries, or
you're still a woman.
Okay, but one of the things that you label as being a woman is like ovaries, I guess having kids.
Whether they work or not, and you're still a woman.
A hysterectomy, yeah.
You're still, well, when you were born, did you have a hysterectomy before you were born?
I'm just saying, hold on. I want to see where you're going with this. Hold on, B. Taylor. Where are you going with this, Al?
Oh, what? Okay, so this is the time we're in right now, because y'all make this happen, not us, y'all, because all these gay guys that was transgender, y'all, they're women. That's what y'all push. Y'all push that, not men, not real men.
When you say y'all push that, did women push that or did the government push that?
Both.
Okay.
Both. I go out all the time and African American women sit and say, sis, we've had conversations, heated conversations, because I'm gonna be me no matter what. So you're gonna try to tell me that I gotta call that he a she. No. I'm not gonna explain that to my daughter or my son. If he's a he, he's a he. Now, if he want me to call him Cheryl, I respect that. But I'm not supposed to define you as something else that you're not.
I don't think that it's fair that you're saying we push that. I think that's
women.
No.
Women, the women movement pushed that along with the government.
It was the LGBT community.
Y'all are included in that movement.
Hold on, Al. You got to pause because she give her the space to talk because she let you.
Yes, I apologize. Go ahead.
No, you're cool. You're cool.
Like, we're not included. The LGBTQ. That's not including just a woman, a straight woman. They call us cis women. So that was their group who pushed for their rights. And that's them.
But in the sake of respect, Ernest, and just human rights, I'm not educated enough to go there to have a valid argument to represent any party that's not here. Right? Mm-hmm. I don't know what it feels like to want to feel like I was born to be. So I want to table that discussion because I don't feel like I'm the right representative, and nor is anybody on this panel, because I think we all identify differently. And until we can have someone to come on and to educate us, it's just smoke and mirrors. Is that fair? Y'all?
Yeah. I think that's
Is that fair?
But when you do, invite me, please.
Oh, I want you to come back. And I want the LGBTQ to tear your ass up on this panel. I'm going to make sure you the lone wolf on here. And I'm going to line up every genre. And I'm going to make sure they circle you like a pool of sharks. And I've been knowing Al since we've been teenagers. So we talk, we jive, we shuck and jive. Nothing is personal. And which is why I can call a timeout when we start to charter into territories that we are not knowledgeable in. I thank you all for holding space in that area. Daryl Long, what are your thoughts?
I think we all made some very good points tonight. I don't like to talk about the spectrum community as well. I just believe if we are to speak about them, they support themselves. I mean, they are very, very, very politically involved, more politically involved than black men, unfortunately. Um, for example, I remember when I was at Central Michigan University, and there was these two women who were married, and they were speaking about how that happened and why that happened. So they went into the legislation, they read it. I guess the legislation had took a precedent because there was two women who were married that had been married for a long time. Sorry, they had been together for a long time, built wealth, houses, etc., etc., etc. One passed away, the other did not have any legal access to anything, right? As you guys would imagine. So, what they did was they pleaded and pleaded and pleaded and pleaded with, at the time, President Obama, and he he helped them, right? I mean, I don't see too many black men that had an actual list of any demands that they took to any legislators. And at the time, President Obama, being the president of the United States, he was the highest elected seat of all seats in the world, probably outside of, at the time, Queen Elizabeth, who is also now deceased. So I just feel like ultimately, Queen, I feel like a lot of these issues fall at the feet of black men. I, like me, have my father in my life to this day. I've never, ever met a group of men who blame black women or any women more than the Manosphere. Ever. And on a planet or in history, have they was like, oh yeah, women have no power one day. The next day, they're electing the highest seat on the planet today in Joe Biden, is what they're saying. So even when I hear that, I say, damn, like you said earlier, Queen, why aren't you guys voting? Well, Al, if we actually talk about how many men are felons and why they can't vote and how we can help them, maybe we can actually curb some of that instead of blaming black women. There's a lot of different things that black men are not doing, and they spending so much time and energy wasting time. And also, I would love to talk about the 19-year-old black girl that died at Michigan State about 2 weeks ago. But we don't talk about her. I'm pretty sure we would talk about if Lori Harvey dumped her boyfriend and give it somebody else like Future, we'd be talking about that instead. That's a fact. That's a fact. That's all.
I think you are rolling in. What is it they call the offering plate? The donations, Daryl. They're passing it around. I don't know how much your tally has totaled up to, but I think they are picking up what you're putting down. B. Taylor, what do you have for us?
I think this was a very great conversation. I'm glad you had it. I know I missed the first part of it. I know it got a lot of people shook in the Manosphere because they didn't know how you were coming, and you came exactly how I knew you were going to come, with class, sophistication, education. It was very productive. It wasn't a bashing fest. It was just, hey, here's some clips that are concerning in our community and where it's heading and what kind of message it's sending to the community. Let's have a discussion. That's all this is about. They can clip us, make misleading titles about people being racist and this and that and blah, blah. But soon as you clip up something kind of clickbait, because a lot of them thought you were going to talk about them and their names not.
I could have. Hold on. Let's pause. There's no victims here. Anybody that I put in my promo has been guilty of appearing, quote unquote, allegedly, to dislike and or hate women. Just because I didn't clip you up and provide actual truth doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I can go to any internet, and I don't care if you deleted it from your page, it still exists. And if I clipped you up, you personally insulted me by misleading your audience to saying that I was something that I wasn't, with the exception of Anton. Anton has never kicked me off his panel, but I've seen him annihilate other women. Okay? Period. That's a fact. I can clip it all day long and he can never come at me because it's a fact. Anything that I put in my trailer, you said. And just because I didn't put what you said in my trailer by way of your verbose rhetoric doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Now, should you challenge me and push me with arms wide open, I'm ready. I'm a professional and not a professional YouTuber, but I'm a professional product developer. So if I put you there, you are guilty one way or the other, directly or indirectly, by way of chat. Somebody said, woman, I've never sat on a panel with you, but you've antagonized me and other women from the chat. And I can clip you making the most derogatory statements. And anything opposite of love is hate. If you're not uplifting, you're tearing down. When you're calling women outside of their name, I don't give a damn if you didn't say bitch or hoe. See, a lot of men feel like, I didn't call you a bitch. I didn't call you a hoe. You can say other things that are derogatory, defaming, slandering to that woman, misleading people to feel like her kids are white when they're black. That's slander. Let's start there. And if you allow it on your panel, if you allow it in your comments, that's slander. You should delete it. And why do you expect me to uphold a standard for you that you have not upheld for yourself by way of your own platform? So I know my rights. I know what I'm privy to, and I know the boundaries to which I can reach. Game on. I am not that lost girl that's on YouTube. I'm a highly trained professional. I came to play ball, and I let you play ball for 6-7 months, boys. And I sat back, I let you clip me. I let you make a fool of me. I let you call me names. I let you talk about my family, and I never said nothing. And I put your name on a promo, and I said nothing, even though you said everything. I said nothing. But my gun is loaded anytime you're ready. And call your attorney, because I'm not calling mine. And I'm going to fire clip by clip by clip of everything you've said on the internet, disparaging against women. That's opposite of love, which is equivalent to hate. Challenge me. I got my people lined up. My roots run deep. I'm not some ordinary internet girl. I come locked and loaded. Big Al, you know me. Am I locked and loaded?
Facts.
Period.
Yep.
That's childhood. That's family. That's blood. That's lineage. If I clip you up, you're guilty. I just have not unloaded my clip on you by way of proof. That's it. You drew blood first on me, and I let you go. And I let you go and go and go and go. And I let a lot of women go and go and go and go. I'm just starting with the men. That's it. I ain't said nothing.
There's some women out there that definitely.
I've never drawn first blood. Ever. I ain't never talked about nobody's families. I ain't never talked about nobody's kids. I get clipped. I get called all kind of names. Y'all lie about my husband. You lie about me. I ain't said nothing. But all I did is put your picture in a promo to warn you. Let's go. Game on. If you want to go there. But you better know who you're going there with. Because my roots run deep by way of legalities, people, places, and things. And I got the money to back me up. So call your lawyer about your behavior on YouTube. And I'm ready to go any day of the week. Because it's not slander if I can prove you said it. And that's it.
And that's on period.
I'm sorry, my page is never I'm sorry, my page has never seen me behave like this. But I had people threatening me today. Don't threaten me.
Hey, once the gloves are off, there is no rules.
No, when you said it, you can't threaten me. All I do is review content every day. I just try not to review people that I sit next to. But most of you, or most of them, have put Black women on their pages, and you have completely annihilated them for no reason at all. Their kids, their families, their husbands, their mothers, their schoolings, and nobody on the panel has said, dude, back the fuck up.
Yeah,
You tripping.
they love it. They love it. I knew, and that's why like people were saying I was being aggressive on like, you know, on one of the panels, like, oh, why is she being so aggressive? Because I'm like, you got all these men who are going to make me their talking point of the night, to throw shade, to talk about women with kids, calling kids bastards, and all of that. You got
White when your kids are black, all of that.
all of my
I've had women clip things from these panels and say, I hope these men knock them in the back of their heads, inciting physical violence, and it in conjunction with the audio you heard when a man say, how many of you niggas and DDT the bitch?
Yeah.
All of the stuff we've heard, and ain't nobody called a timeout. And you mad? And you mad? It's on your platforms, and you mad because we talking about it tonight. You've had years to say, hey, bro, tone it down. Don't do that. That ain't the way we want to represent the Black community. But guess what? Here we are. Don't threaten me for a good time when I can clip you saying it. Call your attorney. And I can clip you 10 times over. It ain't no slander. There are no victims here. You are guilty by association or proximity. Period. Don't nobody pay my bills by way of a platform. Don't nobody pay my therapy by way of a platform. I work, and God gives me the authority to get up day by day and day by day to exercise my skill set. And guess what? I can say what I want about Anton Daniels. He does not pay my bills. He is a man. He is not my God. He may be y'all's God. And I'm not talking to my panel. I'm talking about to the niggas that sit next to him on a platform that are too scared to say, you're going too far. I'm out of here.
Can I speak to that, Queen Sheba?
Go ahead.
And listen, me and Anton has reached a resolution now. But everything you just said that you wouldn't do, I did. I spoke about his wife. I posted his father obituary. His dead father. Listen, so when my whole thing is this, man. I have a clip, you know, if I could pull it up right now, right? Because it's old, but I started to really get upset because I saw this man telling, whether it was K, I'll stump you in the titty, telling other men it's okay to hit women in the chest, beat women to a pulp if they just bump you wrong. And then the same episode, Queen Sheba, and shout out to the KA show because she called it out. There was an African guy on the channel. They said he had the same physical aesthetics of Mike Tyson, right? Weight class, et cetera, et cetera. He was a boxer. He said, Anton, I run up on you, I beat your ass. He said, listen, man, sometimes you got to know how to, communicate and calm things down between men. So KA jumped in and said, damn. So when it comes to the women, you will kick us in the titty. When it comes to the men, you want to de-escalate. And I made like a 30-minute video about that because I said these are the men. First of all, you don't grow up in Detroit beating on women and being afraid of men. That's not how it works here. More importantly, when you have 2,000 people watching, ain't nobody saying shit. JR has children, quiet, right? He wasn't even around this time. It was him and Logic was around, another guy I'm not really fond for, et cetera, et cetera. All these guys were quiet. And if they weren't quiet, they did what Logic said do. Put her in a DDT, do a wrestling move on her. So these men are advocating for women to get beat on. And I got a problem with that because if one of their sons or one of their homies put hands on my daughters or my sisters or anybody I really care about, I have a tendency to be very, 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 very violent against people who want to bring violence or harm against people who I love or care about. And I can be just as harsh to my enemies as I can be as kind to my friends. I think Anton learned that. And we went through a nice year last year where, you know, eventually we just called it quits. But I didn't like the fact that you would talk shit about other women. But and I haven't said this in a long time, so forgive me. I don't mean to go at cuz this is not by any means bringing this back up. But I would call his wife ugly. I can't listen to you about relationships because you don't have the kind of marriage or wife that I want. You don't have the life that I want. None of that. Also at the time, because the Anton that y'all see now, the Benz and the Rolex, when I met Anton, that nigga was driving a Jeep Wrangler. That's a fact. When I met Anton, he was getting into it with Tawana. That video is still up. As a matter of fact, Tawana was the one who actually brought Kevin Samuels in because she did an interview with him. And I know this for a fact. Right? Anton is an opportunist. He's a businessman. For example, he had Charleston White on, where this man in multiple videos admitted to raping women and being okay with raping women. Completely okay with it. As long as it sells, as long as it get views, it don't matter. That's what I learned about him and people that really truly stand by him. They're okay with women being beat on. They're okay with the bullshit, as Al said, for entertainment. But I don't find that entertaining. I find that very problematic. Right? And it used to make me very, very, very upset to the point where, like I said, I made a whole thing about called Surviving La Peef. And there's certain people that I don't want to bring up that used to be a part of that channel, certain women, but they was a part of it too. Those women helped propel it. And it wasn't until this woman I will name, it wasn't until Amira came over there, because after she got over there, she was the new submissive woman. And they discarded this black woman who before had that slot. And there was other stuff going on in the background as well. Right. So I just feel like it was a whole bunch of hypocrites on that panel. To this day, I still feel that way. Even, you know, with brothers like Ali, et cetera, et cetera.
Somebody said, damn, the tea is piping hot. I don't have tea, but I have facts.
Yeah.
I have facts. Anything I can clip up. But let's back up. The demographic that we're talking about tonight, I don't feel like have been challenged on a level that they should have been challenged. And most people can't because they are financially indebted to these people. You see what I'm saying? When somebody is paying for your therapy, you see how quick rumors go around YouTube, whether it's true or not. When somebody buys your child a Christmas toy, why do I know that? And I'm seated way in Texas. See, that's why you don't trust niggas. Because if you were doing this in love, how come I know this in Texas? That should have never gotten out. So don't tell me about the goodness of a man that I know about. Tell me a goodness about the men that I never heard of. Does that make sense? I don't want to know about something that I know by way of YouTube. Don't tell me he's good because he did this and all of YouTube knows it. It should have never gotten out. Number one, hold on. Number one, if I do something for my community and I pour into them financially, nobody should never know the amount, the sessions, the therapy, the modality, period. Do you understand me? If somebody does something for you and everybody in your community knows, that's not love. That's exploitation, manipulation, abuse by way of something. In the words of Denzel Washington, I'm going to leave here with something. I'm going to get something. And you got to be careful for those type of predators that's going to give you something, but they expect to leave here with something. Okay? Number one. Number two is Anton has never slighted me that I know of. That's not the point. Anton has slighted what I stand for, which are women. Anton, if you have a problem with quote unquote masculine, educated, strong women that come on your panel, stop inviting them. Your problem is solved. Sit with your minions that come on that are gracious enough to sit in front of you and eat from the fruits of your labor and keep it at that. But do not invite people to challenge you intellectually, and then you annihilate them without them knowing what they're walking into, without it being an equal playing field. Period. I'm done with it. Okay, I've said what I had to say. And there's a lot of you on my list that I have not even talked about. And you say, well, don't use me for your promo. No, bro, you use me for your promo, but you blocked me. When I confronted you, I'm all over your page. Don't play with me. Period. Go ahead. B. Taylor.
Yeah, I don't even, I'm like, I don't even know where to even.
No, listen, I told B. Taylor, I am what I am.
I can't
And
tell
most
her
people, no. Most people don't know I can fight good.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Until then, I'm a great partner. But if you want to go to war, let's go. But I will do it on an equal playing field where you can see it. Whereas most of them do it in an imbalanced way.
Right.
Where only their followers know. And only their people know. And they block you. And you don't even know what they're saying about you and your family. I invite you all to come in because I have nothing to hide. If you are on my roster, it's because you drew first blood by way of the sisterhood, directly or indirectly, period.
Yeah. I didn't think that, like I said, I think what you just said was well stated. It's like, I didn't think you were gonna come in and play dirty the way these men play dirty. I think you was playing like, let's have a discussion. Y'all have discussions about us all the time. People have had discussions, hours long lives about things that I have said or what Batman and Robin have said and clipped up, and this woman this and this woman that and this woman said this. And so it's just like, it's YouTube. If you're gonna be on this platform and you say certain things, understand it's going to get clipped up. I'm not scared to get clipped up. I've been clipped up enough, okay, for almost a year straight of misleading headlines. And I get it. My name bring numbers. Cool. Like bashing B. Taylor TV is bringing you numbers. That's cool. Like I got over it. But you enter this space, you can't kind of like control the narrative that people want to believe about you. But one thing I don't play with is my kids. So I I have chosen not to respond to certain things, but I will say, Crimson Cure, I saw what the fuck you said about my child, and that's all I'm gonna say. I better not ever be on a panel with her. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Since we addressing motherfuckers, I'm just saying I better not ever be on a panel with her because she gonna get some words.
I didn't see what she said about
Especially my child being black, and it's like, don't mention my kids' race. Don't mention
anything about your kids.
My kids' color. Talking about, well, at least one of them is black. Like, don't bring up none of my kids. You don't even have kids yourself. So like, why are you bringing up my children? If you as a mother, you would know those are off limits. Talk about me. Don't talk about some babies. Period.
I agree. I think that, like I said, man, I think a lot of people in this space, they just talk to fucking hear themselves talking sometimes, B. Taylor. And I remember the first time I actually saw you was on Cruise Season when they was talking about the nuclear physicist.
Oh yeah.
And how the young lady wasn't really interested. And how dare a woman not be interested? If the nigga lame, he lame. If
Well,
he corny, he corny.
crazy is, what's crazy? That same woman, I follow her on Instagram. She's now engaged to a very high value, high earning man who is an athlete and everything. She is now engaged. So for all the men that were saying, oh, you need to, and I think that I can go back and say, dang, you know what? I was kind of telling her some stuff. I think I was projecting because she got her man, she got a ring, and she got the man that she wants. She didn't have to settle. So I think that I think it's a dangerous rhetoric. All these men in the manosphere telling women to settle. You don't know what it's like to be a woman that settles. Men are more stronger than you, more powerful than you. They'll run you down to the damn ground until you're ready to jump off a damn bridge. We only have one life to live. And you telling me I got to be miserable for the rest of my life with a person because I'm not valuable enough? That's insane to me. And it's like they really don't know what it is to be a woman. Just like I don't know what it is to be a man, but to tell a woman that she should stay in a relationship that's unhealthy and toxic because she got kids, it's dangerous. All these men, go back to your child's father. You don't know why. For a woman to run from her child's father in that relationship, it's a reason why she left, okay? It's a reason why she finally got the strength to leave that situation before it killed her. So, women, if you in a situation, don't let no man sit up there and tell you you got to suffer and stay into something that's going to eventually kill you.
Listen, the chat is amening and passing the offering plate around for B. Taylor. Now, I don't know how much we got before I take my cut. But you know how the white gloves in the church, we're going to count the envelopes and all of that at the end. Empress Carter says, the strike of a Scorpio is aligned to that of an Alpha and the Omega. Hint, you don't want it. I am a Scorpio. But, you know, I told my husband, I said, listen, I've sat back. I've watched it. I've been attacked. I've had people email me this morning. How dare you? I'm going to be watching what you say. No, bro. When did you decide to watch what I said before you watched what he said about me and other women? So it's not a victim. No, there are no victims here. There are points and arguments when it comes to the Black community. Don't jump on a bandwagon of don't attack my bro when your bro has been attacking women in these spaces for months, right? And I feel like the surge is rising where men own this space and they really feel like women have no right to speak. You know why? I blame the women because you sit next to them on panels. You go along to get along. You spruce up. And I'm not talking about you. Women in general, including myself. We don't speak up enough. We don't hold our points enough, right? But I've never sat on a panel where I've heard a man call a woman a bitch and a hoe. And I felt like, it ain't my problem. It ain't your problem today because there's a pecking order today. She's up next. And when you take her away, there's a pecking order when you realize how men eat and the hierarchy of the food chain, right? Big Al, feel free to jump in. And then when they annihilate the women, they start to pick off the men one by one, which is why Red the Guru says, first of all, what are you doing talking to women? What are y'all doing even in women's business or how a woman should manage her virginity? What is it? Her virginity, her vagina, her fertility. Yeah, virginity, her virginity, her fertility, all of that good stuff, right? I ain't never had no man in my family, the real OGs, my father, my grandfather, hardcore Negroes, ever know much about a woman more than I know. They don't even want to be associated. Does it make it right or wrong? No, they're attending to what men do, men's business. And I think the fact that they're calling men that can say back off simps, I think you're the real simp. I think the fact that you know what a woman should be doing in a relationship and how she should curtail her behavior, you're the real simp, right? Because that tells me you've sat around your mama long enough to get in on the gossip and learn some shit that you should not have been listening to as a boy. You should have been outside playing. And you're repeating shit that you heard your mother say on a phone call, right? Well, child, she shouldn't have picked him. And that's why she got a baby child. And that's what they sound like to me. I'm going way off and I don't want to be messy.
Also,
let me pass the mic.
I want to jump on when you said, Kelly actually brought this up when they say, oh, he's a beta. It's like half of y'all not even a gamma. Y'all a delta. So because it's alpha, beta, gamma, I think what is it? A delta, whatever the lowest of the low. Some of y'all not even on there. Y'all not even a beta. A beta is still up there. Y'all not even a beta or a gamma.
But when you think about the food chain, take the women out. The men will start to annihilate and assassinate each man. That's what we're doing in the Black community. So instead of the men tackling critical issues, my mama used to say, pick on somebody your own size. I remember my grandma used to say, pick on somebody your own size. Why are you picking on women? Somebody that can never measure up and fight you toe to toe. A woman can never go toe to toe with the man, period. Even the smallest man, right? She just doesn't measure up physically, period. Why are you picking on women? Why are you in women's spaces making your talking points about women? That's it. And you get mad when you back her in a corner like a female lion and she lashes out to protect herself and you call her masculine. I call her desperate to live, to survive. She had no idea what she was walking into. You baited her and you switched on her. It's your fucking panel. Stop acting like you're a victim and you rolled out the red carpet for these women. You set them up to knock them down. From the moment you say, would you like to come on? The whatever channel. And this is what we're talking about. And they never know what they're up against. And then you annihilate them. And when they say, I'm done, you say, bitch, get off my panel. I kicked that bitch off. No. You're a bully. It's like taking candy from a child. You're a bully. That's what you are. You're picking on people that have no idea that you exist. Let's talk about it. And you're not even picking your own classification of weight like boxers, where you have to diet and weigh in, right? That's hard. That's a hard discipline to go up against somebody in your own classification. It's manipulation. That's it. That's all I got to say.
I actually 1,000% agree with you guys. Like I said earlier, I think a lot of the men in this space are just cowards. I don't know why they don't call men out. For me, like my daughter was maybe I think 6 months when the whole thing between me and Anton started, because he got online doing what he do. He didn't know me. He was like, well, I know where Daryl lives at. I know where his family lives at. I know where everybody lives at. I still have the clip too, because he deleted the live or whatever. That's old news now, because after he did all of that, I said, you know what, fine. And he used to close up the rich bully. That's why I did all those things, Queen Sheba. Not only was he, and if you go back and watch the video of me and him apologizing to each other, he admits this. Yeah, I did speak about your family. It was frustrating though, because once you take it there with somebody like myself, that basically gives me all permission to do whatever I want to you and to everybody you give a fuck about. And I did. And eventually, the white flags were waved. But the men in this space are just cowards. I say like true cowards. I genuinely mean it. Like, one of the things that used to piss me off was he would say, if I see a woman being raped, I wouldn't do nothing about it. I would keep walking, maybe call the police. What are you talking about, bro? If I see a woman being beat up, I'm not going to stop. The guy might have a gun. He might do something. So basically, you're a coward. So if your daughter's being jumped or being beat up, the message here is that men should just ignore it. Or another toxic message I hate is if she's not having sex with you, you have no obligations to help her. But you also want men to be community oriented. Like, it's just ridiculous. And a lot of these men, if I'm really being honest, they soft. They soft like pussy. They real soft. And to be honest, Queen Sheba, for me, who I'm in the community every single day, and it just get real frustrating because black men, especially the older ones, they don't be there. Right? They just don't be there, to the point where in Detroit, we got a group called New Era Detroit. They had to find volunteers. Like literally go door to door, knocking on doors. Black men should be signing up for stuff like that. Instead of online threatening people like y'all who really, you guys don't want to get into a fucking fist fight with Anton.
Can I say one thing?
Sure.
I will.
Hold on, Big Al. And I want you. A lot of black men are disabled in their earlier years. In their earlier, 50 is early in most races, right? When you think about the financial pivot and the for most men, right? The sports, they call it a midlife crisis where men start purchasing these crazy things because they've hit a status in life where they can, I made it. Look, ma, no hands, basically. Black men start to die at that age. Pause there. Most men hit a midlife crisis. Black men start to die. So when you say there are no black men, most of them are physically not capable of coming out by way of diabetes, gout. They can't. They won't. They have no choice. So let's pause there. And then I don't know if it was Ty or Red that says give grace, or it could have been Al. You give a little bit of grace. And no, it was Grant. It was Grant that said it. So then when you see that person, you say, damn, I can't judge it. They did what they did based on what they knew. He cannot come out in the community because he's plagued with chronic conditions. And maybe, just maybe, he did not spend the bulk of his time prioritizing his health, his wealth, his spirituality. Number one. Right? But men like yourself are saying, come on, bro, where you at? They can't. From a medical perspective. Al, go ahead.
Can you hear me? Okay. So, yes, y'all have all had great points. Y'all are all beautiful people. Even though we might disagree on a lot of factors, I do agree on a lot of things that were said. And just because I disagree with a woman doesn't mean I hate you. Doesn't mean, because the one thing about me, I'm more actions first, speak later. So like, Tamika, you know, if you have any problems, you know, anybody in my family know they have any problems. That's one of my, I hate to say, people say bad characteristics because I have to watch my attitude, especially when it comes to family and friends. So as a black man, yes, we do need to step up more for y'all to let y'all see back again our actions, to let you see our actions so y'all do feel safer with us. I think that is a lot of things that are missing. We can get into a verbal confrontation and I think people, they take it personal just because we disagree on something. I don't take nothing like everything that we've talked about tonight. I never take anything personal. Matter of fact, I try to look, okay, what did she mean by this? What were they focusing on? Why did they say this? I can only learn if I try to learn. You can't learn if you have your view and you think your view is the only view. So I just say that because I got to sign off. My little one, she's supposed to have been asleep a long time ago. Love y'all.
We love you and we appreciate you. And let me tell you one thing about you, Al. I love the fact that you hold your point. And that's why I brought you up, because we don't need everybody on a panel to agree. But we damn sure ain't kicking somebody off that disagrees. So thank you, King, for holding your point and believing in Kevin Samuels the way that you do. I love it. I love it. And you know I love you. And you know we have deep ties outside of this. So God bless you and your family. Bruiser, you're up next. Good night, Al. Because we got Bruiser. Come on, Bruiser. Because Bruiser like to talk a lot of shit. Oh, there he go. He ready. Come on, Bruiser.
Hey, how's it going, ladies? What's up? What up, Daryl?
Why my
What's going
hands
on,
look like
Bruiser?
a clown hand, y'all? Why they do that?
What's
Look,
going
Bruiser,
on?
I didn't tell you, Sheba. I don't know if I saw. I hopped in Bruiser inbox and I was livid. But we
You
had
let them know what was going on?
yeah, you know.
Yeah, we good.
Okay, Bruiser. Because I damn sure got a clip for you ready, but I didn't play it tonight. Ooh, I got one for you. Were you talking about hoes want to go to college and bust it wide open? But that's for part 2. Because I was like, he ain't here to defend himself because you did say it. Did you not?
Yeah, I think I probably said something along those lines.
All right.
Do you like troll? Like, because I genuinely don't feel like some of the stuff you say, I feel like you say it like you're like in the boys club and you try to like say things for a wow factor. Cause I'm like, damn, why he going so low?
No, he said bitches go to college to bust it wide open. So when you send when you send your daughters to college and Anton said, what freedom do they need? He said to bust it wide open.
Well, okay, let me answer one.
All right.
One
No,
question at a
we need
time.
you to defend your point.
So my method of luring people to my content is by shedding light on the misconceptions society pushes with feminism and an attack on masculinity. You know, I do that by exposing behaviors men and women take up, which deems them like incompatible for marriage in a humorous way. I try to add a little humor to it. So I can come off serious, but then I can joke a little bit. This gives men and women knowledge of what's actually happening in society in turns, probably help them with discernment when like choosing somebody to be a fiance or something like that. But talking about it does one thing, but actually reviewing what actually happens in publicly, you know, it get the right information out. But you know what I'm saying? I don't hate women. You know what I'm saying? I don't hate men. I just stand on anything that supports the nuclear family. And anything that's against, anything that opposes it, any behavior or any principle or ideology that comes against marriage, you know what I'm saying? You know, I'm against it. It's like a spit in my face. You get what I'm saying? Because I see what it does to the kids.
I don't get what you're saying. No, because I think you were a lad in training at one point. So how can you bring
said I was a
someone else
lad in training? What do you mean? Like
a
I just
lad?
got into this, right?
A lad in training. I said what I said, Bruiser.
So well, you're gonna have to expound
Hold
on that
on.
because I don't really quite clearly understand what you mean.
You were a lad in training and you failed your first time around.
Okay, so why does everything gotta
And when
go
I
back
say
to
your
my
first time
around?
around, you failed in your first marriage.
I failed in my first. I would even say that everything I did initially, or I attempted, I probably failed at it.
And that's
marriage
fine.
is not an
That's not the
exception.
point.
But
The
that is
point
the point,
is
though.
thereafter, the lack of grace.
The point is
hold
not
on,
the failure. It's
because
about how
this is where you have to pause.
Okay, go
and
ahead.
this is where I think a lot of you go wrong in the manosphere. You don't pause and you don't learn and you don't get curious enough to listen and learn outside of your point.
Okay, go ahead. I'm listening.
All right. And this is what we do in the palace. We pause.
Okay, then let's go ahead.
Just like I paused when you were talking. So you were not successful your first time around. That's neither here nor there, right? Because we all have been a test and learn subject at some point in our lives. All of us. The point is, what do you do with thereafter? You go on attack. Some of us go on volunteerism, love, missionary, but we do not crucify. That's the difference that I see between your standpoint and some of the others that I wish to see. You crucify what you used to be as opposed to edifying, rectifying, healing what you used to be. You were a hot mess.
How do you figure that?
Because you want, come on now. I don't want to put your business out there.
Whatever you know or whatever you think you know about me.
I don't want to do that.
But
the point is, you made some mistakes that you learned from. And you're in a better position today than you are yesterday. And so are we all. That's not the problem. But the problem is, what do you do with it? Do you look back to uplift and reach a hand? Or do you say, You got kids, you did this, you got a failed marriage, when you had all of that, with the exception of a kid. And that's all I'm saying is, how do we choose to heal our community? By way of the shit that we've stood in and the boots that we were standing in, the shoes that we walked in. That's the only thing that I think there's an opportunity for all of you in the manosphere to do.
Is that your question to me now?
Huh?
Because in order for me to answer this, I would have to assume and agree that I was actually standing in some shit in my previous relationship or marriage.
You were. You did.
So you say I am, but you want me
said
to
it. No,
agree to
you
that?
said it.
No, I didn't say I was standing. I don't see. I think using words and terminology is important because it
Remember, I've
allows you
sat
to
on
get the right
panels with you. I'm not
get
trying to
it.
bring it here.
So it's better. So if you did sit on panels with me, it may be better to use the words that I actually use.
Can I say it?
Go ahead.
You admitted on a panel that you never loved your first wife, that you divorced her, and how you made sure you didn't want to give her a baby, and that I think you only married her for extra money in the military, right?
No, it's not. That's not only the reason why I married her.
That's a portion of the reason. Not fully, but a portion.
There's a
Can we meet there?
There's a plethora of reason why. I married her.
You took vows under oath, under God, for a woman that knew that.
But I'm not even trying to go there because
because he wanted to add context.
No. I got it. But I was trying to save him from that.
No, it's nothing to do with saving. This is all true. I actually see. The thing is, what's difference between me and the people I talk about, the shit that you could the so-called shit you say I stand in, is me actually trying to do something. The things I was trying to accomplish was a positive thing. I was actually trying to be a married man and have kids within wedlock.
But you said you never liked her. You said I married her.
I never
liked her. I never wanted to have kids with her, and I made sure I wore condoms
I never loved
every
her.
time I had sex with her.
Had it correct. You said
every time you had sex with her, you wore a condom because you knew you were going to divorce her. How is that fair to the Black community?
I think you conflated what I'm saying. I didn't say I wore a condom because I knew I wasn't going to divorce her. I think the proper thing that if you go back, I said I wore a condom because I wasn't ready to have children with her. I was being responsible because, and the thing about love, just because you marry somebody doesn't mean you got to be in love with them. You choose to love somebody. Marriage, love is a choice.
I agree. If you're dating,
I don't have to be in a marriage with anybody to initially love them. Those things are things that I could do. I could turn that on and off on my own. I'm not compelled to it by nobody's in energy or sorcery or whatever you want to call it. So that I don't see how that makes any.
I think it's an abuse of power. I think it's an manipulate. Let me tell you how. I'm not saying I'm right. I think when people are curious about what you're saying, what they're saying is, how could you?
How could I what?
Lord, hold on. I'm coming. How could you propose to this woman knowing your further intent? Your further intent is, I don't really love you. I don't want children by you. But in a minute, in the meantime, I'm going to divorce you after I get my financial supplement. And then, based on what you said, or the impression you gave, because I don't want to put words in your mouth, and then after I get that, I am going to go with a woman that I deem more physically attractive. And then I'm going to sit on a panel and tell people and parade how I never even liked you. I never wanted you in the first place. You said I never even loved her. You should have never married her. So I think that is what people are looking for, an account of personal responsibility and accountability for you as a man to say, I manipulated and I took advantage of a woman that thought I loved her. And I had her so wrapped up under my thumb that I used her. And when I was done with her, I let her go. And I even wore condoms with her and convinced her it was right in my marriage. That's what people are looking for you to say.
But they can't get me to say that because then it'd be totally dishonest. That's not what happened. I see you painting a story, you're painting a narrative, but that's not what happened. That's not how it happened. And
I
plus,
feel like that's how you described it and laid it out there.
no, that's not that's not what happened
Okay.
at all. And
I could
in
be
fact,
wrong.
I
I
didn't
could
get
be
into
wrong.
I didn't get to my now marriage until 16 years later.
But this is the
So
thing.
it wasn't like I had a motive to.
I understand. Like, my problem is that we get on these panels and act like we're perfect. Like, you went unscathed of having no children, but you did say back in the day you was busting down girls, you was out there, then you got married, and that whole situation, and then you finally clean up your act and get married and do the right thing, only for you to backdoor and shit on the people who probably made a few mistakes along the way as well, but resulted in children. And now it's like, I'm better than you, when really, like, your mess was also made as well. Like, who's to say that a woman cannot get married after having children? That happens every day. That happens a lot more often than you think. And to call other kids bastards, and that you're the bottom of the totem pole
And other people's daughters, Bruiser, I've heard you. So here's the thing about you. You're very soft-spoken. Almost to the point that you do not appear to be dangerous.
Mhm.
And there are some things that come out of your mouth. I'm like, Bruiser? Oh, no, not Bruiser. I advocate for Bruiser behind the scenes when my girls want to tear your ass apart. I'm like, no, Bruiser's cool. And they're like, no, he ain't. Listen to what he said. And where you are calling people, families that send their daughters to college, you're calling their daughters bust downs. You're calling little Black girls from prominent Black families bust downs. How do you defend that?
It's nothing to defend. If they're going into college and they're having sex without any requirements,
Wait,
what do you call that?
let me ask you this. Did you wait till marriage?
Let him.
Your wife?
Did I wait till marriage to have sex with my wife?
Yeah.
This my second wife or my first wife?
Your second one.
No.
So wouldn't that
Did
be?
I wait till you told me I wait till I get to altar, or did I wait till
No,
I
just
propose?
wait.
No, I knew I wanted to marry her. I said I was gonna marry her the first day I met her.
Well, you still dishonored her by having sex with her and laying down with her before you put a ring on her finger, right? So wouldn't that be,
We were engaged.
if something was to happen, right, where y'all
Mhm.
split up, wouldn't she just be qualified as a bust down because she allowed you to have sex with her without marriage?
Well, if we could play the if game, then we're gonna come to a lot of we're
But
not
it's
gonna come
not
to
even
a
an if game. You did have sex with her before you took your vows with her.
Yeah. I knew I wanted to marry her, and I told her I wanted to be my wife, and
So
she
what?
said yes.
But that worked out for you. There's a lot of women who are being sold false dreams that they are going to marry the man that they're also sleeping with. And they probably think they'll end up in a situation like you and your wife, when really that man was probably lying just to get to what he was trying to get to.
You said there's a lot of women. I got some pushback on that.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't think there's a lot of women that meets that criteria the same way as my wife. And I know that a lot of women want to talk about the exception.
Talk about what the criteria that you feel like your wife met.
My wife, first of all, I vetted my wife properly. My wife vetted me properly. I made sure I knew what her parents was like. You know what I'm saying? Her father. What did she have any representation or any example of an actual marriage? Those are the things that I banked on whether or not I wanted to even take her seriously. And that, when I say that, I'm saying like a lot of people they don't have the same scenario I have. And they're not moving the same way I was moving. I met my wife when she just turned 21 years old. A lot of the things I was talking about.
How old were you when she was?
I was 27, 28 years old when I met her.
Okay.
So y'all are like, what, 10 years apart?
Right, 6 years apart. She was turning 21. I was turning 28. What's that? 6, 7 years apart? Yeah. So I met my woman at a young age because I wanted to meet a woman that was young and impressionable. And I knew that the likelihood of me meeting anybody around my age, the chances were high that she would have a child. And the older I got and more longer I got, and if I wanted to meet somebody within 2 to 3 years of my age range, it got even higher. But that's neither here nor there. The decisions I made every decision I made in the past, if I ever failed at it, I corrected it. And whatever decisions I made, I was actually trying to do something positive. I wasn't out here trying to just turn women into hoes or whatever, this narrative that's being painted about me. I was actually
Meaningful Life said at least Bruiser came to face his accusers.
Yeah.
Where's
So
the rest of them? So hold on, we're not accusers because Bruiser has said, and everybody has said everything we've said. So listen, that's why you clip it up. That's why it's called a clip. We're not accusing him of anything. Anything that Bruiser has said is there. The problem is not that what Bruiser does for his family. Bruiser can do what he wants to do for his family and his wife. The problem is when Bruiser starts to inflict his own beliefs on other women and crucify them that lives outside of his standards. And he owns that and adopts that as doctrine. And he does not have the capability or the capacity to shift away and or pivot from that.
What are my standards?
You said when young girls go to college, they're being bred to be hoes and bust down and open their legs. Am I right? Am I wrong? Hold on, because we can do a part 2 of this and I can clip it up. And I don't want to do that. Did you or did you not say that? I got it on tape.
Bastard children and women.
Hold on. One thing at a time. Did you not say that when most girls go to college, the only freedom they get from going to college is to open their legs and be bust downs? Yes or no? Did you or not? Did you or did you not say that?
I don't recall I said it like that. I may have said something along those lines, but I think I made it clear and I gave context.
The question was, what freedom
do
do you get to let your 18-year-old go to college? You said open her legs, be a bust down.
You probably gonna have to show me the clip on that.
All right.
Okay. So maybe answer mine. So will you admit that you called people's children bastards?
Well, children that don't have a father, don't know who their father are considered bastards.
But this is 2023, and that's a lot of things that were said back in the day that were okay, as in you being called the N-word. That was okay back in the day. Obviously, it's not okay now because it's an insult. And you're calling, because didn't you say something about your mother not being married when she had you? So does that mean that you're a bastard?
Oh, my mother was married when she had me.
You said you didn't have your father around.
No, my father wasn't around.
Right. So your father wasn't.
What does that mean?
My father left my mother whenever I think I was maybe 1 or 2 years old.
But were they divorced or what?
He left.
Yeah, my father got a divorce. My mother was this was the 80s. I was born in 86.
You're the youngest out of the kids?
Yeah, I'm the baby. I'm a twin. My sister is a twin sister. And there's 3 brothers after that. But I'm the youngest. So my father didn't stay in the marriage because my mother was on drugs.
Mm-hmm.
It was just the 80s.
Here's the thing. Bruiser is a highly decorated military personnel. Mm-hmm. He knows how to answer these questions. Okay. What? So when you're dealing with a person like that, you got to go head on. Because if you dance, he going to do the funky 2-step. Okay. You got to come with facts, summaries, documentations, pamphlets, all of that, transcripts, right? So we're dancing with him and he's just doing the funky 2-steps and doing gymnastics. And that's cute and that's fun. So if you want to see everything that we're saying about Bruiser, look him up on YouTube. Hold on. Let me, so you can spell his name correctly. Bruiser, can you tell them how to correctly spell your name on YouTube so they can document everything you've said about Black women?
Actually, the YouTube channel is called Concur Network.
I don't want that. How do they spell your first name? Your YouTube name? BR what?
That's not my YouTube name, but I mean the name. If you want to find it on Instagram, you can find the same content on Instagram. It's BRUIZZR.
Okay, and then give them your page, BRUIZZR. If you want to track everything he said about Black women, right? The good and the not so good. Now, if you want to go to the control substance, where he has more control of what you see, give them that page.
So Queen Sheba, like, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Are you how on a scale from 0 to 10, how certain are you that I've actually made content about Black women?
I'm extremely certain that you have participated in content about Black women 1,000%. I don't care about what you've made. I care about what you've co-signed, right? So when you go to a car dealership and the person doesn't have the credibility and or the financial income to purchase the car, and you sign your name to take full credibility and accountability so that when I miss that payment, your name is on the line, I'm 1,000% certain you have been in the room, period, on every panel, period.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. So
Yeah.
when a panel have a discussion and it states Black women and I answer, I'm predisposed to talking about Black women, even if I say women or single moms or whatever. Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
No, that ain't all you say, but we're going to leave it there. But here's what I've said about you in your face. Have I not said, Bruiser, outside of I feel like you're one of my favorites. I feel like there's a good guy inside of you. Have I not saying that? You can clip me publicly saying that. Say you're one of my favorites because I kind of feel like you are a good guy, but you travel in bad spaces.
Yeah, you
have
said
I
that.
not saying? Have I not said that?
You have said that, and that's the reason why. I like being on panels with you, because you don't, unlike other women, you don't take nobody's shit. So that's why I like being on the same panel as you.
Well, I don't think you exude this evil agenda, but I think you do what you got to do. But I think you got to know when to pull back, and you ain't really. And I think I ain't gonna even say what I think. Period. Daryl, what you want to say?
I actually spoke to Bruiser recently about a video I'm doing about him.
Lady D's, you're coming up.
And Bruiser, I'm pretty sure you probably remember this. When I first on the panel with you, we didn't really get along, right? I was kind of an asshole, and I think that might have been on Q channel a while ago. And I didn't understand why some of the things that you were saying. And to be honest, I can't remember those things either. I do think what Queen was saying, you being in the presence of other people that call women terrorists and shit like that, I'm not going to say that they have influence over you, but it felt like it watching from the outside, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't like the stuff about your ex-wife. First time hearing it, et cetera, et cetera. I would see you really on the short videos, right? Tuxedo on, tie on. I would see you in different spaces, and you would be talking about the nuclear family. But then I would see you in other spaces. It's a Queen point. Listen, specifically at Lapeef, right? Let's call a fucking spade a spade. And it seemed more like that was like a trope to shit on Black women for entertainment and money and super chats and shit like that. But like I said in the chat, even here tonight, I think that you are in a very peculiar situation, Bruiser, because it's not too many men in this space that preach the shit that you preach, that has an attractive wife, they're married, you have children with your wife, right? It's very clear. Everything that happened with your past, let's be real. A lot of real niggas, they'd chalk that up, bro. Just like in real life, nobody care about stretch marks and baby mamas. That's stuff that's talked about here. In real life, B. Taylor can go get a man right now, literally. I think that if I was your manager, bro, I would just have you tone it down a little bit more on women, and for me personally, turn it up on men and make them actually participate in things that can impact our actual community, like you did when you served this country, right? So I think those are that's the Bruiser that, like, when I think about you, bro, that's what I think about. Military, wife, family, pictures of his wife pregnant, holding her and shit like that. That's the images of Black men that we really need to see.
Yeah.
If there are images of you going off on Black women or saying different things that can be contextualized in a negative manner, let me tell you from somebody who, listen, it's not gonna work out well. Bruiser, I've done those same things. I've attacked women in this space plenty of times. Sometimes they was warranted, sometimes it wasn't. Sometimes, like Queen Sheba was saying, you was just sitting next to the person, you got hit too when I started shooting. Nevertheless, what I learned, Bruiser, was that it didn't matter how often I came on here and talked about postpartum depression if I'm the one attacking women. That's what I learned. Like, no cap. So even when people do things in this space to trigger me, I try my hardest to ignore it until I can.
Yeah.
I really do. And I think that when I came to you, you gave me approval to make the video. Like I said, I already had started working on it because I felt that way before I even came to you. Right. And also, the last thing I'm going to say is your attire. The one thing I respect about Kevin Samuels above everything is he talked about how you look. Right. And you present yourself. Every time I see you, you're in a business tie. Right. And
I like him when he looks like Alfred Hitchcock.
yeah,
with a little hat.
Look super professional, don't he? Whereas a lot of guys like myself, Bruiser, I'm coming on here, I'm in Adidas, I might be chilling. I'm rolling a blunt right now. Right? I'm not married. Right? I know who I am and what I am. I think that if a man like yourself can use your family image to propel a positive image, it'd be so impactful, bro. Like, no cap. Because there's not too many black married men in this space that perpetuate their families the way that you do. And the only one I can name outside of yourself is Trill and my brother Smooth. No cap.
That's true.
Black Lexicon says bad behaviors that cause trauma on both sides need to be called out. I agree. On both sides, I agree. Black Lexicon, you are absolutely correct. If we are coming to the table for a win-win situation for both sides, it's only reasonable that both sides call out both sides. It's like a business deal, right? When somebody hands you a contract, you read over and you be like, oh, hell no. There's nothing in this for me. So I most certainly agree. Bruiser, I'm going to tell you something. I think you're sitting on the wrong side of the fence based on your personality and what I get from you. I don't think there's a right or a wrong. I think you need to find your wave and your jive. And I don't think you found your sweet spot. So I feel like you sit like an oddball in a field of weeds. Does it make it right or wrong? No, it doesn't. Find your sweet spot. Get to that sweet spot where you can exist on both sides, because I feel like you have something to say on both sides, right? And I feel like if your goal is money, then you're cutting your profit. See, anybody that sits in YouTube under somebody else's, I'm a product manager. If you're sitting under somebody else's platform and you're not generating the profit and or the revenue that they take in, and you're just there hoping for a come up, hoping that people come to your page, you're crazy. You need to find your sweet spot where you can show up on their page and drive a message on your page. Okay. And you need to find the sweet spot. And you say, well, what does that mean? That's why I'm challenging you today. What do you really believe? What do you really think? Stop driving a one-sided message and really get into the meat and potatoes of what's important to you other than the echo chamber, right? Even if you feel like all of that, what's the good side of what you feel? And that's the part that people are missing from you. And I just gave you $1,000 session, period. I'm not going to give you any more. B. Taylor, without charging you. What are your thoughts?
I agree. Like, what I visualize, like, obviously he has a beautiful wife and like he's well dressed and spoken. I'm like, if y'all were to get a woman audience and not these manosphere men just attracting them, that's where the real revenue is when you attract both sides. And not like, I understand, Bruiser, like, I can't speak for all mothers, but I'm not proud of my decisions. I live with them every day. And like, I look up to couples who did it the right way. My sister is one of them. But one thing that my sister and the married people around me never do is look down on me like I'm less than. Because when you do that, it's kind of like kicking a puppy when they're already down. It's like, you know how it is with your wife being pregnant, right? And everything that she's going through. Imagine her going through that alone. Whatever
And
the
Taylor, hold that thought real quick.
Mhm.
I have somebody that's been waiting. I want you to, because I want you to have the full floor.
Okay.
And please pardon me, everybody, for interrupting. That's normally not the agenda. But I have somebody that's been waiting in the back chat for like an hour. That's perseverance from a just chat perspective, right? Just to say something. And they've been very diligent. They haven't been rude. Lady D's, what would you like to say, Queen?
Thank you for letting me back up. It froze or something. But anyway, I am a single mother. And when you say something about a daughter going to college and getting bust down wide open, that is so disrespectful and just so hurtful. And just like, my daughter is 18. She is not one of those kids that's going to be like that. She has a good head on her shoulder. She is stubborn as all I get out. She came from me. I and so what you need to do is not do that, because a lot of people is not going to be as nice as I'm trying to be right now, because I am very frustrated and very irritated by that comment. So what I need you to do is not do that, because first of all, you don't know the backstory. The backstory is, when men do this crap and put us women in a predicament where we have to be single mothers. We don't have a choice. And I wasn't going to abort my child because I wanted my child to be here. So what he did was he punched a hole in the condom. And that's how I became a single mother. When he went to the restroom, that's what he was doing. He was in there for about 45 minutes before he came out. So if you don't know the backstory behind somebody becoming a single parent, don't be disrespectful, because it's hurtful and it's shameful for you as a Black man to say something like that to us as Black women. And you're a Black man coming for Black single mothers out here? That's so disrespectful. So disrespectful and so hurtful. For you as a Black man to come for us as Black women, some of us who are single mothers, who have to raise these children by ourselves. So you got to be very careful when you do that.
Thank you, Lady
That's
D.
all I'm saying. No.
That was very brave of you. We commend you for sharing your personal story. And we most certainly appreciate it, Queen, because you did not have to pour out that personal information just to be able to drive home the point, but you did. And let me say this, you are in a safe place. Thank you for sharing. We appreciate that.
I want to piggyback off of that, because not every single, I hate that they have like one size fit all with all women who are not married with children, or single mothers who don't have support. And it's like, it's crazy how many people think I'm just really just out here struggling with no help. Like, Sheba knows I may not be married. I may not have picked men that married me, but I have picked great fathers for my babies. Like, we are a family. Like, if anybody had an ideal co-parenting situation, and I'll say this on this platform because this is a safe platform. Christmas time, me, my first son's father, my boyfriend, and both of my kids all went Christmas shopping together. They get along. They talk. We are a family. They love their children. We go to games, baseball games. We do things as a family. I literally have if you are in a situation where you're co-parenting, I literally will say, I am friends with these men. Okay. And our children, and they get along. Like, we're just a big family. My second child, first child grandparents look at my second child as their grandchild. Like, it's like, we're a big family. I have the most support. I have a very good career. My children's fathers have very great careers. They're so active where they're their best friends. They're the best father figures that I'm so blessed. I'm so blessed. Even though I made mistakes in my life, I'm
I
So
don't feel like you have to justify your children,
I
period.
don't justify my children, but it sucks that people look at me and just, I don't feel good about my decisions. And I have to live with that. And I have to one day explain that, right? But at the end of the day, I'm grateful that God has still graced me in my situation. You know, and so when I get on these platforms and I hear Black men who did it the right way, quote unquote, because everybody didn't do it the right way. They just, their mess wasn't as messy as mine, right? And they shit on you because my sister, like I was saying earlier, my sister's married, and her husband, they got married first. They're high school sweethearts, you know, lost their virginities together, all of that. Okay. And had a kid, got a house. They did everything the right way. They come to me with so much love and support. They don't shit on me. And that's how you know people are just actually like moving in love, moving in purpose, and not moving in, I want to shame you to make myself feel better or make my situation look better than yours. So that's my problem, is with the whole, like, you're the bottom of the bottom. And I'm telling you, I've talked to women who are single mothers who are on the verge of suicide. Okay. And when they hear things like you're the bottom of the bottom, it only takes that one message for them to get off of YouTube and go and finish something that they've been wanting to do for months.
And thank you for that rhetoric and that feedback. I think it's important that we all hold space for each other. And I do not want to dismiss anything that's important to anybody, right? I think that's important. That's why I'm pausing, because I hate to skip over things that are important. So I intentionally choose my pace and my cadence on how quickly I move along. And hopefully all of that registered to everybody in the chat. So Bruiser, my question to you. I know that single motherhoodism has been a topic of conversation for you. Based on your thoughts, based on your experience and your passion, what is your response to what B. Taylor just said?
I mean, if single mothers is actually going through that, then they shouldn't probably come into certain spaces that, you know, talk down on that situation. It's kind of hard to avoid that because a lot of this stuff, a lot of this information that just pop up in the feeds and stuff, and you're not really prepared mentally on how to deal with it. But all I can say is try to understand, you know, why you're coming into these spaces. What are you getting out of it? Is there anything of value in these particular spaces? Me, honestly, if a single mother was asking me, hey, look, what is a good podcast to go watch so I can try to correct my life or try to do better? I most definitely wouldn't tell her to go watch Lapeef Network, for example. I appreciate everybody's story, you know, and everybody's take on it. I appreciate Daryl Long, you know, what he said. And I you know what? A lot of stuff y'all was saying was true. I just came into this space in July. You know, I didn't know anything about all this stuff. I knew how to move, you know what I'm saying? And I knew how to relate to some of the stuff that I was able to pick up along the way as I grew. But, you know, I didn't have all the answers. I had to read and do research and try to understand. And the more reading and more research I was doing, I was able to understand and pick my own, you know, perspective or principles that I wanted to follow. And I knew, you know what I'm saying, as far as trauma, some of the things I had to deal with as a child, what really hit home for me was not having my father in my life. So anytime I saw, you know, any kids or any representation of children not being able to have that, it just gave me like a traumatic memory, or, you know, I was, you know, reminiscent, you know, by just listening. You know, I would zone out and just imagine the times when my, you know, I had a door, the front door had a screen door, the old school screen doors with just the bars. I don't know if y'all remember the doors with the windows with the bars. And I would just reach my hand through the door waiting on my dad to come to grab my hand. And when I first had my son and I looked at him in his eyes and I said, I could never do that to my son. So like, how can a man, walk out of, his children's life? Like, what are you doing? Why are you? And I preach this, like, why are you just having kids, without being married, without giving these kids a chance at having both parents in the household? So I come down on that a lot. And then, I start to hear, the weight leaning more towards a woman not being happy. And there's this thing called selflessness that parents aren't included in how they move as far as whenever they have kids. And they don't think about those things. And, we're young, so we make mistakes. We don't have it all. And that's the beauty of content. That notion, that gap of knowledge from not having it all allows you to create content to actually, spin a narrative as if they did have knowledge, and then you can reap the benefit from it. There's people out there doing it. I've probably done it, unintentionally, indirectly, intentionally, directly. In some cases, just to make a point. But but like I said, what I do is the whole point is to trigger, someone to lure them into a deeper conversation. You know what I'm saying? So, if I ever have a live discussion or I ever get in a conversation, one-on-one conversation, a lot of times people say, oh, I actually sat down with Bruce. I really know where his mind is at.
We want them to feel you where your mind is at without them having to sit down with you one-on-one. And that's the beauty of influence and being on a platform directly or indirectly. And I'm giving you game that we charge for what I do for a living. Anybody that's listening to me, take notes right now. This is the kind of shit that you have to pay for. Don't learn by way of experience or mistakes. Don't let somebody have to say, let me see what you taste like outside of this. They should be able to get a feel. People should be calling you out from the crowd and say, it's like scouting for the NFL. It's a scouting game on YouTube. If they have to pull you aside one-on-one to see what your play game and what your time looks like outside the field, you have failed. You do not measure up, right? Hold on. Somebody says, Queen Sheba, I listen to you all the time. This is the best live I've ever been in. Thank you for the topic and everyone who has spoken. First of all, I cannot take credit for these experts. Bruiser pulled up at the last minute. When the show's almost over, the Q Dogs come in, step in, and you be like, oh, I guess we'll play one more song. That's Bruiser. We got Daryl Long. We got D Keys. That's an everyday, ordinary person, just like you, Miss V. We got B Taylor, that host a platform with over 47,000 subscribers. We have Kayla, Ready to Love, right? We had Big Al, an ordinary, everyday person with a mind that expands beyond the manosphere. Who else was on here? We had Red the Guru. That just wowed us. Who else was on here? I don't want to leave nobody out. Ty, HR professional that can handle any conversation from start to finish, be it disruptive and or friendly fire, right? So thank you, Miss V. I cannot take credit for every ounce of individualism that all of these panelists have brought. And I'm just kind of hyping it up at this point. I'm just doing a little razzle dazzle, but that's what you got to do to get them to come back, girl. So anywho, Bruiser. Bruiser.
I would like to talk to Bruiser about something too, whenever you're done.
All right, Daryl, go ahead.
Bruiser, you're a veteran, so you know what PTSD is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to run that by you.
Mm-hmm.
The next time you're in a space and men are not acknowledging the fact that mental health is real, I would just like to, if you don't point out nothing else, like the fact that men in the hood experience PTSD in similar ways that veterans do when it comes to, let's say, gun violence, right? Or a loss of brethren, which I'm pretty sure you experience as well. My point is this. I'm pretty sure we both know that it's super real. And I'm pretty sure you have veterans that PTSD is still impacting them to this day. So when men are saying that mental health is not serious, I take that deeply, deeply serious, Bruiser. I've dealt with people who suffer from schizophrenia. I had to take care of them. I've dealt with how it can reach a violent point and how I got to respond to that as a man, non-violently, right? Knowing that this person needs help. I would just let us see you advocate for that more. That's all.
I will, man. And I think I don't know if you seen it. It was one panel where we was talking about traumatic experience. I don't know. I think Queen Sheba was on that one time when
Yeah,
Antoine
man, it was a groundbreaking conversation.
Yeah, we was talking
Yeah.
about how I think Anton was advocating that trauma or anything negative things that happen in the past for a man makes him stronger. But a woman, it makes her weaker. And I was advocating against that. I was saying that no, that's not the case, man. I've been in the military, I've been overseas and all that stuff. Men have suffered from it just as well as women do. Like we go through negative experiences in our life, and it doesn't necessarily make us stronger. These things are like a handicap to us. You got guys out there right now getting paid pensions for the rest of their life just because they can't overcome it. So when you say it makes us stronger, no, it actually can cripple. It can cripple you.
Yeah,
So
I agree.
when people say that, it just let me know they haven't been experienced enough to be able to relate to that. And then when they say stuff on the contrary, I have to just let it go over my head. You know what I'm saying? Instead of get triggered to where I get passionate about it to a point where it be the message it get missed because of the negativity that's arising from the disagreement. You know what I'm saying? So I have to be like, you know what? I get it. You on this macho man and heavenly father and you feel like men can do no wrong whenever they face triumph or anything. No, every man is not the same.
But is that where you're best served? Which leads me to my next question, which is very authentic. How does it feel to be in the palace and to sit on a different side of YouTube where you're respected and you can speak freely without interruption, little to no interruption? How does it feel?
Feel good being over here. Feel great. I love it. I like the people over here.
This side of YouTube exists.
I heard
I
that.
just want you to know that. So when you're thinking about your platform and you're thinking about where these girls coming from and the simps, and when you talk about the simps are the healthy men, the healthy husbands, the healthy young lads that are looking for wives, or the healthy This is what it feels like to be respected, to be heard, to not be cut off. Okay? I just wanted you to feel that. And we're holding space for you to feel that. So when you're ready, we can transition you.
I heard that.
All right. All right. Welcome to the palace. And it ain't even got to be mine. You can do your own palace. But I just want you to know there's a healthy set of Black folks that are waiting for a healthy message. So stop with the bullshit and attacking Black women and Black children and get to what God has called you to be by way of a good message, a strong message that can transcend through all generations, right? Even after you're gone, and your kids and your legacy would be proud to pick up where you left off. Stop playing with your talent.
Mm-hmm. All right. Whew. It's different. Some things that I wasn't able to see, man. I come over here and I can actually see a lot of things that I wasn't able to see in other spaces. I sure appreciate it.
There's a lot of healthy people on this side and a lot of healthy professionals that fund platforms on this side. And you don't have to go low to deliver a healthy message. And I'm not attacking anybody else. You get it how you get it. But that ain't how we get it on this side. And I like the fact that Daryl Long has been struck down 3, 4, 5 times. And he needed to be. Right? If you really think about how you engaged, it don't even matter who came at you. It was about how you responded to who came at you. And I think when you took a step back and you were like, wait a minute, maybe that ain't the calling God has for me. And maybe I'm going about this the wrong way. And I'm engaging in a way that I should not be engaging, even if I feel justified. And your pages kept getting struck down and struck down and struck down and struck down. They needed to be. Because sometimes you need to start from scratch to get it right. I'm calling everybody out tonight. Let me stop. All right. God bless you. We need to get off this.
No, you're right. You're completely right. And I was just saying that in the chat, because Bruiser, like when the ladies just sitting here talking, I was low key just thinking to myself, how many young men where I'm from, specifically Detroit in the red zone, that's what we call the blood neighborhood. How many young men would love to see somebody like Bruiser there with his wife and family and just teach them about life? Because I'm telling you right now, Bruiser, like as much as I grew up a nerd in Detroit, it was certain things that I now realize were environmental things that just they stay with me. And those things, Queen, is how I respond to people sometimes. Right. I can come up here, we can talk politics, but you guys have seen it. Right. Like you and B Taylor kind of came around after all that stuff and still, now that I know, kind of know about a little bit of those stuff. And it wasn't just me and Anton. It was a lot of people. So listen, Bruiser, what happened with me, man, was I don't like bullies. I don't like guys who think they bully. If you think you're a bully, you're going to have to prove it to me. I don't like people that pick on black women because where I came from, like I was talking to Cheeky earlier, bro, there was 150,000 untested grape kits found in Detroit. And that should disturb me. And then, I'm dealing with the trauma in my own community now because of the Michigan State shooting. Right. And, it's crazy, I got in touch with Delicious, another native Detroiter here, and her daughter, Jasmine, because they were relatives of Ariel Anderson, who passed away here. And bro, when I was watching her videos, bro, I broke down crying. When I say like broke down crying, bro. And then I went to rage because I clicked on YouTube and I saw the niggas attacking black women. I'm saying, damn, this young girl just died last night, bro. She was at prom last year, bro. Her and her friends was all college virgins, right? Doing them. She was on the dean's list, but nobody mentioning her name. But we talking about the dude who went viral on TikTok who got 7 baby mamas. Made me realize, like, dog, people are not prioritizing the shit that we need to. And for the longest, Queen, what I did was I took that rage and I attacked everybody. Oh, you with them on the panel? Man or woman, you gonna get it. That's your wife? You gonna get it. Because, Bruiser, where I come from, and they would tell me, Daryl, children are not involved in street shit. That's not what happened where I come from. From my understanding, Pop Smoke was killed by a 15-year-old. He loaded his gun that day, knowing what he was about to do. Killed that man in the bathroom while he was taking a fucking shower, Bruiser. Now, if you come into Detroit and you do if you go and do research on the last 2 years of homicides, I guarantee you'll find at least 80 children. When I say children, I mean beneath the age of 10.
That's deep. That's deep.
And I'm trying to tell you, people don't understand the real Detroit, not downtown doing podcasts and shit. The real Detroit, they don't have no bruisers there. No married men, no hard work. It's not there, bro. And that's why I came on Cruise Season telling Trill and Ricky, if y'all want to do real work, go into the real community, bro. That's where the black man exists, the young black man. And I'll end my words by saying this to you, Bruce. And the wise words of Frederick Douglass. It's real hard, bro, to rebuild broken men, but it's easier to heal these young boys.
Yep.
Far more impressionable, as the word you use for your wife. They're far more impressionable, and they either gonna have impressions of you, or where I grew up at, Big Meech and Terry, Blade Icewood, dope dealers, drug dealers, pimps, people who I revere to this day, more than, to be honest, if I'm being honest, more than anybody on YouTube at all. Right, so I just wish that I grew up with people like yourself. My father, dope dealer, pimp. My grandfather, dope dealer, pimp. That's why I don't go to Detroit, Bruce. That's why I don't be in Detroit. Those things bring out the worst in me. And Queen, you're right. All my channels had to go down. The Surviving LP shit was fucking ridiculous. If I'm being like honest.
Now, hold on. I don't know the intricate details. I only know
I'm not
like
gonna go into one
on
because
the
they're
outskirts.
ridiculous.
But
it
when I
was true,
say
to be honest.
it had to happen, I'm talking about blessings upon blessings. I'm not talking about the innuendos, the intricacies of who has beef with who. I'm talking about the bigger picture of purpose. When you're forced into your purpose, when God will force your hand like an arm wrestling match, you won't go down, I'm gonna lay you down. That's what I'm talking about. So that's when I reference your pages, I don't care about what you have with everybody else because I'm not even on the end. My age times me out. So, you know what I'm saying? I don't even qualify to know what y'all got going on. And any little scraps and bits and pieces that I get is from Times Magazine and New York Times, and half of y'all don't even make that. So how about that? So that tells you I don't know shit. Does that make sense? Because you ain't in Times Magazine, you ain't in Life Magazine, so I don't know nothing. And anything that anybody brings me is fragmented, so I know nothing. But when I talk about the purpose of why the crumble on the walls of Jericho has had to come down, these are conversations that, like Red the Guru said, men should be having with men. Why am I having this conversation with you as a woman and edifying you and lifting you up and building Bruiser up?
Yeah.
Men should be doing this, but until a man does, I will be King Sheba. Call me what you need to. King Sheba, I'll be what I need to be, because guess what? You matter so if I got to be King Sheba in this space and Queen Sheba in this space, here I am. Because everybody needs a little bit of love and a nudging and encouragement. And that's what I do. I stand for right. You stand for women. No, I stand for right. And anytime a man is right before a woman, I got him over her. Lady D Keys. Oh, Ann Barry. I got a new member, y'all, at 12:35 a.m. That normally does 12:55. Ann Barry, thank you, Queen. Welcome to the palace. New member. So listen, let me tell you what comes with that. I promise you pictures, insights to my life, polls, recommendations, right? Regarding what I should cover. That's what I promise you. But what I give you is every time I post something, most times you get inside scoop. Anytime I release a story, you have access to it 3, 4, 5 hours before the general public, right? You know what I'm going to say. I give you that, and that's not included in your package. Every time I put something out, you have access to it with the exception of a live panel. So that's how deep and that's how hard I go for my memberships. I give them more than what I promise. So, Lady D's, can you wrap it up what you have to say in about 30 seconds? Oh, Tandra J, you still here? Look at my moderators, y'all. Don't play with the palace. My moderators are on point. Tandra J is still here. But go ahead, Lady D's. Y'all, I'm sorry. I'm very animated as a queen.
I just want to thank you for, letting me come up when I get in here and I talk. And I just appreciate you. And I would love to be one of your mods if I could. So,
You just may be on your way. You just may be on your way. If the good Lord comes to me tonight, hold on. First of all, Ann, girl, Aunt Ann is in y'all don't even know Aunt Ann. Aunt Ann is in a building. Aunt Ann, what is you doing up? First of all, okay, Lady D's. First, y'all don't even know how deep the palace is, Bruiser. I told you. Welcome to the other side. Aunt Ann, welcome. Lady D's, I got you. I need you to keep showing up the way you do. Keep being patient the way you
I'm
do.
gonna show up, girl.
I have
Especially anything you do, I'm gonna
7
show up.
moderators that I've stuck with. It's hard to become a moderator in the palace. I trust my moderators. I give them full privileges and full rights. Now, we had a mishap tonight. We hit somebody and I didn't know how to unhide them, and it could have been me. I've been hitting buttons and we hit somebody, but we're going to make that right. B. Taylor, what are your thoughts on tonight's subject?
I'm gonna say my last thoughts, and I gotta wrap it up because I gotta go. But I think it was productive. I'm glad that Bruiser came on, and it just kind of shed a new light in how I see how you look at things when you shared that story. What I wanted to say for you is that your mom was married, so I think for your calling is to talk to little boys like that, because they need that. You're not the only Black boy that's looking for his father. And even marriage didn't stop him from fighting and leaving for his kids. So there's a certain mentality there that needs to be fixed within Black men to not give up on their children, at least if you give up on a relationship. Because marriage don't always save you, and that's a perfect example. But one thing that is important is your mom didn't have to be married to your dad, even though that's a good thing to do. But his presence was needed. That's what was missing, not the marriage part, because your mom did that. She did that, even though she fell short in how she could have been a better wife. His presence was still needed. And I think if a family doesn't work out, I think a strong presence of the father should be there, regardless if he's living in that home or not. He should always see his kids. That's what I advocate for. And God put me in my position. Okay, yeah, you in this position. Talk about how you're able to co-parent, how the kids' dad are able to get them. Ain't no every other weekend with us. You get your kids when you want to get them. Go. Mama need her free time. It's stuff like that. Like, I think that also a healthy dynamic, a healthy marriage, your children are going to be able to see a healthy dynamic in marriage and love. That's what's important, because for a woman to leave her child's father, it takes a lot of strength. It takes a lot of putting up with a lot. And one thing that I notice is that kids would rather see their parents happy and their parents present than seeing them together, miserable, always fighting, always mad, always depressed, and not giving them the example of what love looks like. Because when you got two people you got two people that's together that don't love each other, that got children in the home. I ain't never seen mama kiss daddy. I ain't never seen mom and dad sitting on the couch watching TV and them laughing. Ain't no laughing. It's quiet in this home. We don't even eat dinner together. So I'd rather a dynamic where both parents are present, but they may not be together because they're not healthy together. I advocate for marriage, but I'm just saying, realistically speaking, I think we just got to be careful of how we put that message out there. And I feel like your calling is to talk to those young boys who didn't have a father growing up. Because I follow you on Instagram, and I see now that you have a relationship with your father. Talk about, how did you get to the point of getting a relationship again and forgiving him to where he's now being a grandfather to your children and making up for that time? That's what God is calling you to talk about, because he ain't put you to that for no reason. You remember those things visually for a reason, because there's another little boy that's a little bruiser that's growing up that need that hope and light, that you can tell them, I'm good with my dad now. And I did it the right way. I made sure that my children see me in the home. That's your calling, not the whole, like, I'm gonna make you feel bad for, that's my only message for tonight.
I'm most definitely gonna consider everything that was said. And
hold on, I'm sorry. I just be on mute all the time. Real quick, Bruiser. Young Doc agrees with you, B. Taylor. Young Doc said this was a perfect live and panel. People have been saying, y'all, I know how we go over to the other side, we entertain, we make it do what it do, but people are quenching for well-rounded. Y'all help me out. Y'all know how. So my palace know how to do when I do my reviews. I be on Premiere struggling for words. Y'all know what I'm trying to say.
Well-rounded conversation.
Yeah, well-rounded conversation. That's it. I'm gonna come back with something else. But go ahead, Bruiser.
Man, I'm most definitely going to I'm most definitely going to consider everything everybody said strongly. I've been taking notes over here, and I actually had to admit I've been looking for a way to pivot. You know, I had a panel called the Groomsome Show. And a lot of guys don't have the time to show up and have a conversation. And I gotta admit, a lot of the conversations was repetitive and a lot of foolishness. And we really had to bank on what was trending. And then nine times out of 10, when you bank on what's trending, you want to make sure you get into the algorithm. And if you're not talking about what people want to talk about, and you start losing. And a lot of stuff that people were talking about, sadly, was degrading. You know, it was degrading to women. It was pinning men against women, and you had to pick a side. So I think a lot of the guys got tired of that. You know, a lot of people are starting to get tired of it because it's starting to get old.
Mm-hmm.
So I think me coming here was very, very inspirational. You know, very, very useful for me to come here because I was able to pick up some things that maybe I could take forward and actually, you know, like I said, pivot into something that's more useful, more beneficial to, you know, people that can relate to me, you know, from where I came from as a kid. And I think this is perfect. You know, I've seen this before because I've talked to my brother about it, but I just never really honed in on it. You know what I'm saying? And I think
Or
just
felt
hearing it over and over again, just let me know, like, hey man, this is a message, man. You need to wake up and actually digest this. So yeah, so I, you know, just look for it. You know, I'm gonna be coming up with some more videos, and I'm gonna start focusing in on how to get these brothers. And I think somebody stated it perfectly. The guys that's getting to a certain age group, I think they're just like they're gone. Like they don't believe nothing good can come from a woman once they get to a certain age.
Who said that? I think it was Ty.
So I'm most definitely gonna have to start targeting a different demographic of men, like younger men that's actually getting into it, because these younger men are starting to get into these spaces and they're starting to listen to these old grumpy guys about, you know, their past, and they're like, hey, look, man, don't trust none of these women. They ain't shit. Trust me. Look what I've been through. Yeah, but that doesn't mean he's gonna go through it. How about you tell him the positive things that what he could do, you know, to better optimize himself so he won't fall down the same track? Because a lot of the guys are leaving out the mistakes they made that was self-inflicted. Self-inflicted. We don't want to talk about that.
Wow.
So,
man, that's nice to hear you show up in a different way. I think you have a lot to say. I'm excited to see how your platform is expanded. I'll back you 1000%. Me and the Palace. B. Taylor has her own thing. Daryl has his own setting the record straight. D. Keys is one of my very, very loyal members of the Palace. But one thing about the Palace members, they kind of transcend throughout the YouTube spaces. And if you are putting down relevant information, they are there. Most of my moderators, about 90% women, they do not play in the chat. Period. Point blank. We accidentally took somebody out because he got close to violating somebody. That's how deep my and guess what? It ain't no problem over here. And Auntie Ann said yes, 1000%. That's how good my moderators are. If you even act like you want to offend the Palace, you out of here. You see what I'm saying? Because we promote longevity. We promote positive conversations. If you even come over here acting like you want to annihilate and or assassinate Black unity, you got to go. And if it's a misunderstanding, we rather ask for forgiveness than permission. And that's what we wish for you. Lady D's, thank you for coming on, Queen. We appreciate you. Daryl, wrap us up, close us out. I got to go to bed.
Oh yeah. I'll be up to watch The Mandalorian. But you know, this was a great panel. Queen, when I first came in contact with you, sorry, I'm a little tipsy now and high. It was crazy. Listen, so you were on Crew Season, and I was saying like the Black woman is God or whatever, and guys was really mad about that. Listen, Bruiser, I'm of the belief that almost let's be fair. Let's say 90%, right? I think 90% of the issues in the Black community fall at the feet of men like myself and you. We're just that simple. And I think that, let's say if just twice a month, right? I'll do it and you do it. And I'll record it, whatever you want me to do. If we just went into the schools and say, hey, listen, this is what you guys should want to do. This is a nuclear family. Because, Bruiser, you might not think it, but some people have never even seen it. They literally in the hood and they don't see it. You know what they see? Girls twerking. OG saying, hey, young dog, hit as many as you can. Literally. Do whatever it takes to hit as many as you can and dog them out. That's what I was told, Bruiser. I was literally told that. I was told that if you be nice to a woman, you're not gonna get nowhere. That's the nice guys bullshit. And then I was told if you dog them, they'll like you. Which, you know, and for years I had that asshole personification and it didn't really get me nowhere, to be honest. I think that we need more role models. Sorry, real models, not role models. We don't need nobody playing a role. I want you to be like your authentic self. I like your transparency more. That's all.
All right, man. Will do, man. Appreciate that, Daryl, man. I think we all need to get some
I have a
sleep now.
newfound respect for you. It ain't no way I would have sat down and let people shit on me tonight. I'm sorry. I would have been like, F you. I would have did all that. I keep,
I'm
keep
always
telling people
willing to
you're a
listen to
good
people.
person.
Yeah.
I felt that from day one. You misguided a little bit. You're on the wrong side of the fence, but genuine person at heart. I've always felt that. What do you have to say?
Man, all I can say is I appreciate y'all coming. Beautiful ladies and my brother right there. Y'all allowing me to come on the panel and have a conversation and get some clarity. I think we clear on everything now. So I think people are gonna be shocked to see how we the energy we have whenever we on the same panels again. And you know what? They can say whatever they want. We figured it out. Now we got some type of understanding. Now we know how to move.
Well, you're lovely. So if they're shocked, just tell them it has nothing to do with them, but everything to do with me. And this is a side of me that you didn't hold space for. I've always been this guy. They just made a place for me to show up and show out.
I heard that.
Now, go send me some cash app when I'm done. But anywho, God bless you all. We love you all. Thank you for hanging in there with us. Listen, somebody said, who said that? Batman and Robin win again. That was Daryl on. Auntie Ann pulled up in a cut. Girl, I know you own your own business and your oils and your cocoa butter. And Auntie Ann, you could have been doing all that you need to do to make your coin. But you showed up tonight, Auntie Ann. I love you so much. But listen, pull up to Auntie Ann's channel because she gets up early in the morning. And let me tell you what she does do for us. She covers us in prayer. Listen, I be in the bed and I don't be ready to get up. But I said, but I'm going to get this prayer over my life because ain't nobody else praying for me. And that's what she does do. There's a lot of positive YouTube people on this side of the fence. Go and get you some. God bless you all. Good night.